Hello and welcome to the EGFC. My name is Soy. Joining me is Cap, and we are getting ready for week 10 of SSBU. We've reached double digits this season, and we're starting off with a fantastic matchup. The Weber State Wildcats going up against the Tennessee Volunteers.
Absolutely. We've already even got our first players and characters confirmed. We've got Lyra, one of the two, for Tennessee playing Aegis versus for Weber. We have Diamond Aura on the Robin. This is going to be very much a matchup of whether or not Lyra can just get into that bubble that Robin so desperately wants to keep you out of.
Player on this Robin, very proficient. Last year they were kind of one of the standouts, but this year a little bit more of a struggle. 1-5 so far in their sets this year. We also have seen a couple of character changes from them, a few more pocket picks in the past, but the Robin is the tried and true, and it's going to be interesting to see how they match up against Lyra, who you mentioned. We haven't seen Lyra this split, but we did see them way back in Season 2 for the side of Tennessee. Back before Aegis came out, they were playing Palutena and Yoshi beforehand, so we'll have to see how they do now that they're rocking the DLC.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, who doesn't love a little hit of that Fudge's Pass too? And already we're seeing this bubble just get broken immediately. Diamond Aura really not able to get anything off yet. No B button moves, and that neutral B is going to be punished with the grab. Just not letting my mans breathe, honestly. Just going to go for the easy caster 1-2 there, because it's true. I mean, Lyra just getting all into the face of Diamond Aura. We're going to see the swap to Pyra, but not quite working out. So going back to the Myth, we're going to wrap up a bit more damage. Maybe go for the KO with Myther, but I doubt we're going to see it.
Yeah, 3%, make that 91. Now we see that switch to Pyra. Goes for the down air, but dipped a little bit too low, so gives up the stage. Only for a moment, though, but the up B, that splash hitbox nearly taking the kill there, and the neutral B getting stuffed out as well. Diamond Aura looking for an opening here. Only has so many more hits of that Levin sword. That should come offline relatively soon. Maybe one last hit here somewhere, but Diamond Aura, at least so far, they're able to survive some of these stronger hits despite being in the red.
And there goes that sword, like you mentioned, a dash attack to push Lyra off stage. Now this character can struggle at the edges a little bit, but able to find the roll on into the F-tilt. Not quite going to stop Diamond Aura from finally getting the L-Thunder and taking Lyra's first stock. 131 on Diamond Aura, so not unbeatable. We just need to see Lyra take this stock relatively soon to keep it even.
Try and find something here. Diamond Aura will end up falling there, jumping into the aerial, and Lyra able to answer back and tie things back up at 2 apiece here. Now, back to, well, dead even, really, and similar to where we started this game, and the Mythra seems to be doing a decent amount of work, like you said, able to, close the gap and get in, do some decent damage here, but you gotta give credit where credit's due so far to Diamond Aura's defense. It feels like at times they're running away, but they're also just causing Lyra to over-chase, I should say.
Yeah, I definitely think because of the way Lyra has been playing, we're seeing a lot of reversals in this match so far. We saw Diamond Aura sneak past on the left side with that backer, which should eventually lead to a stock, right? Even on Lyra's behalf, we've seen a lot of just, the roll behind to the F-tilt. A lot of sneaky little praise just because Lyra's moving around just so much. And that up air going to kill, honestly, a little earlier than I would have expected, leaving Diamond Aura at 72%, feeling pretty comfortable in the lead right now, I think.
He's got a surprise power to them, especially with that Levin sword, because you throw a forward air, a neutral air, or something, and you think, okay, it's just one move. It's not going to do all that much, but my goodness, does that sword pack a punch? I have an old classmate of mine who described it to me as basically Robin having aerial smash attacks and able to get that kill relatively early. But here, Lyra trying to get something on the board here, trying to get it back to even. Smash is a game where all you need is that one stock to make the comeback happen. They get the dash attack here, but Diamond Aura will just be able to cover low. Neutral B is going to get shielded, and now a back throw. Lyra looking to recover here. Switch to Mythra. Wow, gets around that down smash too, and they find their down tilt up smash, but it's still not enough. And now we're in that scary red part of those percents here. Lyra needing this stock, and they're going to find it, the up B, and they don't even go to the main platform. They find that upper left side, and they're going to tie things up at 1 apiece.
Now, this is not something that's impossible to come back from, especially for a character like Aegis, who is known for just racking up percentage so quickly, and then suddenly Pyra's killing you at 60%. but we're going to have to see if Lyra can really make these opportunities count. One big F smash, not quite going to do the trick, but already 60% on Diamond Aura. This is getting a little scary. Going to miss the roll distance coverage there, and the up air is going to take it off the top. Diamond Aura with our first win of the night.
It seems
I think it fell apart a little bit for Lyra, especially in that first Pyra switch, right? I think we saw such good, it's like a 0 to 80 basically at the initial stages of this game, but when we couldn't find that Pyra kill suddenly, with the lower move speed, we saw Diamond Aura really make up the difference very quickly. It suddenly was an even game, and from there I feel like Lyra maybe lost a little bit of confidence, not being as aggressive with the Mithra as they were initially. That F tilt barely missing the roll, and then another grab coming out on the other side, and then the up B missing too. Just spaghetti falling out of everybody's pockets there. I think we can agree.
Yeah. Again, I've said this a couple times, but for a lot of players, it feels like it's the right idea, but the wrong execution, right? That going for a forward tilt there is a pretty safe option, you'd think, and even going for that up B in that moment, not a half bad idea, but the spacing on it was wrong, and you get into those panic situations, and sometimes it ends up falling apart in the last couple of moments. And Lyra, again, like I completely agree with what you said, right? Felt like the early game was strong, the Mithra was getting a lot done, but when it came to the Pyra gameplay, especially in terms of getting those kills, it felt like Pyra certainly had a much more difficult time finding those strong hits, finding those strong aerials, and catching Diamond Aura. And the fact that Diamond Aura survived for so long in that first stock, it's not only, kind of tone setting, but it's a huge part of why Diamond Aura was able to, thrive and survive in this game.
Absolutely. I think, game 2, if you're Lyra, I really do feel like you're going to try to stick more closely to the Mithra this time, maybe hopefully realizing, I should say, that the Pyra wasn't necessarily working out as well as they might have wanted it to. And if you're Diamond Aura, I think it's business as usual. I think you keep doing what you were doing, especially towards the second half of that game once you were getting a little comfortable and warmed up. Just got to keep that bubble safe, and I think you'll be golden.
As we get into game number 2, we are on to Town and City. Lyra so far untouched through this early game, looking similar to game number 1, but now Diamond Aura has their opening, chipping into that percent lead that they had. Good dodge there to get an open up potentially on Diamond Aura, but not too much earned from it here. A lot of shield pressure. That's a shield break, and this is surely the stock. Goodbye, Mithra. Diamond Aura starting off things hot.
Yeah, absolutely massive shield break there. Only 70% on Diamond Aura, but even less so on Lyra before hit. I mean, that's just such a massive kill to get this early, especially when you're playing a character like Robin who can really just kind of sit on the opposite side of the stage now, right? Diamond Aura has no incentive to put themselves in an unsafe position at all anymore, especially with more than a full stock lead, lapping Lyra in percent as this just spirals even further and further out of control with an up air to kill off the top, still only 70% on their first stock.
Huge stock here now for Lyra, last one. And they're trying to get something on the board, trying to keep this thing close. Remember, this is a format where every single stock matters, especially when you get into the late game where those points can be devastating. To get off to an early deficit can be certainly detrimental, but so far right now, Lyra doing a decent job of getting that percentage up to the red, but this is where the stock has to be taken. Now the back-to-back switches of Pyra and Mithra there. A little bit of a throw-off, but Diamond Aura dipping a little bit too low is going to forfeit their first stock.
Yeah, not quite how you want to see that go, especially when you're in such a commanding position, but hey, you've got plenty of room to mess around and SD a little bit if you want to. Let's maybe not make a habit out of it, but definitely not the end of the world for Diamond Aura in this game, as we see Lyra still at 60%. Starting to find these straight hits a little more. Maybe the SD shaking Diamond Aura's confidence a little bit. Never mind, he just rolled behind an F smash. That it hit. And already 80% on Lyra. We're seeing that it seems like Diamond Aura taking their time, realizing that, hey, I don't have to push this. I've got time. I've got the advantage. I can take this as slowly as I need to. And honestly, as long as Diamond Aura doesn't drop another stock, I think they're fine.
77% here, but they're going to find the fully charged neutral B. It's not going to be enough quite yet. Side B's not going to be able to do it quite yet either. 115 on Lyra. The switch to Pyra here. Lots of kill power, lots of rage in this kit. Forward tilt again. Diamond Aura able to roll past it. 118 now. Still not able to find a hit as they're trying to track down Diamond Aura. Forward throw off stage. Switch to Pyra incoming. Switch back to switch back to Pyra here in order to get back to the stage. A side B will clip and save them for now. But 11 Sword's about to come back online. There it is. Forward tilt not going to land, but there's the up B, and it's going to catch Diamond Aura off guard. So back to an even stock count, but Lyra's at 150.
Yeah, I mean, oh, okay, well, never mind. A little bit of a pineapple happening there, not quite, getting right enough that they snap the ledge, so just going to bonk heads under the stage. And honestly, despite how the stock count might have reflected, that felt very dominant from Diamond Aura up until, that we did see that SD come through. Again, maybe shaking the confidence a little bit, but hey, still walking away with the win. One stock left. That's still some points on the board for Weber State. Got to be happy with that start.
Yeah, unfortunately, just getting pineappled there, like you said. But it did feel like Diamond Aura, just got off to such a good start. The shield break setup was so clean. And, I mean, it's, again, Robin is one of those characters that's can often surprise you, right? You don't see this character making huge waves at, like majors and whatnot for the professional scene. But you see shield breaks like this and you go, what just happened to me? You get hit by 2-3 moves and your shield all of a sudden is just gone and you're in hit stun for so long that it's, near impossible to get out of.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I did think it was interesting in the shield break setup that Diamond Aura actually waited a little bit so that Lyra would shield the second hit, maybe almost knowing that if they had pulled the trigger immediately, that forward smash probably would have connected and wouldn't have gotten nearly as much reward as the stock. But still, Lyra putting up a great fight here. Again, unfortunately, a little bit of an SD here, but Lyra still putting up a fantastic fight. Getting a lot of that damage in that second stock. I think this is where this character shines, and Lyra definitely showing that, is that they were no stranger to racking up percent on Diamond Aura once they had a little bit of an advantage, but sometimes, it's just not enough, and you have to keep that lead solid throughout. You can't just drop as much, percent in stocks as Lyra did as fast as they did, without losing the game, honestly.
Difficult spot to be in, but it is game, or at least the first set, going to Diamond Aura on the side of Weber State. They take games 1 and 2 via 1 stocks, which means they get the minimum amount of points you can earn in a single set 4, but still, a win is a win. And grabbing that early lead is going to be really important for these two schools. Just look at this. How do they not grab the ledge there? Wow, I'm in shock.
Yeah, the end leg off of the transform. There's actually a way you can grab the ledge there. It's been a tech that's actually I've seen on Twitter making a bit of moves where you can wall jump right below the ledge because it'll cancel you out of end leg of a lot of things, and then you can snap from there. But I mean, I'm not expecting super high level niche scenarios out of every single player that walks onto the stage, so just unfortunate they're not snapping the ledge, and Uppy not able to come out in time to quite recover from the fall. But we do have some people coming in. We have some players coming in, rather, for both of these schools. For Weber State, looks like we have Parkour coming in, and then for UTennessee, looks like we have Spawn Man.
Okay, so Parkour versus Spawn Man. Gonna be interesting to see Spawn Man mostly rocking the Ike we've seen so far this year, 1 and 2 on the season, versus Parkour recently had a couple of character switches, but has mostly been the Piranha Plant. At least that's been their most played character. Towards the end of last split, they started to switch things up. They tried Falco for a couple of sets. They actually tried Jigglypuff way back at week 8. But the Piranha Plant has been the tried and true. 1 and 5 so far this season overall, but kind of a stable name to this Weber State roster. And remember, it's one of those cases where Weber State, because they won the first set, they declare that they're sending in Parkour first. So this is a counter pick of sorts here by Tennessee to opt for Spawn Man the Ike.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, kind of hit the nail on the head there, right? We're just going to have to wait to see how this one ends up playing out. I believe we're going through a button check, and then we're going to be getting right into it. Classic PlayStation 2 pick. Not everyone's favorite neutral stage, as I like to put in air quotes, because as a lot of people do know, it's not necessarily a neutral stage, but still, a standard starter, and so we're going to see that for our game one. Not sure if we'll see it for the rest of the set, though. I've been noticing that while, and maybe necessarily like some higher level play, we don't necessarily see these other stages presented as much. I feel like a lot of people maybe just practice on Pokemon Stadium 2 a lot, want to stick to that stage a lot more, but especially in these collegiate leagues, something I feel like doesn't really get talked about is we see a lot more stage variety than I think people are used to if you just tune into your VGBC stream to watch whatever major is happening that weekend, which is something I think is really neat about this scene, honestly. And I'm excited to see where we end up going.
Interesting that you point that out too, because I feel like even here for the EGFC, I see a lot more, especially stages like Kalos, stages like Smashville. And those are kind of both ends of the pendulum, right? Smashville, very compact, one platform over top, can swing very heavily versus Kalos. You got all that extra space to work with. Now you do end up seeing these stages more frequently, like PS2 and Town and City, pretty frequently in terms of starter picks and game 2 picks, but to see that variety come through is always interesting, and to see where players find their comfort, where do they want to be, is certainly worth noting. That being said, Parkour opting for the Falco today into the Ike and finding a little bit of a struggle with it here as they're down early 108 to 12 in that percent, and Ike feels like with that raw straight hit kill power they're going to be able to find that first stock, and only taking 12% in the process too.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the variety of characters that you mentioned that Parkour has demonstrated that they know how to play, I'm not sure if I necessarily would have chosen Falco into the Ike. He's going to really struggle to get in on this big, this big sword that Ike is just going to wave around, because while that Nair is coming, it's not necessarily the easiest thing to punish with how safe it is and how much he can space it on shield. Going to find the up smash there, but not going to be enough. Ike is a big boy, going to side B the ledge there. Then the up B just immediately off the normal getup to put Parkour at 42 and across the stage, regain some neutral, and just kind of keep that ground even.
Bees, although they're not getting kills, of course, it can kill eventually, and it does a decent amount of percent too. Kind of a good get off me move to kind of break through and kind of reset the situation for Spawn Man. So great use of it so far. Neutral B's not going to be able to catch, but wow, that up B caught. Wow, Parkour getting his toes caught by that hitbox and might die here for it as the down tilt gonna knock him off the ledge once more, but the forward air is not gonna be able to land quite yet. Spawn Man looking for something here along the ledge, but he doesn't find the forward tilt. The Nair drag down of Parkour, not gonna be enough though. Spawn Man gets out of it, and the forward tilt will take stock number 2. So Parkour still looking to get on the board here somewhere, but this is where things get dangerous. Ike with a lot of rage, doesn't catch the jump, but the side B spiked Spawn Man. I thought that was Spawn Man getting the spike, but no, Parkour able to get the first stock off the board.
Yeah, wow, honestly, pretty fortunate how that played out. That could have really gone either way, and Spawn Man definitely looking for it all, not going to find it, and instead going to eat that side B spike like you mentioned. I think we're looking at, oh, not quite going to kill. I was going to say, if this lands, we might be looking at the end of the game, but 118 on Parkour, still able to make something happen here. Going to miss the grab, but, I mean, geez, what do you do when Ike is just spacing so well on your shield? That down tilt up air going to be the end of our first game. A 2 stock coming out from Spawn Man on this Ike, and I mean, if you're committed to the Falco, I think there's definitely some changes that could be made, specifically around the out-of-shield punishes. I think we saw a lot of unsafe options coming out from Parkour when getting hit on the shield, especially by these Nairs. You got to understand that most of the time you're not punishing that, and if you are, it's not going to be, an instantaneous, like, you hit me, I hit you type of thing. It's going to be, you got to guess the option afterwards, right? Because Nair's just so safe, especially when you're spacing it, as well as Spawn Man is. But honestly, I would like to see maybe a different character come out from Parkour here. I think, especially, I'm thinking about the plant more than anything. I feel like that could definitely do a lot of damage to the Ike, but yeah, wow, looking for the back air there and actually spacing it, landing and canceling it before the hitbox able to come out. I'm not sure what it would have led to, but it would at least not have led to the stock there if that back air had landed.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a, throwing that move out, trying to stuff any attempt from Spawn Man. Here, You get to the near drag down, but the full hop across, nothing being used except for the back air late on that shield, and then parkour. Ooh, interesting. Okay, goes for turnaround forward smash and gets punished by the quicker forward tilt of Spawnman in that moment. So game number 2 about to get underway, though, and we'll see if any character changes come through. We'll see also if there's any interesting stages that parkour is opting for this time around. It is going to be the Piranha Plant, but we're back to Town and City for this second game. Spawnman cutting into that lead that Weber State had, but we'll have to see if parkour can extend this best of 3 to the full length. They're gonna get the neutral B. Is that far enough? No, Spawnman just enough drift on that up B to get back to the ledge.
Yeah, well, already an instantaneous change you're seeing from parkour. This matchup, I think, is much easier to deal with, because I feel like, as you know, Piranha Plant, you're not necessarily worried about immediately punishing the option, right? Because you've got Patui, you've got the side B, you've got time, and you've got options. You really don't have to force yourself to try to get these conversions on the grabs and everything, right? Because look at this coverage: the side B to cover the ledge, then the Patui to cover the, you know, jumping over, and again, just keeping Spawnman on their toes at all times here. Again, though, still trying to go for those unsafe punishes, looking for the grab there, not going to find it, going to eat in back air for their troubles.
And that leads to the early stock lead here for Spawnman, but at 158, you got to feel like maybe parkour can take this soon, but they got to wait for something, an overextension of sorts. Maybe that up B can get punished here, but that up throw is still not going to be enough, but well-spaced back air that time around, and parkour will be able to even things back up for now. But Spawnman's done a pretty good job holding this percent lead, even when he drops that first stock. But now, parkour gonna get caught once more. Spawnman's spacing is just strong this series. I mean, continually finding these down tilts at ledge and facing that neutral B, even you know, catching that up B a lot of times. That spacing advantage that Spawnman has is just putting in so much work in this series that now you're looking at what was an even-ish game has suddenly spiraled to a 146 to 20% lead here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just all over the place, right? F tilt covering probably the roll there and the normal getup as we see parkour walk straight into it. Only 20%, and Spawnman has officially lapped parkour in stocks and percent. I think we've seen the adjustments come through. Honestly, we're seeing Spawnman just keep to their game of spacing through the shield, but also not necessarily falling for the Piranha Plant gimmicks, right? I feel like we haven't seen Patui land not that much, you know, less than we're used to seeing on someone who maybe necessarily doesn't have the experience fighting against Plant.
Percent's still relatively even here, but that full stock lead is ever present here. Parkour knows that they need something here. I'm gonna throw out the Poison Cloud, but just kind of stalling out Spawnman's approach here. Nair almost led into that up air, and that surely would have been the game right there. This one's not gonna miss, though. The Nair into up air is true at that percent. Spawnman gonna find game number 2. 2 stocks that time around, and a full swing of the lead. 6-4 gonna be our score line, and Tennessee re-grab the lead.
Absolutely, and what a big game, too, that was as well. Like you mentioned, stealing the lead for this series. I mean, just fantastic Ike play all around, right? This is what you're expecting out of the character. Ike, unfortunately, very one note, right? Not going to be able to do a lot of stuff, which means if you're doing Ike things, you got to do them well, and you got to be spacing, you got to be really proactive on your punishes, especially those up Bs out of shield. You got to make sure you're pulling the trigger whenever you get the chance. Yeah, this was... Yeah, I don't even know if that grab would have landed either way had Spawnman stayed there. I think he's just a little too far away. But yeah, fantastic spacing. Catching those down tilts at the ledge a lot too, like you mentioned earlier on in the set. Absolutely fantastic play. I mean, it's just I feel like I saw everything I wanted to out of an Ike.
I mean, Spawnman came in with their game plan and executed, and yeah, the spacing was ever present in a match like this. Parkour kept it relatively close early, but that second stock was very telling. 20% to 163 when they find this forward tilt. And this is the thing about when I think it's partially a struggle for just Piranha Plant, the character, right? They are really good when they have the lead because their defense is pretty good overall. But in terms of getting in, starting combos, and trying to mount a comeback, Piranha Plant's probably not one of the first characters that you think of because getting in the first place is really difficult. You're not the fastest character, and even though you've got a lot of range, it's not necessarily quick to capitalize off of.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I feel like, and this is a really big issue with this character, it almost feels like everything that Plant does is designed to ledge trap, right? It's all slow, it's all calculated, that slow moving Patui, you can hold on to it for a while. The cloud just covers so much space, it basically dares you to step in it, plus provides, tons of mix-ups for how Plant wants to cover that edge, whether they're in the smoke using the Patui, charging an F smash if you're going for a grab pummel, just so many options you can do there. But, like you mentioned, you have to get that first hit in first. Like, you have to get someone off stage to set up a ledge trap, and it's definitely where Piranha Plant struggles, especially against a character like Ike, who, if they're playing well, they're spacing everything, like we just saw, you're not getting in on that, more than a couple times a stock, right? You really got to make those count, otherwise you're just going to, fall by the wayside.
And I appreciate the effort that Parkour's gone through to try and kind of learn how to get in. You can see that in the other characters that they've played, playing the Falco that is a little more combo-centric, playing the Jigglypuff that, is how they approach is a little bit more floaty and, aerial-based, but unfortunately didn't come through in that set. But we're on to set number 3 here very quickly. Ender versus Yep, going to be our third battle. Yep, one of the kind of captains of this Weber State roster, rocking the Nest, the tried and true, and going up against Ender. I believe this is the first time, yes, this is the first time we're seeing Ender here at the EGFC, unless this is a tag switch, but I don't believe it is. So Ender in their first game already looking to find a stock here, and they will. They find the Arsene down air. They're going to spike Yep, saying, I don't care about your captain status. I'm taking this lead.
Yeah, absolutely big spike there, getting the Trump into the down air. Not something I would have necessarily connected into, but if you're not ready to press a button, yeah, that's definitely going to hit you. And making that first Arsene count for so much, a stock and a half basically, went to that Arsene, and Ender looking for even more here. Not quite going to lap in percent yet, but Yep, already sitting at 80% to Ender's 131. Now, the good news with the way this percent is racking up, at least for Yep, is that most likely Ender will not see another Arsene this stock. Which, except for maybe if they absorb the up B, fantastic Rebels guard coming out from Ender will actually allow a second Arsene this stock.
Huge chance here, and a heal from Yep, but that yo-yo is a little bit misspaced, and Ender gets around it, and he finds a back air all at the end of that play, and all of a sudden, it's a 3-1 stock lead here, and he finds another down air. This is another combo. Ender's Joker is cooking right now. 65 goes for the guns, and he even threatened that early up B Rebels guard, and almost Ender's gonna die here to the yo-yo. Yep finally catches him, but the damage has been done here. Yep's gonna need so much to bring this back.
One stock, 2 Arsenes, and basically sealed the game away for Ender. I mean, not much more work has to be done. Ender can just take their time and find, the kill moves and the routes that are working for them. Right? Yep has a lot of space to make up for, and honestly, if I'm them, I'm probably just more looking for things to exploit in game 2, because I feel like this is just such a dramatic, swing, and outside of those really interesting, lab combos you see for both Ness and Lucas, you're not really seeing these characters make these massive comebacks, these massive swings, right? You more so see that on these very heavy combo-focused characters, and just not the case with Ness, unfortunately. We're going to see another ledge trump, this time into the back air, is going to seal the game for Ender. That was some good smash. So
I mean, Ender was just on fire. I mean, playing just incredibly, going for things like the ledge trump. I mean, ledge trump is one of those things that I feel like it's, how do I describe it? It's one of those things that everyone knows about it, but you never prepare for it, It's one of those things that, like, if you know how to do it really well, you can get away with things like this down air, for example. They'll get that ledge trump, or at least get there as a ledge trump with that up B and get that down air. That was really well done. but there's not really, I think, a way that you can kind of prepare for it. You just have to adapt to it on the fly. But to have it in your kit as something that you're just going to readily use, that's a huge kind of standout thing that Ender has brought to the table here, and it's given him the early lead in this series, able to take game number 1 off the back.
Yeah, and I mean, not to sell Ender short at all either, but also you have the idea that, I mean, let's not pretend here, so Joker is a very good character, and I think that really played into this match. I mean, that up B that went right under the yo-yo, I mean, how many characters do you know that can microspace like that, use those iframes from the up B and find the ledge? Big F smash there, going to turn around this first stock. That was looking pretty good for Yep. Suddenly sway the way of Ender, and already 35%. This first Arsene not putting in as much work, though, as the first game. Yep, doing a pretty good job of managing that this time.
Yeah, Yep, doing a little bit better of a job at making their 1 or 2 openings count. It's no longer for Yep just kind of one and done. It feels like it's 1-2 and then maybe a trade. So it's a little bit more even in terms of that percent game. But now the problem is you leave yourself a little bit more open at some times, and this percent can really rack up, especially with the way the Ender is moving right now. Ender is not making it any easier for Yep to find that true strong hit to take this stock. You can see Yep trying to catch them with a lot of these aerials, just trying to catch where Ender wants to be to get another stock perhaps, but look at that. The guns downwards, a perfect kick up into the forward air, and down goes Yep's second stock. Ender's only at 1-0-1-5 here now, and so Ender, they hold on to this one. This is a massive point swing. Yep's got to do something here to find this stock. Dash attack at this early of a percent won't take it. 116, and they're not going to be able to catch him on ledge. Maybe here off of that side B? Nope. Ender surviving at 130 until the back throw comes in, and down goes his first stock.
Finally going to see that first stock fall. Ender not even getting, you know, I feel like last game, if that was the game of Arsene, I feel like this game was the game of Joker. I feel like Yep played around, you know, how Ender played last time. They were really playing around that Arsene, especially using the Rebels guard to get it so early again the second time, that I feel like Yep did a really good job of playing around it this time, but it just didn't matter because Ender's showing that Joker does not need the big scary man behind him just to do damage. I mean, just getting these kills pretty much naturally without Arsene is such a big deal, and gonna find the neutral air there. Not quite gonna do the trick, but Yep doesn't have a way back to stage, and that's another 2 stock.
With a 2 stock in games 1 and 2, and University of Tennessee extend their lead here in set number 3. But I gotta say, for Ender's first performance on stream, this kid's got it. I mean, yes, Joker's a very strong character, but the movement, like you said, everything just felt so natural for Ender. I mean, even on the last stock, when we get to it, there's a sequence I'd like to go over where he gets hit by the up B and then kept his jump out of it, using the hitbox of Ness's up B to get hit here, finding a way to track down on that first stock just so clean. But yeah, Ender just with a full grasp of what to do and where this character can be. Even here, the guns downwards, a perfect pop-up, and you think, okay, he'll just have to up B back to stage or something. Nope, instantly jumps out of it and uses forward air. How often do you see just regular Joker's forward air kill?
Not that often, I gotta say, but Ender just so slick with it. I think that movement was so important in this match, right? Yep, not finding any hitboxes, and I really do think it's because Ender was just moving so well. Yes, yeah, I know I did mention the character is good, but it definitely is worth mentioning how fluid we saw Ender move around the stage. Just really not letting Yep gain any ground despite, you know, even despite where they are. I'd say it doesn't matter if they're center stage or on a ledge. I felt like Ender was just as comfortable doing what they had to do to secure the stock.
I mean, Ender just, it felt like, you know, if Ender was playing blackjack, you know, they got the ace and the king, right? Both times in each game. Just felt like everything was coming up spades for them. So fantastic job to Ender in that set, extending the lead. That score now 12-4 for the side of Tennessee. Still with 2 sets remaining here, so still not out of the woodwork yet are the Vols, but we'll have to see where things go from here. And remember, this is really kind of a big game for both of these schools now, as we're in the second half of the regular season, and both of these teams are, well, they had their struggles in the fall split, so they're really going to need these wins if they're going to have any chance of that potential postseason run, especially when it comes to conference playoffs. These two not quite in the same conference, but that record can certainly diminish your standing overall. Both of these teams could really use a win to get back on the right foot.
Hey, and it's like we always say, a win's a win. Despite where you are in the rankings, you still want to walk away with the dub in a lot of these matches. And speaking of matches, we've got our fourth match of the night coming up. For Tennessee, we have PEG, or PEG because it is all caps. And then for Weber State, we do have Beta coming out.
So for Tennessee, PEG or PEG, don't believe we've seen them yet this year, unless this is, again, another tag switch, but I presume that it's not. Weber State, though, Beta coming in, I believe, yeah, Beta. So Beta has gone, I believe, exclusively Mario. Actually, I think he went King DDD once, but it's been the Mario that has been the tried and true. And Mario is always an interesting character because of the different kind of styles, I think, that you can see out of a Mario player. Something about Mario players in general where it feels like all of them are very read heavy, or at least maybe that's just my experience. But you also get to see, is this a Mario that is just going to be on your shield all of the time with every aerial in the book? Or is this a Mario that's going to be a little bit more passive and wait to get that grab into the, up air or up tilt or so on and so forth? Is it going to be, or which Mario is it going to be here? And Beta, I think most of the time is played a little bit more passively than aggressively. But against PEG, well, they may not have the time to do so with something like the Gordo constantly being on stage.
Yeah, you mentioned DDD, but I think this isn't exactly where we were planning on seeing it. 80% on DDD, but that's not the hard part. The hard part's getting the kill, and as we're seeing, Beta definitely is struggling to do more than just kind of get the straight hits in neutral. PEG kind of going for it all there. Might have given up the stock for it. We're going to see what the option is at the ledge here for Beta. That forward air into the forward air, going to secure that first stock. Yeah, unfortunately, that up B is going to cost PEG his life, but not out of the woods yet. 118% on Beta here. This could very easily get evened out.
Beta at 120 now off that trade, and the up tilt is going to catch Beta jumping in there. Beta being certainly more aggressive this time around, seeing that big body is, oh wow, that odd interaction with the cape there, but that's how it be, I guess. They nearly plummeted to their demise off of using that neutral air, but PEG starting to get some of these grab combos and starting to get something here on Beta's second stock, but PEG gonna have to recover low here. Not too much Beta can do about it with that fireball angle. Back air's still not going to land quite yet, but PEG, so far, outside of that first stock, they've avoided getting hit by, a lot of those kind of dangerous combo setups. They've avoided getting hit by things like the up air, and any strong hitbox Beta has thrown out that will be able to take a stock, PEG has been ready for.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't necessarily the best way to play. You want to avoid as much as you can, but if you can only avoid so much, I think PEG's definitely choosing the right ones to avoid. Only 50% on Beta, and for the second time tonight, we're going to see these ledge jumps come out, but this time it's on the Mario, with that back air being such a fantastic tool for getting the kills off of the ledge jump. 71% here on Beta, make that 101%. PEG looking for the stock here, but not quite going to find it as they find themselves in disadvantage yet again against this Mario.
And Beta just not afraid to throw out these forward airs as well, knowing that, hey, if you opt to go high, I am ready for it. I'm not scared. Even if you go back to ledge, I'm fine with it. But PEG, this is where PEG has kind of found their window of opportunity back into the game with a couple of these edge guards and ledge traps. But oh, there was the up air, but just barely is PEG able to get out of it. Gordo's going to get blocked from being on stage, going for the ledge trap again, but Beta just barely too slow to it, and they parry the forward air there. Beta maybe getting a little greedy going for that one on stage, and PEG able to punish accordingly. So back to an even stock count here, but once again, PEG at 100%. Beta has plenty of kill power in their kit. but how early can they take this stock? I feel like the longer this game goes, the more it might favor Peg now with all of this rage. They find a grab into a neutral air. That's 42% dealt very quickly here to Beta on this last stock. They find a neutral B as well, make it 57. Lots of shielding now as they both battle for stage control. That Tornado's not going to be able to take the kill quite yet.
Not going to quite find the way to spit Beta off stage. We're going to have to see how Peg approaches the situation as Beta. Very happy to just throw out those neutral Bs, but you know, those fireballs have been stopping Peg from throwing the Gordos in neutral. It's something I haven't even thought about, honestly, until watching this last stock. I've seen Peg really slowed down on throwing down the Gordos in neutral, and that's absolutely wise because, I mean, what do you do against that fireball? And that up smash is going to take that first game, but not by a lot. 92% on Beta at the end of that. This definitely could have gone the other way, you know, one straight hit.
Yeah, Peg showing some survivability on King DDD, and you have to have survivability if you're going to play this character. They are a big body, but they're not necessarily that heavy in terms of those large-scale characters. But the up smash of Mario is always going to be a threat, and there it comes in clutch and is able to take the first game for Beta here and get Weber State one game closer to taking set number 4. But the forward air back to back, I don't know if this is true. It doesn't feel true, but it certainly felt good for Beta to hit.
it looked pretty true, yeah. I don't know about specific percents, but I do know forward air to forward air is a combo that Mario does have for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I think Peg really turned it around towards the second half of that game, and what I was going to mention, I'd actually made a note of it, that unfortunately isn't necessarily the case. I do have the fortune of fighting a lot against Bunkus, who is actually one of the better DDDs in Pennsylvania, or at least was back when he was a little more practiced. So I've seen a good DDD ledge trap. I've been on the receiving end of it tons of times, and unfortunately just wasn't what I was seeing out of Peg, right? A lot of those aerials, a lot of that jumping is not really what you want to be doing as DDD. You want to be more so worried about covering all options, right? It's not necessarily about getting those early 90% kills. It's about keeping someone on the ledge until they no longer have the resources to get back, or until a stray hit just, you know, does them in. And I think we saw towards the latter half of that game, we saw Peg kind of take that more into consideration. We saw a lot more Gordos, a lot more patience at the ledge, but unfortunately, changes made a little bit too late to really save the game for them.
Yeah, just a little bit too late, but like you said, did get very close at the end of that game. Interesting stage selection here going to Smashville. A lot more compact of a stage, so forcing a lot more interactions between the two. We'll have to see who comes out on top here. Beta trying to keep things close, trying to get Weber State back within striking distance for that 5th and final set here. But Peg looking to get some extra credit here for Tennessee. If they win this set, it does become unwinnable for the side of Weber State. So it is really a do or die this week for Weber State, but here's a chance they're going to get that falling up air. Beta, I feel like, has been getting a little bit better as this series has gone on at landing that falling up air, landing these aerials just before landing, and so we'll have to see if Beta can... Ooh, good dash attack there, or if Beta can get anything off of those aerials in the future. But still surviving here. Not too much being landed. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. My apologies. This is Beta on the King DDD, and they're going to be able to get the first stock here.
Oh, this changes things drastically.
Yeah,
well, that definitely turns around the kind of storyline of this game so far, I think. But, I mean, you know, it's a little bit of a... I gotta think about how the points are now.
Yeah, wait.
I think regardless.
Hold on. Did we mix it up now? Was it Beta on the DDD this whole time for game number 1? Oh, I see. That's actually pretty funny. I didn't know these two play the exact same characters. That's actually kind of crazy. Oh my, the up B's gonna kill.
Oh, and a little crouch there. All right. I see you, Beta. And yeah, I mean, regardless, I think, obviously everything still applies, just, reverse the players. But I do think we're seeing Peg, in this case, not finding nearly as many, clean conversions as we saw in the first game, and Beta really being a lot more patient, I think, especially on those ledges. That down B rocket hammer, maybe not necessarily the best choice, but the up B obviously working out in the end. Down there, not quick to take it, especially without rage. 133 on this Penguin, maybe looking for the, the suicide kill there, but not quite going to find it. 151. Now, this is a DDD with max rage, so you got to be careful at this point. You got to find this kill pretty soon. That up smash is not quite going to take it. 166, but surely the next hit will do it. Never mind, the Nair will not do it.
Soft hit of that Nair, but soft hit of forward air does not matter. Still will be able to take that stock. Now, this is a dead even game, and you got to feel like it's still getting scary here as Peg, again, like I mentioned, starting to find more and more of those falling up airs, and that can mean a lot of percent here. Beta's got to be very careful as well. Dash attack, I like the idea there, but did not catch Peg that time around. These aerials from Mario, so threatening. The jabs are going to rack up that percent here, and now Peg is the one on the back foot, going for the hammer, but the Nair interrupting the Gordo. Going for the tornado once more. Maybe the back air, still not going to find the mark quite yet. Beta finds a way back down. Beta's survivability coming in clutch, but the back air trading with the fireball instead. Now they'll be able to get back to stage here, just grabbing the ledge, and the Nair will help them get back as well. Going for the hammer, winds up, not going to find a hit there. The roll behind is able to get Peg back to the stage, and at these red percents, it feels like that next strong hit should do it, but it's going to take one mistake. It's going to take Peg dropping the shield too early. Beta's back air is true, and we're going to game number 3.
Absolute scramble situation there at the end with Beta luckily able to find the hit. I was honestly ready to say that Beta made the mistake there of being a little bit too aggressive, but does fortunately work out for them in the end there. I'm not even necessarily sure that Peg dropped shield there, maybe just poking a little bit, because that shield was already looking pretty low. You can see the tip of Mario's hat is sticking out a little bit, so that honestly might have just poked. Yeah, I mean, this is, regardless, with no shield tilt, I think this is a scary situation. I'd absolutely believe that Peg didn't drop the shield, because it seems, yeah, you can see it in the kill hit. Production very graciously going frame by frame here for us. Yeah, that's definitely shield poke. That's unfortunate for Peg, but you do got to realize that that hammer, especially when you're aiming it at the tips of the shields like that, really good at poking, right? Any disjointed hitbox is going to be really good at poking when you're aiming at the edge of the shield like that.
Fantastic catch there. Thank you, House of 3000, for that. And an interesting game. One of the things that was kind of lingering in the back of my mind throughout this game, you were talking about in game number 1 how you think about King Dedede and you think about the ledge trap game, but now knowing that Beta is the Dedede, it almost feels like that aggression, you can kind of see where it's coming from. If they both play Mario, you can kind of see where that Mario-esque playstyle is kind of bleeding into how Beta plays King Dedede here. Mario not necessarily known for that ledge trap game, and so you kind of go about that scenario a little differently, but still in the key moments, Beta here, this was a huge stock actually for Beta to take with that up B. They take it relatively early. Peg kept it close off the bat here, only taking about 40%. But as we get ready for game number 3, is there any situation or kind of edge that you give here? What are we looking for here to be the difference maker in game number 3?
Honestly, we're at small battlefield, so this is definitely a good Mario stage. Maybe would have preferred to have that triplat, but having 2 is plenty. So I would definitely say just giving the edge to Peg here just because of the fact that they have this stage pick, considering they won game 1. But, I mean, Beta's not out of it yet. Definitely has shown both game 1 and game 2 that they can make it, they can go the extra mile, especially at the end there, and get to those last stock, last hit situations, regardless of the lead that Peg might have. So, I don't know, we're just going to have to see how it plays out, as Peg already getting a pretty decent lead, but again, still not finding as many of the clean conversions as we saw in game 1. Beta being much more careful of them, not even going to get caught by the the ledge trump there and not even going to get caught by, you know, the forward smash on the regrab either. Beta playing this super smart and patient here. Going to look for the Gordo on ledge, but not going to quite find it. That up smash also going to be a little bit too slow, but the second one is definitely going to catch that up B. 103 on Peg here. This is a very scary situation for Peg, considering the fact that they were leading the stock the whole time, and Gordo finally going to take it off the right side. What a stressful 30 seconds that was.
And Beta feeling cheeky about it too. You see him do the crouch afterwards saying, tee, all right, got the first one. I'll take the early lead here. But I like what you said, Beta playing a little bit more, you know, passive and patient in terms of their recovery game. And the use of Gordo as well, to use that, stick that Gordo on the ledge so that they couldn't get ledge trumped again. Wow, both going for smash attacks there, but neither one finding the mark quite yet. These dash attacks are starting to get dangerous now, starting to really kick Beta out, but they get the misspacing there. They're able to sneak around that dash attack and armor through another aerial here with that hammer, and they're gonna find two on the roll in. Beta is able to take down stock number 2. Peg now down a full stock here in game number 3 as we're back to zeros.
Yeah, this has basically been a linear chart of Beta's adaptation to Peg here. I feel like, you know, game 1, last stock, last hit, but we saw Peg eke it out in the end. Game 2, same situation, we saw Beta take it, but now Beta in such a commanding lead that despite the fact that Peg, I feel like, is actually utilizing these platforms pretty decently, just not able to find too much at these ledges here. And unfortunately, Beta's just been able to get back on stage pretty freely, and having that stage pressure is huge for DDD, right? It's really all that character can hope for in a lot of these situations is just, please let me back on center stage, let me throw Gordos at you. That's all he wants to do all day, all night, you know, rain or shine. He's always just going to be throwing Gordos at you. When you give him the opportunity to do so, that character's going to, you know, feel a lot harder to approach.
Oh, playing patient there. Beta was waiting for the defensive option, caught it, but it was a little too late. There's the up air. We haven't really seen Beta go for the juggles or for up air drag downs, anything like that. It's kind of the first time that move has really been used. And the fireball continues to catch this recovery, so down goes Beta's second stock here. And this is awfully close. One good combo is what Peg needs, and they might have found it here. Another tornado, another up air. Quick 40% dealt, but now they're going to have to look for another opening. The fireball into Nair has also done a lot of work here, and now Beta, caught kind of hunting here for a way to take this stock, is eating a lot of percent for it. This is getting into danger territory now as they're both battling for stage control. The rolling gets caught by the up smash. Gordo's not going to land yet either. Peg caught along this ledge. Gordo bouncing. So many different angles that Beta has to worry about. Back to the ledge once more. The hammer being pulled out. Trying to armor through the fireball. Doesn't catch the roll with that up smash. Peg at 150 to Beta at 110. But it's now roll reversal. Beta's off stage. Going back on stage with the upbeat. Still not enough to break the shield quite yet. Back to the scramble they go. Charged up smash. Not going to be able to find it quite yet. Gets the grab into the back throw. Nearly killing off the top. Not sure Peg was ready for that one. Fireball interrupting the next move. Trying to catch the roll in once more. They're both going to where they think they're going to be, but it's the Gordo that's just going to do it outright. Peg goes down, and Weber State stays alive this week.
Wow, what a scramble that was. I don't want to undersell Peg at all. I think Peg played a fantastic game there, but I feel like that entire set, honestly, it felt like Beta was the main character. It felt like Peg stayed consistent to their game plan the entire time, and really what changed was how Beta responded to it. I feel like the reason we saw this last game get so close is that we saw Beta maybe get a little less patient, maybe getting a little cocky with the lead, you know, a full stock over, 2-1, 0%, maybe just thinking, hey, I got this in the bag, I can afford to be a little cocky, throw some stuff out, but was not the case, almost lost for it. But again, that's not to undersell Peg. I think the fact that you're forcing someone to adapt that heavily to you, or lose the game speaks volumes in and of itself.
Set by both players in particular here. This time he does drop the shield too early. Might have been going for a parry there, we'll never know, but unfortunately dropping stocks to Gordo never feels good, right? Because it's something that you feel like it's reactable, but you get caught up in the game, the scramble, both at high percent, so many options that you got to worry about. That Gordo does a surprising amount of damage and knockback, and this was very close here in game number 3, but the fact that Beta got this lead, took that second stock so early. I mean, they're at 186 by the time they drop their first stock here, and it's just a drop through the platform into a back air, which is, simply done, but still, they got so much work done on this last stock, and Peg was still able to bring this back.
Yeah, the fireball gimp actually, they're very, very slick from Peg. We did see a lot of those fireballs get thrown out to pretty middling effects, just really going for the percent, but they're able to find the kill off of it. Yeah, I think the fireball usage from Peg was actually, you know what, I take it back. It was not middling. I think the fireball usage was fantastic from Peg. I think I mentioned it game 1, although we thought it was Beta, blah, blah, blah. But I did mention in game 1 where it's forcing Beta to not be able to throw these Gordos out as freely as maybe they would like to. And I think we saw that, continue as a trend throughout the rest of the series. I think Beta really having to pick and choose the battles that they're going for. Also, probably why we saw a lot more of those, aerial chase downs coming out from Beta. Not something we're necessarily used to seeing DDD do. But you got to do what you got to do. And I think the answer there was just to play a little more patiently, and Beta finally able to get the kill because of it.
Yeah, and I mean, just a nail-biting set between these two. Very close the whole way through. And Beta able to clutch out games 2 and 3 and get Weber State back on the board. Now, it is only a 4-point win for the side of, or at least 3 points, I guess. They did give up that game in the middle. 4-1 that scoreline in that fourth set. Either way, your scoreline headed into set number 5, 8-13. So there is a world where this potentially goes to an overtime, but it essentially comes down to this. If Tennessee wins this set, the game is over, done. Tennessee, they take the win this week. If Weber State wins, it depends on how much they win by. If it's a 2-0 and it's the minimum 4 points, that's not going to cut it. Weber State has to win with a 2 stock anywhere in this series to at least force a tie and potentially get this win.
Absolutely, yeah. Like you said, high stakes. I believe if Tennessee even takes a single game, I think, unless, again, those stock counts start to rise up as you lose more and more games. So if Chill Monkey for Tennessee here is able to grab the first stock off of Turnip for Weber State, I mean, that very well could spell the end of the set, because I imagine, if you take game 1, I imagine you're not going to come back and double 3 stock, because, I mean, if you can do that, why wouldn't you start with that, So we'll have to see how this goes. This is a stressful situation for Weber to be in, but not unreasonable by any means. This is pretty even as far as I'm concerned.
Chill Monkey versus Turnip, you mentioned that matchup here for set number 5. I'm looking at the characters now, and interestingly enough, we get to see some characters that we don't frequently see. Chill Monkey has rocked the Snake so far all season long, or at least that's what I've got in my notes, and Snake is a character that I find often thrives off of the trades, so not going to be a whole lot of, or at least presumably not going to be a whole lot of major point swings here. So it is really going to come down to the wire in theory. Turnip on the other side, when we first saw them, we saw Daisy. Recently, we've seen more Fox and Banjo and Kazooie. So we'll have to see which one they opt for this time around. But Turnip is still searching for their first win this season. They were 0-3, I believe, in that fall split. So they are still looking to find that first win. And what a time for them to try and find it here, going up against Chill Monkey Snake.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw the characters there already. They're doing a button check right now as well. We just pop back here for just a couple seconds. But we did see that Daisy versus Snake can be absolutely miserable for Daisy, right? You have this military man with bombs and guns and rockets, and you're playing around with a turnip. There's only so much you can do. Plus the fact that pulling that turnip in and of itself can be such a commitment against a character like Snake, who can realistically have hitboxes all over the stage at basically all times, if they're really playing it smart. So we're just gonna have to see if Turnip can really get in and make those, openings count on this Daisy. Maybe see some of these high damage combos, the Turnip conversions. I'd love to see plenty of those. I think that's the only way Turnip's walking out of here with a win.
I mean, we'll have to see. Again, if the Daisy goes awry, we have seen other characters from them in the past, but also into a matchup like Snake, which is such a different character from the rest of the cast, it can be a challenge to say the least. But I agree. It comes down to, I feel like, how much does Turnip get off of those 1 or 2 interactions that they're going to be able to find. If they're going to get those low percent combos and maybe get Snake up to that kill percent early, they might stand a chance here. But Chill Monkey and this defense, it's going to be hard to break through. Here we go, game number 1 on PS2. And so far, Chill Monkey eating more percent than they'd like, up to 86 already. And Turnip not necessarily landing the combos through it, but landing a lot of these forward airs, and that being a kill move has got to be a concern here early for Chill Monkey as they drop the first stock to it. Only 53% here on turn.
Yeah, honestly, really big opening for Turnip here. Now, you know, that scramble to try to get into neutral is nowhere near as important as it would have been if you were behind or even. Right now, Turnip can pretty much just kind of chill out, right? Let Snake come to her, and then just force those interactions to be in your advantage. Forward smashing the grenade there. Looking for a lot of these combos there. Oh my goodness, these counters there. Getting a little too happy to pull out the Toad, and gonna lose the first stock for it, but already making up that percent difference as Chill Monkey goes up to 90% in kill range here, I think, for some of the Daisy's stronger moves, but we're gonna have to see if Turnip can convert.
Yeah, got really careful here now for both players as Turnip, like you said, time and time again, these counters, while it is a decent idea, it's also a commitment, just like pulling that Turnip in the first place. And I like the idea here from Turnip early, kind of moving in, using that grenade, picking up Snake's own grenade and using it against him potentially, but you know, it's something that gives Chill Monkey time. That being said, no time to react there. Missed the tech and gets up smashed for it. So Turnip, once again, able to strike first and find this first stock. Now Turnip, does he play aggressive once more? He got caught out a lot after taking that first stock and allowed Chill Monkey back into the game here. It feels like it's more or less the same here. They're going to get caught by the dash attack once more. 105, low recovery, and the side B, the missile is going to connect, and we're back to an even game, last stock apiece.
Now, like you mentioned, Weaver does require a 2-stock in one of these games at least, and it's not going to be this one as we already see these stocks are evened out, but 56% on Chill Monkey, could definitely very well still see the game for Weaver here in a very good spot for it. Able to get the tech chase there on the down throw and put Daisy on ledge. Definitely not a place they want to be, but the F smash, a bit big of a commitment for something as low as 35%. Chill Monkey, you've got time. You don't need to pull the trigger now. At C4, finding the mark action, then that grenade doing the same. Back there at a disadvantage, though, is going to put Chill Monkey into a bad spot, and that up tilt almost stealing the game away, but not quite going to find it on these high Pokemon Stadium 2 ceilings. You're going to have to see if Turnip can get this kill before Chill Monkey gets it with these, you know, random kill moves that they're throwing out.
Trade, forward air, still not gonna be able to take it. He lost track of the C4, and it goes down. Chill Monkey escapes with game number 1, and Tennessee's one step closer to victory.
Wow. I mean, I know that Snake's a SEAL, you know, army guy, but wow, really sneaking that game in there. Absolutely ridiculous. That must have been the very edge of that C4, right? That was so, you know, it was on the left side of the platform. You see it dropped right there off of that up B, and then I don't know, Turnip, maybe just not noticing. Maybe they had spaced it, thinking they had spaced it correctly, but just barely hitting and going to kill off the top there. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's cheese. I'll admit it. It's cheese. You know, you're throwing a bunch of stuff around. You're throwing out these kill moves. We're not gonna pretend like it's not a little cheesy, but absolutely fantastic way to get back into this game. This is also fantastic wait for the counters. We've seen Turnip already throw out, I think, 2 or 3 at that point. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think Chill Monkey had the grind game to get it to a last hit situation, and then was just able to pull it out with the C4, despite, you know, the false kill screen, not letting that, you know, stand in the way of keeping an eye out for the kill and noticing that Turnip was just a little bit too close to that C4, pulling the trigger and finding the game.
Very close between these two. Turnip continually finding advantages, finding ways to take the first stocks if they're trading back and forth. He was taking the first stock, the second stock, but at the end of the game, Chill Monkey comes up clutch, and I think it's an odd case here for Turnip where I feel like the game plan coming in is, okay, don't let Snake set up the minefield. But it ends up betraying him more times than not here. And this is such an unfortunate sequence. Turnip pulling a Turnip actually leaves him in distance or in that kind of threat range of that C4 in the first place. If he walks any farther forward, I think he's out of the blast zone of that hitbox, or I think he's, or that blast radius. I think he gets away from it. But the fact that he stopped at the edge of it, in fact, even if he had waited, he might have been crouched to pull the Turnip to get away from that hitbox. That's how nail-bitingly close he was to being able to get out and potentially take that first game. But now you're in quite the pickle. Down a full 6 points. You need back-to-back 2 stocks or a 3 stock or something along those lines. And Chill Monkey has not been one to let the points swing rapidly. So let's see if Turnip can do something about it here in game number 2 on to Town and City.
Yeah, I mean, what's the first thing we said going into this set, right? Is that Snake's going to have hitboxes going off across the whole stage. And even pulling that Turnip is a pretty big commitment. We saw it come into play. I mean, we saw it come into play at the very end there with just a big commitment, not paying attention to the hitboxes on the stage, and losing the game for it is a really big deal. But Turnip, probably knowing that, making a very big swing up 100% on Chill Monkey here already in this game too. It's only been about 40 seconds. We're going to see if Turnip can find the kill here. Found it a lot with these stray fares in the last game, but not going to find the counter there on the ledge, and this is where Snake wants you. Looking for the grab, but not quite going to find it. Going to get the jab out of the corner and regain center stage, but realistically, Chill Monkey's very content to just sit and pull grenades and not necessarily be the one to push the issue, especially when they're not the one who really needs these stock leads, right? They don't really need to win this super heavily. They just need to get the grind game up, and 92% on Turnip as Chill Monkey loses their first stock is honestly fine for them.
So this is where I think the interesting part of the game is that I was kind of talking about. It felt like Turnip from here continued to get aggressive and got punished for it time and time again, and there, just a little bit too overextended, can't quite find that next hit, and a quick up tilt from Chill Monkey evens back up the stock count. So now the percent lead still in Turnip's favor, but these counters, this aggressive playstyle from Turnip, going for these kind of big swings, trying to snowball this game, is getting called out more frequently than not. These overextensions are hurting him, but still, it is Turnip in the lead here. 115 on Chill Monkey, and they are just staying away, saying, come to me, you have to make a play here. 52% here on Turnip, and now the situation reversed. They get around the C4, the down air is going to land, but do they find a kill here? Dash attack, not going to be able to take it quite yet. The C4 will go away along with that platform. They don't get the grab either. This is an opportunity for Chill Monkey to get back into the game. This is a lot of rage. That up smash is dangerous. 94% on Turnip, and an ill-advised side B is going to get caught by the RPG. Chill Monkey now with the lead.
And a big C4 there to put Turnip at 51% already on this last stock. I mean, big shield break, but unfortunately maybe a little bit too late here. Already 1-1 in the stock count, 51% on Turnip. And I mean, at this point, I think you need to get either a 3 stock. I think you need a 3 stock just to tie here, I believe, in the next game, assuming Turnip takes this at all, as we see already, committing to that counter again. I think we really haven't seen more than 1 or 2 of them land. Turnip definitely has to reconsider pulling those out, especially in a crucial time like this where, those misplays will lose you the stock for sure. Oh, never mind. No C4 to do the recovery with, so Chill Monkey actually going to fall to their death there. Returning the favor, 1 point apiece for both of these players so far, meaning that we are still at a 5-point deficit, which does mean we need the 3 stock just to tie out the series.
We will need that 3 stock in this third game from Turnip, and that is, like you said, just to tie this game up at 14 apiece. It doesn't feel like that's the way that this series has gone. This has been nail-bitingly close. Even there, Turnip able to take the first kill off of Chill Monkey's own grenade. Turnip got to be feeling pretty good about that one, as the explosion hits him into threat range. Actually, it looked like Chill Monkey was about to detonate the C4. I don't know if he had already dropped it or not. Either way, again, Turnip able to take these first stocks more frequently, but just barely overextending here. I wonder if he meant to even fade through the platform there on that forward air to get out of the threat range of potentially getting punished with the up tilt. But Chill Monkey suddenly taking the lead here with that recovery by Turnip getting caught. The side B had been doing a decent amount of work in terms of, getting Chill Monkey off stage, and he hadn't used it to recover all game, but the one time he does, having it be called out is just a rough start there for Turnip.
Yeah, and Chill Monkey recognizing there that, the F smash on Snake, what makes it so good for these ledge trapping scenarios is that despite the fact that it's an incredibly slow move, the windup is all, that's where all the frames go. Once you let go of the trigger, that baby's flying. So it's pretty easy, honestly, to time out a lot of these high recoveries or even get the 2 frames on some of these characters with, maybe a little bit of worse ledge snapping capabilities. But just unfortunately, not able to get back onto the stage there. Threw the Cypher out, but actually tried to detonate the C4 and unfortunately not able to grab the ledge because of it.
An unfortunate situation, one that Weber State now find themselves in, as they need all 3 stocks here just to tie things back up and Battlefield the sight of it. Chill Monkey, I feel like Snakes love this stage. Being able to cover all those platforms with all those explosions makes it very difficult for Turnip to get in the first place, and the higher this first stock goes, the more and more likely it feels like Tennessee can walk away with the W here. But Turnip still not done yet. They're going to find the counter and knock Chill Monkey off stage once more. Grenade won't land, but the percent starting to really rack up here. And this is kind of how these first games have gone for this matchup, as Turnip gets the early lead. They find ways to take these first stocks, but that being said, no stocks taken quite yet. 155 here. They get around that up air as well. Forward smash, and it's going to trade, but it's going to take that first stock. So 1 down, 2 more to go, and they're going to run out of time to pull it off, though. The up tilt will clutch it out, and Tennessee will grab the win, but we play this out for the potential tiebreakers later on in the season.
Absolutely. Every point is worth it at the end of the day. And, even if you're mathematically eliminated here, it's definitely still worth it. To the very least for the matchup experience, right? Even just barring, all the point systems, all the win-loss records, you still want to try to get that matchup experience. You want to practice. That's how you get better as a player, is not giving up in these scenarios, just taking as much as you can from these situations where, might not necessarily seem worth your time to really put the effort in to try. And we're seeing Turnip definitely taking this to heart. Unfortunately going to eat an up tilt there for their trouble, but, still putting on a hell of a show as 102% on Chill Monkey here. Definitely going for these kills. Actually getting the shield break with the counter. Not what I would have expected to happen there, but Turnip finally getting some payout on these counters that they have been throwing out.
I've never seen Toad used as a shield break. I didn't even think about it. That's fantastic for this character. And Turnip making full use of it. So, yeah, they're able to take the second stock off of it. It's back to an even game. And remember, Turnip still, trying their hardest to get the W here, because they're still searching for their first win this season in terms of their own play. If they can get one on Chill Monkey, that's a huge momentum builder for as this season goes on. But so much damage, and they catch the roll in as well. Chill Monkey saying, you're going to have to search elsewhere, Turnip. The Vols are walking away with the W this week.
Wow, fantastic play coming out from both of these players, but especially Chill Monkey, obviously our winner for this last match. Fantastic roll read, too. That's really hard to do on Wi-Fi, so very impressive that they're able to find the up tilt there still and space it, honestly, perfectly as well. But yeah, that shield break thing is, honestly, it's just it's a matchup check. That isn't a possibility that Toad will break your shield. It does a lot of shield damage, but usually, obviously, you're never getting it because of the fact that it's, counters on hit. But if you're these characters that have these projectiles that can proc counters without you necessarily having to interact with the character, it's really worth knowing how much shield pressure that actually has, because it does come up, as we saw in this game.
Also give credit to that last stock for Chill Monkey. The timing to get that missile damage on top of getting the roll read, really well done by Chill Monkey. This was an interesting point here. The forward smash, trying to catch the roll, gets the up tilt instead there for Chill Monkey. But here's that shield break again, countering the grenade and getting the shield break off of that to tie things back up. Let's get a look at it. Gets hit by the forward air, but the grenade's already on stage. But getting the timing down to land that counter too, knowing how long that grenade has already been out, when it will explode, and using it to your advantage. Really well done by Turnip. Unfortunately, just not enough in the tank to get the W this week. But still, nail-bitingly close overall, once again, between these two. Even at the start of this, right? You think, Turnip had the advantage through all of game number 1, and even if they don't drop that first game, say Weber State, they take game 1 and game 2, it still would have gone to Tennessee. It was only a 1-point differential if that were the scoreline. But instead here, it's Chill Monkey getting the win, and I believe we'll get the chance to talk to them after a short intermission. By the way, our final score here, 17-9. And Tennessee, they get the victory this week. But we're going to get a short intermission to get that interview underway with Tennessee. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to the EGFC. We are here joined by Chill Monkey, who was able to take down Turnip in that final set to get University of Tennessee the victory this week. Chill Monkey, how does it feel to get the W this week?
It feels pretty good. Proud of my team. We managed to make it all the way there. Got a lot of really good points, a lot of good W's. Very satisfied with how we played today.
Absolutely, I mean, and what a set of matches it was. Now, I'm not sure if you were tracking the points during that last game, but once you took that first stock, you mathematically that was it.
Yep.
So what mentally is keeping you in there when you know that you've already got the dub secured? Because as we saw, you ended up squeaking out the win there. So what's keeping you in that match despite the fact that you've already won?
It's just I'm here to have fun. That's the big thing. It's a competitive environment, but I'm ultimately here to have fun. So I got that stock. Friends around me started to go crazy, and just decided to fall too hard.
So let's focus on your matchup in particular, right? Did you know, or did you do any kind of homework? What were your thoughts going into the Daisy battle?
Well, I have yet to play Daisy Snake before. That was my first time playing Daisy Snake, but I've been doing some theory crafting, and it seems very beneficial for Snake because Daisy has to get in, and unless the Peach Daisy's on point with the floats, it's very difficult to get in on Snake defense. And you can just kind of deal with all the aerials.
I mean, I absolutely agree there. The movement is really key in this matchup for Daisy. Unfortunately, not able to really pull it out in the end there. But you, putting on such a strong performance on the Snake, are able to clutch it up. Chomogi, I'm just going to toss you a softball here. Anybody you want to shout out before we let you go for the night?
I'm going to shout out my mom and also Lyra. Absolute stellar TO in our region. Shout her out. We couldn't have done it without her.
Love to see it. All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Chill Monkey. And congratulations on your victory this week. And we'll see you next week for your duel with UTA.
All right. Thanks so much.
All right. One in the books. A couple more to go. And it'll be an interesting day because we've got another battle coming up. I believe it's going to be University of Colorado going up against William and Mary, the Tribe, a classic duel of titans of the EGFC coming up. You won't want to miss it after this break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the EGFC. We are getting ready for our second match of the day. It's going to be the University of Colorado Buffaloes going up against the William and Mary Tribe. And I said before the break, these are two teams that normally finish atop the standings, but so far this season, it's been a little bit of a rougher road.
Absolutely, but hey, all roads apparently lead to fights, especially in the EGF. I believe this isn't even the first time we've had this matchup here. I know a lot of them have been repeated a couple times just because of the length of the season, the amount of games we run each week. It's bound to happen eventually. But we already have our first picks going into this game. We're going to have Luco for William and Mary on the Sephiroth, And for Colorado, we have Zerosian on the Samus now. I haven't kept up with the EGF super closely. I've been over on the launch channel for their Midwest circuit type thing going on that they have their little crew battle format. And so you've also been joining me over there as well, I know. But I do remember this Samus. And I do remember this Samus being very polished. So I'm excited to see how this game ends up playing out. I also remember Luco being very polished on the Seth as well. So we're just going to have to see where it ends up going.
Luco, one of the players for the side of William and Mary that there's certainly a lot of, I think there's a big spotlight on this player because William and Mary is a squad that, like I've mentioned, like Colorado, has been constantly atop the standings, one of the top, 2 or 3 teams pretty consistently, but there's also been a lot of turnover. A lot of the veterans of this team have left, but Luco has been one of the kind of long-standing players. This is the wonder of the college scene, the magic of the college scene. Players are constantly graduating, moving on and so forth. But this is, I believe, Luco's 3rd year now, and he's got a lot of different characters that he can play, but the Sephiroth has really kind of come into its own, especially as of late. We'll have to see if he can do anything here against Zerosian, who, interestingly enough, Colorado, when we talked with Colorado last year, Zerosian was, I believe, a freshman, and every time we got the chance to interview the Buffaloes, we got to ask them, is there anyone you're kind of looking forward to see play? And they all said Zerosian was like a hidden boss on their team, and we thought that was crazy because how stacked of Colorado's roster had been in the past, and they thought the freshman on the Samus was the hidden boss. Well, we'll have to see how he does here against Luco this time around. So far, things relatively even off the bat here, 56-61, but that side B going to be dangerous. Zerosian, does he have the timing down? Yes, he does. He'll have to back away.
I feel like despite the way these percents are going currently, I feel like we've seen Zerosian be very, very patient around this shield around Luco. Let's see if they're going to be able to get around this fully charged neutral B, but not able to get around the F-tilt. Only 80% on Luco here. This is a pretty strong start for our Sephiroth.
Pretty strong here as they're able to take that first stock. They find a way back here around this ledge. They will be able to sneak through there, just barely. Falling up air is going to land, and now Zerosian looking, searching for something here. Going to find a Zaire, just going to continue to chip away at this stock, and this kind of feels like a smart game plan here from Zerosian, just being in control of the pace, but also not letting Luco get that, strong opening, not letting Luco kind of dictate the pace with the poke that Sephiroth has with that sword, saying, I'm still a projectile character and you are still a swordie. No matter how long that sword is, you still have to work to come to me, and I'm going to punish you for it. Gets the grab into the up throw, and down goes stock number 1.
Unfortunately, though, I think when you're seeing Samus's kill with up throw, I don't think they're quite doing the best job they could be, because it usually means you're getting all the way up to these really high percents. Now, it's not necessarily a bad thing. As I mentioned before, I do think we're seeing a lot of patience. A lot of playing around this shield, trying to not get hit with as much poke. Obviously not fully successful, as we do see this is an even game, but I think Zerosian has been playing pretty excellently and just not really pushing the advantages too much. Maybe a little scared of the Sephiroth, just whipping out a kill move, big back air could definitely take a stock at 80%, especially off the side of the stage, such a strong kill move, and plenty of kill options, honestly, for Sephiroth off the edge. Looking for the counter there, not quite going to find it. Going to have to do the fully charged up B back to ledge, and Zerosian, unfortunately, not able to find anything for their trouble. Going to look for another fully charged neutral B. Oh, but going to actually shield to cancel it. I wonder if that actually would have killed had it gone off, but right now we're in a little scramble situation, just trying to find the second stock.
His spacing on that counter in particular, just a little bit off on that edge guard, but the dash attack comes through, and Zerosian takes their first lead of this series. That dash attack, another kind of surprising one in terms of it's got a lot of kill power to it, but you also don't think of it as a convenient way for Samus to get a kill, but it is here in this case. So 33% on Luco's last one, 125 here on Zerosian, and Luco looking for a way in, just using the short charge of that up B to break through and get back to stage, and looking for that strong hitbox here. Dash attack from Luco could also be something of note coming through, but Zerosian wanting the grab, wanting to build up this extra credit. They're going to be able to up B back to the stage as well. And Luco now is stage control, making life miserable here for Zerosian at such a high percent. They get back to the ledge once more, but they're able to shield only so much. The forward air comes through, a strong hitbox, but it's still not enough to take the stock quite yet. Throwing out so many hitboxes is Luco to try and even things back up, but the defense of Zerosian just continues to allow them to survive until they pull the trigger a little too early on that up B, and the up tilts from Luco will even up the stock count. Last stocks here in game 1.
And not even a bad idea from Zerosian there in theory. I mean, that Samus up B can catch so much and is way bigger than it seems, you know, on paper when you're just looking at the move. But unfortunately, the missed spacing there is going to cost them that stock. It might cost them this game, as we see Luca already trying to push this advantage off stage to make something happen here. Not quite going to get much for their trouble, but Zerosian definitely going to get much for their trouble. Looking for the charge shot, not quite going to find it. But that F smash is actually going to kill off the right side, stealing this game away as Luca, 109% says, I want this one.
Run by Luco at the end there after getting forward tilted or sorry, up tilted on the platform. You thought he's in a world of hurt, and somehow tracks this play, the slide off the platform. The fact that Sephiroth on his forward smash dips underneath the Zair. In fact, I think he is the wing out. He might armor through it anyway. Such a smart play from Luco. And to get not just the forward smash, but I believe that is the strong hitbox too. No sour spots there on that one. Luco clutching it out in the last moments and getting the first point on the board for the William and Mary tribe in what felt like a very back and forth set.
Yeah, it honestly felt like Luco had a really strong control over the game, you know, in this first stock, but coming towards the second stock, we felt the opposite way. Zerosian started to really peel away, but Luco really not letting that get to them. And honestly, I would say that Luco never really had control of the game back once they initially lost it. Really only able to find that final, you know, that final stock out of just one, you know, good conversion off of the bounce off of the platform there. Kind of reading that Zerosian would fall out of the right side and not stay on the platform with that F smash, because that very well could have been the end of the game had Luco missed the F smash there. Could have just seen a drop through back air, drop through neutral air, or honestly just anything to put Luco into disadvantage, but actually going to get that F smash, and that's going to just, I mean, how do you even adjust to that, right? It's just pulled that out of the blue, and you died at 50%, right? I think you just kind of got to let that one go. It's just a silly, cheesy moment, silly, cheesy character. I mean, honestly, you just got to be ready to shake that off and go on to the next one.
And as we get ready for game number 2, honestly, I don't see much changing. I feel like both players kind of got what they wanted in a way here. Zerosian, it felt like they adapted and felt like they had the momentum in that game, and yet Luco is a playmaker on this team. This is what he does. He finds ways back into the game. He always seems to give his team a chance to, you know, get points or keep it close. And here at the end of game number 1, even though he's at a deficit, even though Zerosian's got the momentum, one good hit, one good forward smash, and all of a sudden, William and Mary take game number 1. Game number 2 about to get underway here, and we're going back to PS2. No real surprise there, but we'll have to see how these players adapt this time around. It was Luco who once again had the early lead in game number 1, but Zerosian was able to adapt and then hold that momentum through most of the rest of that first game. Wow, getting around the counter again. I love the idea from Luco, but this execution is just barely off target.
Already a strong start for Zerosian here. I might, so apologies if I cut out real quick. I'm actually making sure that my Ethernet is plugged in. I noticed that I was struggling with the internet a little bit during the first game. Just wanted to make sure that I'm fully set up to be able to cast this to the best of my ability. And I'm seeing a bit of a turnaround from game 1. Like I mentioned, Luco's firmly in control the first stock, and then Zerosian kind of peeling away. But this time, Zerosian really being the... Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's nothing. I got nothing. All right, so that's going to be the stock off the left side. Again, we see Lugo not afraid to throw out these, I wouldn't even call them panic options, right? It's not necessarily like I'm scared and in a corner and I need to throw out a big move. Like, it's just like, hey, just a couple in neutral, just throw out a couple cheesy moves as Erosion secures that first stock with the up throw. But yeah, just throwing out a couple of these, cheesier moves, a couple of these kill options, not oversaturating it. We're not seeing him throw out all the time. A big counter there too coming out from Luco. But just enough that they're catching Erosion still without really putting Luco in too bad of a position.
Right? Because, yeah, it feels like he's getting them out of disadvantage, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, he just took a bunch of percent, all the momentum's going the other way, and then all of a sudden, like I said, he's just a playmaker. He finds ways to sneak hits in, and all of a sudden, he's got a huge lead off the back of it. This is going to be a second stock off the board as Erosion here, and Luco untouched here on this second stock, and already working on stock number 3 of this Samus. But a grab comes through here. This should be some early percent. Gets around that counter once more, but Luco with a lead, always a threat. Now the poke is starting to land. These forward airs getting in on Sephiroth as a Samus. Not the easiest thing in the world. After a couple of years, Luco not really threatening that low recovery except for with the neutral B. There's the up B on the stage, and that honestly could have been very dangerous for Erosion, especially now that they're at 92%. They're going to be able to get back to the ledge, though. 25% here on Luco. And a low recovery once more for Erosion. They are able to time out that neutral B, but at this point, it feels like the hourglass is getting real low here for Erosion. How much time do they have in this game? 120. Do they find a way to even things out? They won't have the time to. Back air kills, and Luco takes game number 2 and the first series of this battle.
I feel like Luco is listening to me talk and making sure that I sound like a fool. Because I feel like the second I stopped talking, this game just flipped right on its head, and Luco with such a strong, that shield break, just reversing the momentum completely, and Erosion just not able to get out of the way of the train that was Luco on this Sephiroth. Just such a big deal. Yeah, only 59% here when you find the down smash breaking. Honestly, I believe Sephiroth can just kill you at 0 with the fully charged neutral being the F smash, but just the explosion is enough to do the trick in this scenario. And yeah, this was at this point you really want to even these stocks out, which we did see Erosion do off of the up throw. But I mean, from this point forward, it just felt like Erosion looked a little more lost than they had in the rest of the set. Not quite finding what they wanted to, not quite finding the straight hits that they were before, and especially in this scenario, right, not able to stall out that neutral B because of the percent you're at. You don't have nearly as long of that ledge invincibility, so you have to pick a get-up option. Even covering the normal get-up with the F-tilt we saw Luco do, not content to just kind of let the projectiles do the work for them, and then big back air going to secure the game. Just fantastic play out of Luco.
I'd like to go back and see stock number 2 because that was really the turning point. Like you said, that you get the shield break on stock number 1, things even out as Erosion's able to even that stock count at 2 apiece. But then from there, you see that Luco just builds up this massive lead, seemingly out of nowhere, and Erosion just with nowhere to run to, like you said, running out of that ledge invincibility, dying to the neutral B. But look at the percent deficit by the time this happens. I mean, he's at 125 by the time he grabs the ledge, and Luco's unscathed on this stock. Now, I don't think this was a 0 to death, but still, it's absurd that it was relatively close, and then Luco, seemingly out of nowhere, builds up this lead, and here's that ledge grab. I don't even think he gets the chance to grab the ledge. The neutral B just catches him before he even can, so either way there. Luco taking this first set. Solid lead, 5 full points earned off the 1 stock for game number 1 and the 2 stock there in game number 2, and it feels like in a set like this between 2 teams that, again, have really been atop their standings usually, especially through the regular season. Occasionally these teams will have hiccups, but it's, never the end of the world, and we almost always see them in top 8s, sometimes in top 4. In fact, Colorado was in the league championship just last season, so these are really 2 titans. So every single stock in a game like this can really matter and make the difference. So to grab that extra little bit and not just make it a 4-point victory, very good sign for the side of William and Mary.
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to see this next game come out. Looks like we've got Drengotter coming out for William and Mary versus Tom or Endor. I see both. I see the name and the tag here. It's a little confusing for me. Endor coming out for Colorado here. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Each point is going to matter. I mean, we saw it matter the last match we had on this channel. It really did come down to the wire of making sure you have these individual points wrapped up, and that stock might have, secured the victory for William and Mary. We'll have to find out towards the end of the set.
Still plenty of Smash action to go, but we are getting ready for set number 2, like you said. Endor going up against Drengotter. This will be interesting to see what characters that we see. So Endor, the tried and true, has been the Ike. We saw them go Ganon, I think, once or twice, but I think it was one of those games where game was already won, and Endor just decided to have a little fun. I think he actually got the win on that Ike, or on that Ganon as well. But the Ike is the tried and true of the captain here for the side of Colorado. On the flip side, when you look at Drengotter, they've gone through a whole slew of characters, and a couple of different ones at that. You got Bowser was what they started with. Eventually they went to Roy. Then they settled on Game & Watch, but recently they tried out Little Mac. So Drengotter has really kind of adapted this full palette of characters, but I think the one thing that really stays true throughout that cast of characters is that Drengotter is a very defensive player. Bowser, Game & Watch, Roy, and Little Mac, I mean, they've all got quick defensive options that they can use that could potentially kill, too, if you use them in the right spot. So it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out and which one Drengotter opts for, because Game & Watch into Ike, that feels very dangerous for what seems like the staple pick of Drengotter.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I wouldn't mind to see the Bowser either, but also keep in mind, I think we already saw tonight, some of these big hitboxes on these disjointed moves can absolutely poke your shield. Ike is no stranger to that concept, so especially for playing someone like Bowser, much more susceptible to just getting poked out and, losing stocks for it, versus someone like Game & Watch who, has the out of shield, right, and it's pretty hard to deal with that. Especially as Ike, a character who does have, unfortunately, a little bit of slower options. You got to get in on that sword, right? And that's not necessarily going to be Game & Watch's easiest task. Now, I do think once Game & Watch can open up the neutral game, that's a whole different ballpark, right? Ike in disadvantage versus someone who doesn't have to commit to, a single thing, really, to just take your stock from you for free, it feels like most of the time. So that's going to really be, I think, where we see Drengotter shine if they elect to play this Game & Watch.
It does feel like that's kind of what we're leaning towards, because those are the characters that we've seen the most from them. But as you hear the character selects coming through this time around,
right.
It's going to be the Little Mac out of Drengotter, which is a very different weapon, and we'll have to see how they do. Drengotter so far 3-4 this season, and we're 5-4 last season with a handful of playoff wins under their belt. Endor, on the other side, only 3-5 this season, but has been a staple name to Colorado. In fact, last year they went 11-3, and the season before that, 13-1. So to see if they can get back on the right foot here in this split, as so far have not been able to find a way to scratch this Little Mac this time.
Yeah, a little bit of spaghetti, unfortunately, coming out from Endor there. Missing the grab on the whiff up B. But now we're starting to see those Ike combos, that we're used to seeing, those Nair into Imagination. Up B going to make it back to the ledge just barely as we see the double Nair into the up air. Not quite going to fully confirm, but it is going to give Drengotter this KO punch. And just going to pull the trigger, unfortunately not finding the hit there. Would have probably traded with a back air had Endor tried to come down with it, but a little wiser than that to try to challenge a KO punch. And we see Drengotter, while having a solid start, really struggling to find these hits towards the end. Endor playing a lot more patiently. Definitely, I think, finding a playstyle that works. Sometimes you gotta platform camp the Little Mac. It is what it is. You gotta really exploit that character's weaknesses. And looking for the counter in there, but not quite gonna find it as the side B comes out early. But that up B out of shield also not quite going to find it. Side B to the ledge there. We're going to see what the option is on the ledge here. We see Endure get the nair, but not able to convert. But don't worry, the dash attack is coming right through, and the taunts afterwards. Oh, wow, all right, relax there. You're at 111. Let's calm down for a second. But still, strong start for Endure, able to close out the first stock.
And, you know, here, you can tell, you know, the way Endure is playing, I mean, these are two teams that they play for the win. There is no messing around. They want the W week in and week out. So if that's what it takes to get the W in platform camp, then so be it. They are here not to mess around. And so Drengoter now looking for a way back into this game, 20% to their name. And, you know, this is what platform camping looks like. But they're going to finally catch a jump there from Endure. That up B going to be able to take that first stock off of Endure. What did they get off of the grab? They went for the forward air. Now they find the falling nair, and are going to continue to build up that percent. And now back to the platform they go. And this is the kind of mind game now that goes on when you go for a strategy like this, when you play around those platforms. They got to land eventually, but how quickly can Drengoter read it? So far, not the case. KO Punch online, 79% here to Endure's 30. KO Punch should, I believe, kill, even though it's at this low of 8%. Depends on if they find it. It actually trades there. What? I think Nair came out right at the start of that hitbox, and Endure's going to capitalize off the back of it to take the lead.
Yeah, KO Punch will trade, but against his disjoints, I think we mentioned earlier, it's going to be a lot harder. Able to quickly rack up some more percent, though, is Drengoter. I mean, it's not subtle. It's platform camping, right? It's just blatant, very obvious. He's just standing on the platform because Mac's not going to jump after you. Just going to look for those uppies like they have been, and then just coming down and dropping with a nair. And if that doesn't hit, I'm going back to the platform. And you know what? Like you said, you do what you got to do to win. You know, no shame in the game plans. Obviously, it's working out as we do see Endure with a pretty solid lead here. Only 5% on Drengoter, but with 3 minutes left, I mean, you're going to force Drengoter to probably make some unsafe decisions soon, and that's probably where you're going to catch him off guard.
I mean, you do have to make a play here if you're Drengoter, and this was what I was asking in that second stock. Really, was Drengoter, they know what's going on. They know that they have to try and get a read here on where Endure wants to go with this with this platform camping, but it's easier said than done in terms of reacting to it. And that's where Endure is really kind of playing that mind game, saying I can be up here, but I know not only that, but you have to come to me, and those options of you coming to me are very limited. As long as I play a little bit sneakier, a little bit more defensive, it's not going to be any easier for you to come back to me and find a way back into the game. That being said, we've seen Drengoter get these up B callouts a couple times now. Doesn't find a way to take the stock quite there yet. But now I feel like at this pace, you got to consider that timer and a potential timeout income. And for a timeout, I believe we play classic Smash rules where higher percent loses, especially if the stock count is the same. But that's assuming Drengoter finds a way to take the stock in the next 2 minutes, as Endure not making it any easier. They do land, but the side B, Drengoter just barely couldn't space that one out to find it, but he will find the up smash this time around. Even stock count, 38% differential, and just about a minute 30 on the clock.
Yeah, well, I didn't get the chance to say it before actually we saw it happen, but the unfortunate issue with this platform camping strategy is that when Drengoter found that stock, they were only at 30% and still only sitting at 62. That's not a lot of things that Little Mike has to do to even that percent gap, right? Just a couple callouts here, and that could swing these percents a different way. Big KO punch, obviously not going to kill at 0, but 44%. Drengoter really only needs to find another good F tilt, another good F smash, any smash attack, and this could very well be a much closer game than Endure had necessarily expected.
I love the idea to counter there, but he's too tall. He's not able to get down off that platform and get that hitbox. It feels like Drengoter, he's going to have to do something cheeky, like armor through a move potentially, in order to get back into this percent lead. Goes for the up B, but he falls through the platform once more. And it has to get risky here. You got to pull off something here. You're running out of time. 38 seconds is still a lot of time, but the way that Endure is playing patiently, this is the game plan. and it's working to the best of his abilities. Low recovery here, still be able to make it back to stage. 113 to 44 now. 20 seconds on that clock. Side B is going to land, but it's not a whole ton of damage on that move. It's mostly knockback, 59% now on Endure. Up smash, being shielded time and time again. Another up B, he's at 65. Little Mac with Rage can kill very early here, but there's not a whole lot of opportunity to do so. 5 seconds left. Endure, the timeout. It's going to work here. 1 second left, and that will do it. Endure, I believe, takes game number 1 of this series.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we're going to make sure that the timeout rules are what we think they are. But it is my understanding that timeouts work that way in the idea that, whoever is at the lower percent does win that one. And I imagine that we're going to see the Little Mac swap, right? Because after you get timed out, especially because we know that Drengutter has other characters in the roster, that's just the unfortunate reality of the characters, that they are susceptible if you aren't good, taking those conversions and really getting those big percent, not necessarily combos, but just strings and able to read out your opponent. Things like this can happen. Unfortunately, the character can struggle to keep up with some of these characters who don't necessarily have better air mobility, but just enough to stay away from Little Mac's punches.
This game kind of leaves you with a lot more questions than answers, surprisingly, because while Endure wins it still feels like Drengutter was kind of finding windows back into the game, and they were able to take some stocks here on the Little Mac. But I do agree, it's like, do you really want to play that style again? Do you really think you can get the edge back? Do you think you got enough momentum at the end there to really justify running back this style of matchup? Or do you risk a potentially more dangerous matchup, right? We mentioned the Bowser is going to be kind of rough. The Game & Watch is going to be kind of rough if you're not, fully adapted to it. But the Roy is probably, the only other answer he's got in terms of character selection if he wants off the Little Mac. And the Roy is probably the least experienced one that we've seen on stream. Sortie v Sortie, but still it's going to be a tough answer here. And so we'll have to see what Drengutter opts for here in game number 2. Seems like he is going to run it back, but they end up on small battlefield. And I actually like the play here, because even though you might end up going for another potential timeout, this stage is smaller. And so Drengutter will be able to cover more options this way. Endure cannot easily, or as easily, platform camp this time around.
Yeah, not to mention those platforms are much lower than they are on Pokemon Stadium too, so being able to just swing up tilts or up smashes at those platforms is going to be a huge boon to Drengutter here, but unfortunately not enough to stop that first stock from dropping. And here we go to the platforms, exactly what we saw repeat of game 1, right? You got that stock lead, not even really looking for percent anymore, I'm just going to stay on the platforms and you're not going to be able to hit me. But already we're seeing Drengutter land a lot more hits on these platforms than we saw last game. 69% on Endure, despite the fact that first stock was taken, I think, only 18%. But still, despite how many hits you get, you got to get the stocks off. And if Endure is, really committed to staying on these platforms again, then I imagine Drengutter is going to have another tough time and we're going to be in for another long game.
So the fact that platform is so much lower is, oh my, Endure is going to be able to find the up air there and take that second stock, and now Drengutter is in a world of hurt. I was going to say it feels a little bit favorable in terms of that platform camping strategy, where because that platform is lower, that up smash can kill potentially a whole lot earlier. You're going to find more hits just in general, because Endure, that shield can only last for so long. Potentially that up smash can poke through, and it's going to cover more space on a lower platform in terms of that swing, so it's not necessarily as safe, and you still have that potential to up B. Drengutter able to find an up smash on Endure's landing anyway without the platform, and so they're able to get 1 off the board here of Endure. 54% here on Endure's second stock. 5 minutes on the clock though, so with only 1 stock left on Drengutter, I mean, that timeout, while it's a potential, starting to feel less and less like a reality here. That being said, Endure all of a sudden is up to 123, and it feels like they've only been hit twice since the last time I mentioned their percent, but now a grab, an opening here. Drink Order only taking 20, is able to get out of it, and everything Endure gets here is gravy on top. KO Punch is also about to come online. There it is. Does he use it now? Wow, I think he wall jumped there instead of grabbing the ledge, but now the question is, does he use that KO Punch now, or does he try and save it for that last stock?
I think you just got to pull the trigger. I don't think, or even just ignore it altogether. I don't think there's really any scenario where this KO Punch is particularly useful to you. I feel like if you wait for the last stock, you're going to be waiting a pretty long time. And there it goes. And that air dodge is just going to steal the deal, too. Unfortunately for Drengotter, it's going to be a 2-0 for Endure. And, you know, stealing some points back from William and Mary there. I believe that was a 2-stock that makes this an even game.
Yeah, a 2-stock there by Endure to take this second series. So you're correct. Our final, or not our final, our second score, or score through 2 sets, wow, excuse me, is going to be tied at 5 apiece. And Endure getting back into the win column. Feels good to get some momentum back here for the Buffaloes in kind of an oddball set, but this was the counter pick. Remember, after Luco won set number 1, Endure is a counter pick. William and Mary had to select Drengotter first, and Colorado said, we have the game plan here. This Ike, there's not an easy way for Drengotter to deal with him, and Endure able to take full advantage. Huge turning point of the match here. This second stock, this up air string that he's able to find. One up air into nowhere for Little Mac to go for their up air number 2 to bring that back. But then here's a look at the percents here. 30% to just a string of up airs, and look how quickly that percent got racked up into potentially killing. Interesting to see. And now you get into that question of, you know, there's a lot of depth to both of these lineups, but do you really want to play that counterpick war between characters? That's what we'll have to see as this match goes on.
Yeah, unfortunately, not something that Soy and I will be able to see. Actually, we will be cutting to a short break in just a second here, because we actually have to hop over to another stream. But I believe we will be back towards the end of the night. And definitely don't go anywhere. This match is, you know, definitely not done yet, especially right now. You know, you're at 5-5. This is basically a fresh slate. You know, it's, you know, kind of a common saying in these best of 5 scenarios and like top 8s. Oh, now it's a best of 3 because it's 1-1. And we're in the same boat. This is a best of 3 now. We're gonna see, you know, the points from these last 3 games are gonna be so important considering we are still at even standings. But we are gonna cut to a short break here, and then, you know, when we come back, we'll have some more Smash for you from William and Mary and both Colorado. So don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, and hey guys, it's not who you're used to seeing. It's your boy Beautiful Curl. I'm jumping in here to finish out this William and Mary versus DePaul matchup here. We got 2 done already, so there's only a few more to go. I believe it's going to be PGIV for William and Mary and Carlish stepping up for DePaul, or University of Colorado rather. Yeah, that's the right school word. It's Colorado, not DePaul. We're going wall to wall. So many schools, got to memorize them all. William Mary versus Colorado, PGIV versus Carlish. I'm ready to jump in it. Let's hope these players are too, and we can get it going. It's a great day for some Smash Bros. Ultimate. As we are jumping right into it, and Carlish on the Terry. We got PGIV rocking with Cloud. Ooh, this is going to be a heater. It's going to be a slugfest going left, right, and center as we will start from it. PGIV. Is this button check or is this actually jumping into the game? Let's see. Just getting some kinks out of the way. I'm going to suspect. Yes, there are issues happening behind the scenes, so unfortunately, we gotta come back to me for just a minute. Just for a little bit. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna get a good. Got the green light. We're getting a restart. It's all good to go. Gonna get everything, make sure it's squared away, make sure their buttons are actually working. But yes, it is indeed Carlish rocking the Terry, PGIV on the Cloud. Should be a fun one. But yeah, both of these 2 characters going to be right up in each other's faces. Projectile game, pretty strong. My vote is in the Terry power because I'm a dirty fighting game player. So of course I'm always going to vote for the Shotos. But for all the anime lovers and spiky hair lovers out there, I guess they can go for Cloud. Not just up to them. You know, it is what it is. No skin off my back. But yes, we are actually going to get into it here in a moment. And so far, it's a tie. It's a tied series, and that's pretty crazy because you don't get that often. Both of these 2 teams are rather cracked when you actually think about it. Both of these 2 teams, you know, near the top of their tables respectively. You know how they play. But hey, we're gonna get into it now officially. Yes, there's the movement. There's the attacking. We are all in as Carlish already eating damage off early. Goes for the chase tech. PGIV is going to cover as much as he can. Gets the slash in. Has not been touched just yet in this contest. Setting up combo strings very well. Good aerials. Yeah. Charge the limit as well. Carlish is not able to find an answer. Jumps in. Does the air dodge. Combo down. Ooh. Good beat knuckle. Oh, and nothing connect. Got shoot. Gonna mess on that. Oh my goodness, he's already at the go status, already into this. We got a very high 129. Hope he can get more off of this, but unfortunately, he's getting zoned so much from PGIV, but Buster Wolf, baby, gonna land just in time, but will not be enough for PGIV. Will score first stock here in this contest. He can recover. PGIV is at a very high percent. It's definitely kill range for Terry to get something off of it. He's just gotta actually get up in there, get in the mix. We're not gonna land either. Okay, stop combo off, but very good air teching by PGIV. Managing to fly away from the area that Carlish wants to attack from. Caught with great shield. Goes swinging like he's on the golf court. Just like that. PGIV sitting on 134. Carlish at that high 80%. Limit break is charged. Oh, good jump in by PGIV. Not enough to kill just yet. He launched it the wrong way. Carlish, oh, it's going to be detrimental. Hazard, not going to land a second hit. Going to go and get that throw off. PGIV sitting at high 159. Not far enough. A little too far to make it back on stage. Now Carlish has to survive. Has that go available? Get that empowered super going. Maybe combo into Buster Wolf. Good tower geyser. You can see. We do have the Seton still fighting, controlling that neutral area of the stage. Carlish taking a bit more distance, you know. Oh, goes for the crack shot. Not gonna work. What we can do, jumps in. Gary Gamesy play good backdash, roll in on the shield. And they're not gonna land. Yeah, to get up. Rising upper. He waited, ready and waiting. Nothing he could do in that situation, unfortunately. Carlish down to 1 stock as PGIV letting it fly as soon as he can. Just that burst. Oh, this is the crucial kicks. This Carlish is PGIV. Get everything he wants, both hits of the Clem Hazard. Really good getting these reads on Carlish, not allowing them to get the combo started or just stop the chains as soon as they do get started with very good aerial. Power wave. He's gonna eat that, unfortunately. Covering the air. Oh man. Power Geyser. Could be it. Barely missing out on Power Geyser again. Wow. Ooh, great spot dodge. Yes, sir, indeed. Will land that if the hit's necessary. Let's see if he can close the one out. He's at 116. PGIV has not been touched. This is the final stock. With how PGIV has been playing, you have to assume it would go his way. But you cannot count Terry out just yet. Power Wave actually landing. Crack shot does land as well. Eats a down air. Jumping in. Forward air might connect as well. Spiral upper. Ooh. And dodges the dash attack. Very key. Power Wave gets jumped over. Spot dodge as well. Parry's there, but full swing, full send. PGIV will take this first game between the two. Woo. I told y'all there's going to be some fast and frantic action. I told y'all they'd be swinging at each other like crazy, but you look at this final moment and you see jumping over the Power Geyser, jumps in, spot dodge, the parry looks like it, but step back, full swing. And yeah, at that percentage, I would have been very surprised if Carlish managed to DI out of that or survive. He went flying. Otherwise, overall, really good play by Carlish to even get it to that first stock, because that last stock, because the first 2 stocks seemed to kind of be going all PGIV's way, as you see him just being so good at getting the reads and repositioning and making sure that Carlish was unable to start those combos or get anything else going down. But good discipline pays off in the end. PGIV gonna get University of William & Mary a few more points. It's Carlish for University of Colorado. He needs to find an answer here in game number 2. I'm not necessarily saying he needs to switch, but I do want to see him be a little bit more proactive, get in what he can, because PGIV definitely has his cloud game wrong. But that spot dodge was beautiful. Like, this is one of my favorite moments. This second stock that Carlish got was so clean. Like, bob, weave, weave and bob, strike back. Super good stuff. But he's going to have to bring a lot more to the table if he wants to get this into a 1-to-1 situation, force that game number 3, and then overtake. Finishing touches. Shout out PGIV on the cloud. Super clutch as we are picks, and I believe we are going to Smashville, so about to see some fun times there. If Carlish sticks with Terry,
3, 2, 1,
okay,
go!
maybe a little bit of more difficult time here, you know, the moving platforms and whatnot. PGIV has to continue doing what he's doing best, just getting all that pressure, getting really good, those really good dodges in that he did in game number 1. Let's see him carried over to game number 2. Control of the center is the name of the game right now. Early going, both sitting. Pretty decent percents. Moment is charged for PGIV. No go button ready for Carlish just yet. Has that 100 threshold. Ooh, man, huge bunch of damage from PGIV here. Okay, go is available. Shield, dodge, dodge, shield, dodge. Power guys are nullifying the wave. Okay, dash attack in. Tries to get him in the air. Bird knuckle. And as well. Great power geyser. About matching percentages here. Definitely a lot more close combat happening in this game than there was the previous. Good step back dash attack to actually get the kill. A little surprised that kill from that range, but managed to make it worse. Okay. Carlish on the board. PGIV gonna look for an answer back. Clone Hazard. Doesn't land. Not enough to kill. Rolls into the attack though. Smartest, missing the timing on the down air. That does not even matter. Will claim it in the end. Now they're tied 2 stocks apiece, but PGIV has on them already. Gonna go ahead and make it look negligible as Carlish trying to return damage. Good shield. Okay, controlling the edge here. See how well Carlish can do. Good shield. Jumping in, goes for the aerial knuckle, does not land. Ooh, Clone Hazard almost making PGIV pay for it. That up B. Taps side B as well. Ah, got the full version. Okay, there's charge. It was already close to begin with. Again, just gonna get it in. Good shielding from Carlish. Off stage though, off stage. Terry's a little dangerous. Viral upper. You have to watch those timings. Both of those 2 moves dueling for priority. But watch the timing on that dash attack, which I think gonna hit. In the air. Low fall from Terry. Tries to follow with the jump in. Dash attack gets shielded in. Once again, PGIV with that exact combination multiple times, but crashed down by Carlish. This is a 1-to-1, and just like that, it tied situation. Terry with the grabs. Carlish putting the boots. 22-28, dodges through. Ooh, that's good movement. That's good movement. Shield, that's a little too early. Crack shot to get right up in his face. Terry's fist can split mountains. Let's see if he can split through this cloud. Meeting in the air. Good dodge through. Charge, he dodges right behind. Runs up, dash attack doesn't land. Gets some more damage out. Oh, gets caught in a falling grab. Good timing by PGIV to grab that in. Oh, he doesn't dodge the second hit of the up B. Now Carlish off stage, eats the wave. It'll be difficult to get back on the stage. Rising upper allows him to get no challenge by the down A from PGIV this time. Ooh, Power Geyser broke the shield. Does it again. Give it a little dance, making it work. Carlish on Smashville, bringing it to a 1-to-1 after just a few minutes of frenetic action. As we are jumping into this replay here, this, oh my gosh, just enough to break the shield. Do a little dance for him, Terry. Do a little dance, Terry. Managing to get that last stock, but wow. Really surprised PGIV went for a different challenge, I guess, because of that down air challenge he tried so many times before not working in his favor. He decided to go for a dash attack challenge on the edge guard instead, and it actually came back to bite him. As you see him, put him in reverse, Terry. Managing to close that one out and bring us now, it's a 1-to-1. So we get a game 3 between these 2 Titans of William and Mary and University of Colorado. And this series has not disappointed so far. I am loving it here. Now this does beg the question though. What are they to do? Are they gonna switch off characters? Is Carlish gonna stick here with the Terry? It's worked so far. It's worked for him so far. PGIV, however, I want to see him go back to that game 1 state. I want to see him get those reads better. Just be able to create space, use projectiles a bit more, but just basically predict everything Carlish is going to do. Going to have to tap into that Ultra Instinct to get back through this and get the 2-1, because Carlish definitely caught up to him here in game number 2. We are just waiting for the players to get through for this next stage pick. And it appears we're going to small battlefield, guys. So once again, up close and personal is the name of the game for these 2 Titans. Not going to give them any space to play with, not going to give them any chance to get away. Going to stay on bumper all night long. Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. You see the scoreline, 6-6 here. It's just that close between these 2 schools, between these 2 universities. It is always that close. I heard the sound, I heard the confirmation, and it looks like we're getting in it to game number 3. This is the deciding match between PGIV and Carlish to take home this series, and we're going to get into it here in just a moment. I'm excited. I'm so excited. I'm just ready to see some more Smash action. And both of these two players have been giving me a competitive series. These one-sided washes, you know, but these are very, very, very good players in their own right. As we do have them loaded in now, there's the graphic. You see them on screen. Jumping in here. Small battlefield. As Carlos switching up the threads a little bit, going back to the classic red and blue jean. Terry is now EGIV playing with the platforms, making it work. Burn Knuckle to connect. Okay, no power wave to follow up on that. Kick, very nice. Crack shot. Yeah, he's sitting comfortable. I saw that control switch. Ooh, good parry. Lish eats a full charge. Managing to survive for just a little bit. Unfortunately, the edge guarding PGIV playing it a little bit differently. Ooh, dodges under, goes for the shield, tries to get in the mix. Tries to go back to neutral. Crack shot into it. Okay, Burn Knuckle. Okay. Survive a little bit longer, but PGIV steps 4. That's a nice big off swing. Taking that first stock. Let's see how quickly Carlish can bring this up. Parry and uppercut, not going to work. Burn Knuckle missing wildly. Let him charge it! He knew it was coming. Immediate charge, unleash the beast. Does PGIV dash attack, does mix as well. Carlish trying to not take any more damage, dodges through the second half of the up B. PGIV trying to close this one out. Down there, not going to connect. Just once. Hey, dodge through. Misses the grab. Up. Dash attack does land. Not enough to kill. Looking for off stage, maybe. Takes a step back. Not going to go for raw input here. Okay. Still scoop us off, and an uppercut shall be returned. And dealt tenfold, but now Carlos has to survive at 102 versus a fresh off the platform Cloud. What to do, does get the grab, misses the conversion though. That can work. Okay, crack shoot, barely missing. Not letting him charge to limit. Nice down sweep. Not fully charged to limit just yet. Opts for the high option. Platform actually helping them out a bit. Dodge through. Top's not gonna land. Power guys are also not gonna land. Have to watch out for that upswing because it gets you every single time. Crack shot in the air. Conversion. Oh, just the tip of that sword. Drake is there. Goes off stage. Yeah, he wants to get that kill confirmed. Bounce him off the side of the stage. Make sure he has no chance of getting back. And just like that, Carlos is on his final stock and already eats some damage coming down. PGIV sitting very healthily at a 26% on his second. PGIV trying to close this one out. Knows he can do it. Just keep the pressure on. Put that pedal to the floor. Does not let Carlos get an inch in. Missing on the up B. Some distance. He's all spades going straight in. Gets the grab. Change the direction. Fully charged limit. Wants to go off stage. More than likely once again. The offstage option. Carlish not able to find his footing and get anything back. Dash attack, shoulder to tackle, will grab something. But not enough to start the combo off. Shield does not break, drops it just in time. 3-piece gets it from Carlish. 122. Looking for it, nowhere from to land safely. Has to shield upon landing. Gets Goomba'd again. Oh, at the end, off stage. Give it to him, take him out. PGIV, ice in his veins, clutching it out, getting a 2-1. It's really good stuff. That's the killer instinct that I was looking for from PGIV after game number 2. I wanted to see him go for more risky stuff. I wanted to see him get those reads correctly and not let Carlish get any movement going. And you can see that's exactly what he did in every single stock, making the most of every second that he could, you know, using that wave to keep Carlish off him, keep the distance away from him, making sure he's unable to get these combos on Terry going. And Carlish did a pretty decent job keeping up, but unfortunately for him, that second stock just fell away from him. You see here on the second stock right here, just the mind games, the dash dancing back and forth. Fortunately, PGIV just had more in him to get the job done. Very, very, very close contest overall. Went to all 3 games. Did not make it look easy. A really good job by PGIV once again to get the 2-1, and that's going to give William and Mary a few more points, and the fact that he managed to do it with 2 stocks means he will get himself 4 points, I want to say. Yeah, putting it at 10-6 right now. So we still have a few more series to play out, but William and Mary, specifically in that round, kind of meeting their match, so to speak. University of Colorado, nothing to snuff at. You know, we're dealing with like the top half of the table with these teams. Whew. And it definitely shows. Oh god, I need more Red Bull. Inject it straight into my veins. We are going to get into this. So it looks like up next on the block is going to be Claytron versus Pilot, I believe. Okay. Gonna be a fun matchup indeed. Let's hope it's as close, if not closer, than the first one. I love us some entertaining games. I love us to have extremely close back and forth action going on, because it just makes for a better watching experience, better viewing experience. And I hope everybody's enjoying their time here at EGFC, because these kids are cracked. Like they're doing the thing, as the saying goes. But yeah, we will have that shortly coming for you guys. And honestly, let's see. I'm trying to remember who all does Claytron play, because we know Pilot. We know what to expect from Pilot. So Claytron, yeah, he's the Mewtwo player. He's the psychic boy. Mewtwo just celebrated a birthday not too long ago, if I remember. As we are getting them loaded up into game number 4. This is going to be the 4th series of the day between these two, William and Mary in Colorado. It does beg the question though, because Pilots doesn't necessarily always start the same. Well, no. I think he's only been playing Fox. I don't think he's been playing Falco at all recently. So that's something to maybe make note of. Interested to see how this is going to go. Fox, Mewtwo. Tail as old as Melee. Should be exciting. I'm kind of getting antsy in my chair. I'm ready for the fight to start. I'm ready for the players to get into it. Is this a button check, or are they going straight into it? I see a good whatever, so I think they're going to go straight into it. Okay, yeah, button check is done. Jumping straight into the action. Okay, this should be pretty fun. We have Pilot for University of Colorado. We have Claytron coming in for William and Mary. Ready for this action. As we are getting into it, you see the screens. Okay, so I was a little bit wrong. He's gonna be rocking the Roy. That's gonna be sick to see. Roy versus Mewtwo. Fire Emblem characters haven't been really talking to town lately. So Pilot's gonna do his best to restore glory to the house. Although, new Fire Emblem game goes pretty hard. Not gonna lie, I've already sunk 30 hours into it. As we do see, Pilot going pretty hard getting that first stock, but not anything Claytron can't return off, as they both play for this right side of the stage. B to get back and do massive amounts of damage in the meantime. Lots of dodging having to go. Side shot jumping in from Clayton. Landing some fat damage off, but Pilot, take wall to wall. Get the squishy psychic. Not giving him an inch to recover. Woof. Pilot sitting at high 129. Ooh, good shield coming out of that. Managing to stay alive a little bit longer. 135 to 72. 135 in the first spot. Stop. Good parries. Good DI to stay alive. Going off stage and lets the up B though. Oh my god, Pilot. Managing to turn what looked like a bad situation for him to a worse situation for his opponent. Claytron eats a spike for dinner. Now he's sitting on his final stock. Will finally take a stock off the Pilot. Starting to get a 0-0, but Pilot has that stock lead and he's going to run with it. Okay, let's see how well he can do this. Pilot has been making Claytron run the gauntlet. Testing his defensive abilities. Good. Spot dodge there. Jumping in. Okay. It's going. Second stage. Looking the wrong way. Keeping away. Up B used. Double jump used. No way to get back. And just like that, we're in a 1-to-1 scenario. Didn't think that would have happened with how Pilot had been playing that first 2 stocks. Unfortunately, we are here. Claytron might be able to close it out. Jump in. Okay. Dodging through. Drop back in. Shield. So clean from Claytron. Push him over the edge. Very nice, very nice. Indeed. Down. Ooh, stacking the damage. Pilot now has to find an answer because he was doing so well in the early game, but later this goes on. Ooh, what? Just barely missing the stage. A little bit of wrong input direction coming from Pilot. And Claytron will sneak away with this first game victory here. Yeah, you're just getting a quick little replay of it right here towards the end. Yeah, just went the wrong way. Forced to use that double jump, a very short double jump, and just barely not able to clip up the side of the stage to get to the ledge. You hate to see it happen, especially with how well he was doing early, getting 2 stocks before he lost his, and just to lose in that fashion. So Claytron managing to sneak one out is just, oh my god. Roy is still the boy though. As we do see as I do see rather, seeing them looking. Oh, that spike was so nasty. Like, come on. This was the situation Claytron thought, like, this is my chance. Let's put it 2-2. Dips off, recover, down air immediately. Just the timing, the window timing on that is so peculiar to hit, and Pilot did it so effortlessly. So, big shout outs to him. But for him to go from 3 stocks up, literally taking down 2, the final stock because of some awkward offstage play. Really sad to say. As we are into game number 2, Small Battlefield is the name of the game. A little bit closer on the distance. See if Pilot make Claytron pay for what he did in game number 1. As he's fighting back with a vengeance. The Crown Prince, kinda mad. Again, the floaty zaps coming out from Claytron. The shadow balls. Nice. Good damage in. Pilot has to regain his mental composure. He's getting knocked all the way across. Will manage to get back to stage, thankfully, and gets back on stage. Jumping in. Let's get those neutral airs, those forwards airs. Looking for it. Okay, up air instead. Ooh, gets grabbed in the air, sitting duck. Claytron gonna clean that first stock up rather easily. I can answer back. Claytron sitting at a pretty nifty 78% kill percent. Hey, we saw him last game. Boy can take these stocks. Pretty decent levels. Close one out. Standing in, jumps in. Yes, sirree. Pilot gonna make that work. Bring it to a 2-2 situation. Let's see if he can catch back up and eclipse and overtake Claytron. Or is Claytron gonna push the tempo even more on this Mewtwo? Ooh, calls to predict. Jumping back on stage, gonna take a little bit of damage. But the forward airs, they're gonna all land. Full blade, much damage. Nice job calling that. It's gonna teleport straight in. It's gonna predict, not gonna land. Not getting correct timing on that jump. And 89 to 89, but the dash attack will seal the deal. Pilot gonna get himself another stock. Sitting at 98. What? Claytron, you gotta be careful about the timing on those. You gotta be safe. Not there. Claytron. 43 on his last, Pilot 105 on his second. Gets grab back throw. Yes, that's the name of the game. Look for the off stage. Back air, not gonna land. Eats a shadow ball. For just a little while longer. Gets dash attack grab. Run up, grab, up throw. Very good. Just like that. Once again, we're here. Back again. The 1-to-1 stock. Charge onto the up smash. A lot of damage. 66. 50% Pilot wants to get you at. Start them Roy combos going. Ooh, good breakaway. Oh no. Ooh, that was scary. Claytron almost committing the same sin Pilot did in game number 1. Good to see that happen. Okay. Privy, good shield. TP up. Waiting for him on the stage. And on the ledge. Tries to go for the down air, not gonna work. Flipping through stage. He's following him through. Forward. Aerial. Up B. Oh no. Woo. Wall to wall. Standing in it. Very fun attack. Missing the down air timing once again. Good shield by Claytron. Comes right into the waiting arms of Pilot though. Looking to close this one out. Tail clips through the stage. You two got a nice meaty tail. We'll make it work every time. Good shield dodge roll. Side B doesn't connect. Standing. Okay, does not work either. Full charge on the shadow ball. Ooh, just eats it with the shield. Knows he cannot eat another one. Falls down. Very tense situation. Close to close. Dash attack does land before shadow ball can come out. Hypnosis. Telekinesis. Oh, misses. Re-entry though. It's a full charge. Knows when to time it. Doesn't go for the jump. Tries to go for the read. Very nice job falling into the tail slap though. Off stage, gets to it first. Down air not working the way Pilot wants. Gets the grab. Up throw, not back throw though. Off stage. Oh, I know he wants to go for it so bad. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be Claytron getting the 2-0 over Pilot. Who unfortunately cannot close out two very, very high damage stocks. Claytron managing to sneak away with the 2-0. Man, his outer shield gets the grab. You're a dead boy when the Psychic gets the grab on you like that. So yeah, unfortunately for Pilot, unable to close both games out. Had a lead in the first game, lost it. Had to break it to even, try to break away from the pack, get a little bit ahead in game number 2. Down to the wire, went for a challenge, did not work out. Lost it at the end. Great play by Claytron though. He's being a very aggressive Mewtwo and managing to call his spots when he deemed fit. Got caught up a lot in a lot of these forward airs and up airs. These tilt attacks from Pilot on this Roy. Unfortunately, not enough for Pilot to close it out. Claytron managing to clean it up and close it out. Ooh, man, but yeah, that second stock was just like, all right, that's fine, I guess. I'm really wondering if Pilot just gets a side switch, or maybe he's been practicing the Roy enough to think he can just go into any matchup blind with it. And who's to say for real? As we do have the next 2 contestants lined up and ready to go. I believe it is Katsuji for Colorado and Ixoff, I believe it is. Yeah, Ixoff, I believe it is, for William and Mary, so that should be a fun one. I do know Ix plays Hero. There's a clip that was pretty hilarious of him getting a thwack and just absolutely destroying. So you see the point total right now. University of Colorado sitting at 6 points. William and Mary 14. Colorado has to sweep this if they want to take the series for themselves. William and Mary just need to win one and they're in. So it's pretty do or die situation from Colorado. If you want the rest of them points, William and Mary have been fighting hard to get this lead in there, maintaining hold of this lead like a newborn baby has a grip on a bottle. You ain't getting that back. So we'll see how William and Mary does in this final game of this series, because man, it's been pretty bangers from game 1 to game number 5 as we are here. Let's see, Colorado, can they close this one out? They've definitely come back for worse. Hashtag win these. Their faith in their 5th. Hopefully it does them enough justice. See how well they will be able to do, because honestly, I'm expecting a 3-gamer. I am, so don't let me down here, boys. It's definitely a possibility. Good luck, have funs in the chat. It's a little bit of witty banter between the two. As I do hear in the background, I hear the signals. It's happening. It's happening. It is happening. We got Katsuji on the Luigi. We got Ixoff on the hero. And off the bat, going heavy. Katsuji with some early damage in. Sinking it on the grab. Very nice shot. Making Ixoff pay for a transaction. We'll zoom out of here. Getting back on the stage. Katsuji keeping that pressure up. Now it's Ixoff's turn to get in the mix. Run up a grab, gonna get some damage down. Ooh, let's grab. Luigi Tornado not gonna do much. Accelerate. Oh, wow. Held it for too long. The back throw from Katsuji. Plunger power, baby. Will claim first stock here in this final game. Katsuji putting the team on his back, doing the best that he can. Okay. Combo starter. Good shield. Anticipating. Oh, great dodge. Secret Agent Luigi making this look easy. Putting Ixoff on the back foot. Gets grabbed again. Down air. Up air. And those great float over. Luigi Tornado. For the snooze, shields it out. Defensive option from Ixoff. Needs to get going. He needs to be able to land that Thunderbolt like we just saw. Oh, will land in the waiting arms of Katsuji instead. 1-1. 20 MP for Ixoff. How on the go here? Parry is landing. Great job by Katsuji. Parry, headbutt, death. Psych up is now there for Ixoff. These hits are going to be hitting a little bit harder. Katsuji needs to get that double 3-stock. Needs to get it going, and he's making it look like it might be on the menu here. By the way he's been playing, still on his first stock, at least at 67%. That Psych up's going to wear off rather soon. Ixoff has not been able to get in. Back throw, but the Psych up has worn off, unfortunately for him. Not chasing Katsuji to the end. Not going to try and edge guard that. Wow. Katsuji playing completely unfazed, completely unscared. Dash attack not going to land. Lightning not going to land either. Dash attack number 2 from Katsuji. Gets him off. Zooming back on stage, looking for the prediction. Katsuji misses it. Air dodge. Managing to stay alive. Great job by Katsuji as he is on 100. Gonna go and do the down throw. Luigi Tornado to end it all. Katsuji says, oh, we need double 3-0. No problem. I got you. But man, oh man. There's just complete control from Katsuji on this Luigi, not giving Ixoff any actual chances to get back into this. He ate some damage for sure. He did take a little bit of a hit, but Katsuji not even losing a single stock here. Ixoff unable to close anything, fortunately. Didn't have a bad pick of spells either. It's just the tempo was just not there. Not able to get any offense. Was on the back foot, honestly, from second one. And great job by Katsuji for recognizing that he could do it, because the man did the thing. This is an interesting situation. Oof. That parry was so nasty. You know what? You need to clip that and add that to your reels because that's something to be proud of right there. Just dashes under, calls it through. That's some third strike stuff right there. Come on, like perfect patience. Okay, and it looks like the players want to go again to Pokemon Stadium 2. It's gonna give it the run back. Let's hope that Ixoth can make it have a different result this time, or as Katsuji, he's feeling it. That's the power of God and anime on his side. Gonna try and go for everything. Go for broke, make everything work. Has been chosen. Spin that little mana. Gonna land it. Okay. Plunger is so deadly. Stack him up, down airs. Oh my god! Are you serious? Katsuji! What kind of black magic are you packing in them overalls? Oh, that was really sinister! Katsuji wants this interview, he wants to be gloating, he wants to say, I told you so. An immaculate start on in this game number 2, the do or die situation for Colorado here against William & Mary. Double plunger off the side. He's trying to go for it. Luigi's Tornado not going to land. Run up grab. Ixoth says, get off my stage. Off for bounce. Oh, dash attack does land. Now he's off stage. Zoom. Get back on stage. Looks for the follow. Not going to land. Very nice lightning. Woo! Misses the up air. Rolls through Katsuji. Lands another plunger dash attack. This is there. Plunger does land. No way, no way. Okay, managing to land it. No. This is insane. Okay. Dash attack does land. Snooze! Just barely evaded. Dash attack number 3 not gonna work. Okay. Oh no. Oh, goes for the jab. Not gonna work. Back air does land. Katsuji in a little bit of trouble. Headbutt. Who's fighting who? Oh, and Katsuji will finally fall. Ixoth managing to get a kill, but he's out 113, 123 now. Katsuji definitely does have the range to make it happen. Let's have the damage and get that back throw. Looking for the read. Very much still looking to win this. Oof. Ixoth still, he has fight still left in him. It's not over. The headbutt will land. Great tech to land on the platform to survive. Okay. Spike up is there. Let's see if Katsuji can survive and manage to get a little bit more points. Unfortunately, the double 3 stock is no longer there. Gets red. Dodge not available. Love beat to get back on stage. Rolls through, calls it. Dashes behind, luckily enough. Zoom looking for the landing. Dash attack does land indeed. The aerial, not gonna land. Good parry. Placed in the wrong direction though. Magic burst miss. Okay. Combo rather. Moves off stage once again. Up B. Lands safely. That's gonna be a 103. This is not gonna do nothing. That's a big old crackle. Okay. Accelerate in, jumps through. A little bit too speedy. Katsuji now just trying to close this one out. 152. Oh, man. Patiently getting up. We'll get bounced from wall to wall. Okay. Lands in. Fighting off the side of the stage. Luigi Tornado to launch. Gets the heal? Seriously? That's insane. Went for the cheeky taunt to try and get something. Dash attack, dashing. Will miss. Oh, gets him out of shield. Luigi Tornado. That's a lot of frames and an up throw. And unfortunately, that will spell doom for Katsuji. On the one here, at least they're giving us a show here in this final game. Katsuji starting off with a really crazy game number 2, unfortunately. Headed off from the steam. Ixoth just looking to close it out, get those last few points. But Katsuji defending the honor of University of Colorado, looking to get this done. Sure, they can't win the series score anymore, but sure, they can still get those personal scores and get those personal points that they love so much. Very nice. Dash attack. Predicted. Luigi's Tornado not going to land up in the air. Oh, that's a bad spot to be in. Katsuji For the reads, dashes through. Tilt behind. Close this out if you can. 163 to 111. Goes with offstage. Ugh, Spike, maybe? No? Okay. Wow, he didn't die off that. Oh, gets hit with the snooze. And that will be game. Unfortunately, Katsuji could not close it out. Started hot, but unfortunately the fire was tempered, cooled off, and put out. Big ups to Ixoff for managing to take it there. Ooh, man. That was insane. Katsuji had all the hope in the world, had all the fervor to make it happen, but unfortunately, Ixoff was able to hold on enough. Now we have our game 3 already. That was insane. That was insane. Just to get straight into oh my god. The first stock. The first stock. That's the stuff you tell your kids about. We went back in my day. We are just getting the last stage pick in for the last game of this William & Mary versus Colorado series. And I have been informed. Yep, okay, it's gonna be Town and City. Let's see if Katsuji can at least get the series win here, making it 2-1. Nothing to scoff at, like we say. Every point always matters here at EGF. To get it done. Now it's just a matter of playing for pride. I think Katsuji might be my favorite region. The band is kind of cracked. Literally insane. But we are getting loaded into that, and we will go straight into game number 3 here. Same characters, same players. You know the move. Oh, Katsuji actually opted to switch to the Sheik. Okay, okay. The assassin herself going in. Let's see what all we can get done. Ooh, fast and frenetic, but off the bat. Great up smash. Picks off. Okay, will be returned on. Katsuji eating a lot of damage here early. Oh, yeah. In the mix! In the mix! Mix off. Managing to boom, bam, bow. His first stock out. Spending as much mana as he can. Getting it done. Down there. Ooh, ambitious forward smash. Katsuji will be able to punish. Mana for what he wants to go for. Get the stack going. Flick, up air, flick, up air. The decay don't matter no more. Managing to get in there. Zoom back in. Opposite side of the stage. Dodging, needlework, land, jab combo. Stack those moves. Yeah, jumped on fire. Very nice jab combo. Nice call. Let's see if he can close this out. Tries to get us. Oh, smash. Didn't work. Okay. Wow. 144 for Ixoff. A little bit oomph in his step. Does not matter. Down B from Katsuji will seal the deal. Okay. See if Katsuji can close this out. Sitting at a high 100. Ixoff on a second stock. Barely. Well, has not been touched, actually. Looking for that top splat. Blast zone will pay him in spades. Managed to get that. Katsuji now down to his last stock. Ixoff still sitting very pretty on his second. Managing to stay alive. Gets the heal, too. Okay, okay. Good for him. Zooming through. Spinning that MP. Katsuji trying to bring this to a 1-1 without taking as much damage as possible. Dash attack in. Lightning will strike him. Sizzle! On the menu. Holding it. What? What? Ixoff. Boy. That's naughty. That is so cheeky. Oh my god. I saw it in the magic menu. I did think he was going to go for it because you never see them go for it. But I guess today is that day and Katsuji will fall. Ixoff going to get the 2-1. William & Mary taking the series score. GG's all around in the chat. GG's from everybody involved because it is always so entertaining when both of these two teams go at it. So we saw it here. Like I said, I saw it in the Magic Cube. I didn't think he was actually going to go for it. And decides, you know what? It's time. It's time to end things. After getting a serious highlight over everything. But yeah, just really, really ambitious showing from Katsuji. Unfortunately, could not pull off the double, triple stock. This was not happening for him today. Shout out to everybody at University of Colorado for coming, for giving us a great series against William and Mary, the powerhouses that they are. I believe there is no interview for us for this matchup, so that will be all for that. My entire screen can go black. That's interesting. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. What is next? Cool. With that being said, that was a hype series. I thought it was pretty dope, and I only did the last 3 matches. Wall-to-wall action, always a pleasure to see William and Mary and University of Colorado. But we got to take a short break while we go to the teams for the next bout coming in. It's going to be Seton Hall University versus University of Connecticut. Should continue some more spicy action. We'll see you on the other side of this little break we have coming up here on EGC or EGFC. So many letters. Oh my! Take us a break. I'm out of here. All right, everybody. I hope you got your stretches in. I hope you got your water, your drink of choice. Whichever you want to do. We're going to get into the series between Seton University and University of Connecticut. So have more smashing to be done, guys. There's still more to happen. They're doing a little bit of a button check at the moment, getting their fingers all warmed up and ready to rock and roll. I'm Beautiful Crow, filling in for just a little bit. It's kind of a crazy Tuesday all around, I guess. But have no fear. Hold my hand. I will guide you through these fields of adversity and into the promised land of great collegiate smash. As we are getting into it here, we have Tasty Burger on the Young Link. And we have the big bad Bowser on the Bowser. Man, I wonder what his favorite character is. Truth be told, I am new to both of these schools coming into here for EGFC. Ready to see them rock and roll, ready to see them in their bearings as Bowser's taking a lot of damage here. 138 already, has not touched Tasty Burger. I really hope that that's a Pulp Fiction reference, but it might not be. There's some show out there that has Tasty Burger in there. I feel like it's from a sitcom. Is it like iCarly-esque or something like that? I don't know, I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, speaking of getting ahead, Tasty Burger getting ahead in that damage department, but Bowser not down and out yet. It's still the first stock. Getting a 163, still managing to rack up massive amounts of damage. That's Tasty. Up B on stage, has a lot of coverage and making it work. That spiky shell gets the job done. No drop kick to land. Down A, clips through the stage. Unfortunately, the young hero time not strong enough to launch Bowser. Not even an on-stage up B. 200%! And Bowser's still alive right now. That's a feels bad man moment if I have seen one. Shield to drop in. Up air finally seals the deal at 219. Tasty Burger sitting at 108. Has to be on the defensive side or else the Bowser on the Bowser will get a pretty decent confirm from this range. Goes through the down air, not gonna land. Tasty Burger doing a great job of lighting him up and staying out of the frying pan. Will get caught out off stage. Angle that fire down, baby. Light up a small child. Commit literal crimes here. Can he close this out? He's still in his first stock here. Very impressive stuff. Tasty Burger to beat on his first stock, 154. Trying to get these kills on to Bowser. Be on stage, not enough to launch. 191. Now we did see him launch at 218 last time on the first stock. Let's see if he can do it again. Not getting the kill on a 165 Young Leak, and he kill off of the recovery. Tasty Burger doing the near unthinkable, shielding the claw, up B to finally kill. No. Good BI to stay alive. Up B to get back on stage, has the bomb. Oh my god, that was your moment. Bowser missed inputting, going for the forward smash instead of up smash or up air. I'm not gonna connect with that at all. Missing the crap. This is insane. Tasty Burger surviving for so long. You gotta think. Yes, that will finally take Tasty Burger's first stock here. Deep into this first matchup. Bowser sitting at 35%. Definitely a big old Bowser. Can get a lot done in this time. Man, he's gonna have to fight for it because Tasty Burger's not made it look easy. Bowser sitting at the 132 mark. Very dangerous here. It's spell disaster, stacking bombs on the ledge. Very nice ledge trapping by Tasty Burger. He let him wait. He let him breathe a bit. Showing a little bit of mercy might be his folly. Tasty Burger will get lit up. A little bit of char on that burger. You know, I like to throw mine on the grills. I like to have mine a little bit of grill marks. I don't care if it's quote-unquote burnt. It tastes more amazing that way is. Oh, no! Tasty Burger gonna miss the up B? Ah! Called him. Oh, you thought you were going right? Stupid. We got him on the left. That'll be Tasty Burger after a small little oopsie daisy, managing to close out the set. Oh my goodness, the fact that he lived for so long. That was so... cheeky little heroes of time. I feel like if you were paying attention, you could have read that, but unfortunately, sometimes such is the case. As Bowser will fall game number 1, surviving for such a long time, but just unable to get these kill confirms and get these stocks of his own volition as the jump follow into the up air. Hitting a little on the wonky side, it still connects. That hurt box too big, apparently. Managing to make it work. We're seeing where we will be going to next. And hopefully for Bowser, he can bring it back and put this in a 1-1. Get that all-important game number 3, rather. Get some points on the board for University of Connecticut, or University Seton Hall, rather. This Tasty Burger for you, Connecticut, for UConn, with the tasty movement, showing off what he can do. So they are just going to run back, same characters, but different stage. From one Pokemon place to the second. We're going to Kalos. A little bit more space to run around on, a little bit more space to get dove on. Flames of War come out from Bowser. Now he's off to a good start. Ooh, center stage. Give him the Spanish fly. Gonna hit it. Grab, yep. Very nice job this time, taking it straight to Tasty. Sure he gets as much damage as possible. Put in the Young Warrior at 144. Burn them bombs, make them go boom. Good parry. Misses the drop kick though. For the run up on the slash, not gonna work. Good escape. Tasty has to get something going. He's gone as Bowser will claim the first stock finally in the series. Making it look so clean too. Only at 57%, so Tasty Burger has a lot of ground to cover if he's actually going to try and get the stock off. A charge up smash will do a considerable amount of damage. He has to have that same fervor, that same mindset that he went into game number 1 with. Stack up the damage with the arrows, with the bombs, get the quick hits in, just rack it up as fast as he can to get on the Bowser and make him second guess himself. Side B, center stage on the platform, was probably him for a plat splat, not to work. Charge up smash once again, landing, dealing with a good amount of damage. No charge forward smash this time. Okay. Oh, wow. Challenge the down air with up air. Managing to get a lot of damage. Not the kill, though. Blatting center stage. Good hold on that direction to get back to stage. Run up shield. Nah. One too many times for that charge up smash. Gonna make him pay for it. Side B will pay off for Bowser, though, as he goes for a little gloat on the stage. Managing to stay alive, though. Big, bulky boy. A lot to cut through. Not gonna work out in his favor. It's Tasty Burger. Now on his final stock. Bowser still on his first. Let's see if he can keep the same. Yes, we'll shield it. Drop kick. Got to do a decent amount of damage. Get him off stage. Get him burned up nice and crispy and toasty. Get them fried hero cutlets ready. This is on the grab. Side B. Lots of damage coming out. Oh, 77, but will finally fall. Tasty Burger. 100% side splat. Woo-hoo. Good job to get back to stage. Burn down just a little bit. This is a very, very dangerous, precarious spot for Tasty Burger. You have to believe one more will do it. No, just short of the blast zone is Burger. Getting more char. Almost on fully burnt status. Back air, forward air, not going to land. Up B on stage, not going to land either. Forward smash, not near enough to launch. Bowser all the way off. Up B will provide him stage coverage. Runs up, grabs, not going to work. Up air. Challenge him, gets a great forward smash charge. Jumping up air, that's how he killed him in game number 1. Not going to work this time around. 142. Bowser playing a little bit more scared for my liking as he is sitting with a full stock lead, can afford to play a little bit more reckless as he gets back on stage in the waiting arms of Tasty Burger. Now it is 1-1. Now it is tied up in the stock for Tasty Burger. A lot worse for wear. 157 on the damage score. Eats a nice amount of flames from Bowser, making that burger even tastier. EK, have it your way. Get a splat pat down to the blast zone. That will be Bowser taking game number 2. Bringing us to a game number 3. Ooh, man, look at these replays real quick, seeing what he did right and what the other did wrong. But you just see the patience that, or rather, you see that he played a bit more aggressively. There was a bit more control and constraint shown from Tasty Burger on the young Link, not going for near as many arrows, near as many bombs, near as many projectile spams as he was. Try to go for these smash attacks a little bit too often, in my opinion, and that was one of the big detriments, one of the big differences between game number 1 and game number 2. And Bowser, he definitely saw that. The Big O saw that and said, yeah, you know what if I just walk up side B? And it worked multiple times. Gets caught, sends flying the claw, and it was just from there on, Bowser just had, I don't want to say great control, because that might not be the most optimal word, but just had a lot more tempo to work with, and everybody knows tempo is key. Oof, that's so nasty. That is nasty. The fact that that was the Bowser dying instead of the Bowser and Young Link both going flying like that, that's crazy. But in the end, Bowser brought it all the way back and is now bringing us to game number 3. And I didn't think it was going to be this way. I thought it was going to be like a 2-0 one way or a 2-0 the other way. But both these players are definitely showing me up, definitely making me eat my own words here. So there's still so much more Smash to be played. And so they are looking for the next stage, and I believe it is Smashville. JK got baited. Shorthand can be tricky sometimes. We're going to small battlefield, so this is going to be really interesting. Big old Bowser, Big O, Mr. Bowser himself, up against Tasty Burger on the Young Link on small battlefield.
3, 2,
Yeah, it's Bowser time, baby. You're getting into it, nowhere to run, but interestingly, it's the character switch coming out from Tasty Burger. We'll switch to the Palutena. Okay, see if the Goddess of Light herself has a bit easier time taking out the King Koopa. Great forward smash off side stage. Goes for explosive flare. Yeah. Goes for another one. Not gonna land. Target shot not gonna land either. Down air. I feel as if this could be the answer Tasty Burger was looking for. This could be the answer. Might net him something in return. As you see, Bowser already sitting at that 151 mark. Goes flying up air, not gonna land. Goes for the second one. Tasty Burger having to make it work. Tries to go for the up smash. Fully charged on the forward smash. Great shield, but the back throw? Are you kidding me? That's what kills? Okay, Tasty Burger gonna sumo toss Bowser all the way to the blast zone. Neutral air to follow. See how much he gets back, how big of a combo he can get going. Neutral air bounce, 2, 3, 4. Forward air, okay. Yeah, Bowser doesn't have the best recovery, but will be able to make it back to stage. Goes for the dash attack. She dashes just a little bit too far out of range. Target shot, not going to be one shot from time. Spin to win, does not win in this regard. Oh, wow. I think that was pure instinct for Bowser to dash back, roll backwards instead of forward, because he would have rolled right into that fully charged up smash, which would have been a kill for sure. Goes for 2 up airs, looking for the third. No, Bowser sitting at 102. Tasty Burger still on his first stock, has way better control of this game than he did in game number 2. Being able to play with the spacing a lot more. Bowser has not been able to get anything in. Off stage, neutral air, push him all the way back. Bowser's recovery can just barely make it back to stage. Just barely back to stage. Target shot gets through, fires, and back throw number 2 seals the deal. Cheeky little taunt and laugh to get it as Owzer will fall once again. No, no. Oh, no. I was just about to say this kid has comeback potential, and the man down airs himself a little bit too far away. Sad to see it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he thought he was going to hit the stage. Was not the case here, and unfortunately, that will be Owzer falling 2-1 to Tasty Burger. The Goddess of Light switch paying off its dividends, working well. Had firm control this entire time. Didn't lose a single stock, which is able to control the tempo, control the pace. The fact that he went with 2 back throws back to back, kind of immense. But just managing to make it work through everything. And yeah, just while Palutena isn't as speedy as Young Link, but being able to just zip around, get that disengage, the teleport, being super dope to use. Explosive flare combined with the target shots made it work out in the game plan for Tasty Burger. As Owzer unfortunately missed the edge, sent himself all the way straight down to the loser's room. And that's all she wrote on that one. So coming up next, we do have Ringe, I believe. Yes. Okay. Getting everything all situated and chosen. Pokemon Stadium 2 will be the start. And I believe it's Stinky versus Cringe. Yeah, Stinky for Seton Hall. Cringe for Yukon. And they will go ahead and do a button check. Gentleman's agreement. Just button check this out. But yeah, shout out to everybody here at EGFC watching along. You know, we got more channels all these days. If you're not already following us on Twitter, we just page as well. And we are going to be watching, cheering your teammates on. But yeah, follow the socials, stay up to everything that's up to date with EGF, whether that's C for the college, H for the high school, or anything in between that we decide to do. Glad to have you guys here with us rocking on a wonderful, wonderful, chaotic Tuesday night. It's been kind of crazy, but at the same time, it's been pretty fun. Okay, so if I remember correctly, Cringe from Yukon plays okay, I got Cringe and Utopia mixed up. Oops. Cringe is the Nest player that I love a little bit too much. Does a really good job. Yeah. Does really, really well. And looks like we're doing Bowser's back-to-back as Stinky will be rocking the Bowser as well. Well, let's hope he has a better result than his teammate, Mr. Owzer himself. Cringe off the bat is making it a little bit difficult for him. Lots of pressure coming out from Cringe in this. It's as expected in this matchup, right? You do the Nest versus Bowser match. It's just very, very easy to abuse with the distance game. Really strong aerials, but if you run into a charged up smash, you're going to go flying. About it time. Dodge over the yo-yos. Good job by Stinky to avoid that. Gonna get a spin to win of his own. Goes for the stomp. Not gonna work there. Stinky sitting at a high 160. Can't get launched by a myriad of Ness's moves. But then again, Cringe at 62 can be launched pretty easily by Bowser. Now it's a game of inches. Seconds is, yeah, runs straight into the big old meaty fist, and off the stage he goes. Stinky making it look oh so easy. Okay, the throw from Cringe will eventually seal the deal. And now it's 2 stocks to 1. Cringe has to make something happen here. Okay, fire, ready for fire breath. Yo-yo for spin. Claw for a blocked aerial attempt. Okay, managing to get back to stage. Goes down beat, not gonna work. Side B on the stage, on the platform. Get that extra launch going off stage. Wanted the forward air, wanted the claw. Not happening. Okay. Will up tilt instead. Fighting to stay on. Cringe. Final stock here. Big mountain to climb. Oh, good. Side B out of that should spell the end of all things for Cringe. Stinky will go ahead and get the first victory here on Pokemon Stadium 2 in this game number 2. And just really, really good set play coming out on the side of Stinky. Apparently there's more than one good Bowser player on the side of Seton. Showed up here as you would think the Nest should have won this matchup, but no. Stinky's like, let me show you the Bowser way. As I see in the chat, they say run it back, and run it back indeed. We're going straight back to PS2, same characters, same loadouts. Will it be a different result, or is it the definition of insanity? We are just going to have to watch and see, my friends. Already, Cringe has been eating a lot of damage. Oh, man. Claw into Shell Smash. Will do a lot of damage. Into the side B. Cringe already sitting over 100. Almost running into that fist. That big old fist of Bowser. Oh, just barely missing the timing, but eventually Bowser gets his coin, managing to take the first off on Cringe, not allowing him to go anywhere to get out of things. And oh wow, oh wow! Side B's in the middle of the stage, repositioning here. Stinky only at 66%. We'll get back thrown and PK fire. Oh, good fastball to avoid that. Okay, get stacked up. Hoping not to go for a back as forward smash by Cringe to get some more damage off, try to get that dot going. Back air's not landing the way he would like, as oh, Stinky has the tempo. Yeah, he's taking 121 damage, but the man has 3 stocks. Gets it down air, will land. Ooh, very scary situation. No mix. Avoids the yo-yo, really good job. Neutral air. Neutral doing a good bit of damage. Cringe is in a very dangerous spot. Will get the high percent back throw, but that's a big boy. Not actually killing him. But B will allow Bowser to get back to stage. Back throw number 2. There's the splat. There's the stock. Cringe fighting on borrowed time, it seems, because my man is real high. Bowser eats through, though. You saw him attacking through the fire. Kanye West bars, managing to stay alive. And just like the first, the second will go the same. Big old Bowser fist will do the honors. Bring Cringe down to 1 stock, and once again, we're in a 1-2 scenario. Let's see if Stinky can pull this back for his team and get himself a 2-0. Or is Cringe going to mount the comeback starting now? Bring us to game number 3. Very good collection. Juggling them. Good forward air. Good fire. Not quite landing. Dash attack doesn't land. Get Thunder to chase. Okay. Knocks him out for a second, but resumes the last bit of the down air. 125 on Stinky. Still on second stock. Run up, jab combo. Goes for the down air, but does get repositioned. He might be too far away. Charging that yo-yo. Hold it on the back end. Managing to clip Stinky, bringing down to one stock. 182 though, one apiece. Tempo advantage is all Stinky's. You see Cringe trying to turn it into his phaser. Grab down throw, burn him up a bit. Goes off stage, goes for the down air. Not going to work. Up air to give him a good mix. Jumping in. Ness is doing Ness things right now. Goes for the spike, does not grab it. Upbeat to get back on stage. Charge up smash by Stinky. 61 to 91. PK Fire does land. Rolls backwards to get out of it. Oh my god. 3 in a row. Forward smash does it. And that will be Stinky getting the 2-0 over Cringe, putting Seton on the map. I'm just more impressed with the fact that he ended all 3 stocks with the same move. Very good showing by Stinky. 2 Bowser players walk into a bar, only one actually ends up victorious. But we'll be getting more points for the Seton Hall University squad. A good showing by Cringe, managing to bring it down to that final stock, but unfortunately could not find footing enough to close it out and get us to a game number 3. Such is the way sometimes. Stinky survived for a long, long, long time. Yeah, just like I'm saying, unfortunately, Cringe really couldn't get anything going. Unfortunately, he was unable to, you know, do the finesse nest things in the situation. That zoom in gets me every single time. I guess just the fact that he did it 3 times. 3 times. Like, the man should not have died there. You see the, I know you see them iframes. I know you see them iframes. Bowser does not care. That must have literally come down like as the hitbox connected, because what in the Sam Hill. Love the yo-yo placement though. I have full audacity to fully charge it to make sure it connects. But Stinky, once again, just a superior Bowser player apparently. Whew. That was a spicy one. Okay, so next it's going to be Sisu? Oh, okay. Mark versus Sisu. So I do know both of these two like to play Falcon. So this is about to be quite the spicy matchup. I'm excited. I'm having fun. I hope you guys are too, because this has been a pretty dope series so far. UConn got one. Seton got one. Game number 3. Who's pushing ahead? You finna find out as we get into this Falcon mirror. Sisu, one of my favorite Falcons in the league, definitely knows how to pilot the captain to maximum efficiency. But Mark is no slouch either, apparently. Yeah, you have it. You see here on the screen, the Ditto Mirror. I believe they already did the button check. No, they're gonna do it here. Wait. Are they getting into it? Is this the game? Oh dear. Okay, yeah, they're going at it. Okay. Sisu in the classic. Mark rocking the bloody red. Oh, wow. Went for the up air. I saw it. You listen to the timing on the up B. No rapid boost either. Sisu. Oh my goodness. Wall to wall. Oh, was that the spot? No, not quite. Okay. Managed to knock the Falcon straight out of the air. 3-1. There's the top. There's the come on. Oh, wow. Subusing the Ditto. Not even making it look close. Taking him all the way in there. Lead. I didn't even get to make a joke yet.
Captain Falcon wins.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Sisu is built different. I just want y'all to understand. As Sisu did the full wall-to-wall combo. Oh my goodness. Remember when I said Sisu was my favorite Captain Falcon in the league? It's because stuff like this. The man just knows how to float through literally everything. Although I do think we do need a banner switch for both of these players. Wow. We're gonna get into it here. Like I said, run it back. Let's do it again. I don't care. It's happening. Small battlefield. Taunt to start. Okay. Off the bat. Sisu in blue. Narcotics in the red. Hoping for a different outcome here. Jab combo. Side pressure. Good ledge game. Not letting him get back on. Ooh, went for the stomp. But what was that? Mark, my boy. Falling a little too flat as Sisu. He's going to take that all the way to the bank. And yeah, going to go for it again. This time, stomp. Yeah. The wings a little too short to fly back to stage here. Sisu looking the closest one out. Make it a double 3 stalker. Unless Mark has anything to say about that dash attack, will sweep. Nice roll back to control that distance. Launching a bit farther. Up B, up B. Ooh. Up, gets the grab on him. Setting up the combo, not there. Forward air, not gonna land. Stomp, also not gonna land. Oh man, I know Cap on the Soko would be having a field day. Other Cap would be crying because of the immaculate play from Sisu. Good knee to land. Push him all the way across. Not gonna land. Jab combo does. Sisu at 156. What is he plotting here? Oh my goodness. Mark went for the jump. Didn't land that up B, and unfortunately, like Icarus, flying too close to the sun will fall. And that will be the double 3 stock going the way of Yukon and Sisu. Relatively quick fashion. I'm looking at my notes to check, and there are no notes. There's just this one sticky note in the corner that says Sisu is him in all caps, because that's a Falcon performance you can be proud of, I suppose. As that will boost University of Connecticut ahead now. Let's see if Seton Hall can bring it back in this next matchup. And hopefully a more inspired matchup as well, because it was not the best showing from Mark and the boys. But, I mean, maybe that's just the power of Sisu. Maybe he really just is that good. I know, I'm a fan of this. That's for sure. Like, I've seen him play multiple times throughout this past year, and he's just like, every single time he's showing me something, and I'm like, is Falcon supposed to be able to do that? Like, anyway, that's in the past. Now we're moving forward. I do believe it is Utopia for University of Connecticut and Arc for Seton. We'll get it figured out. But yes, big old Utopia coming out to play. And if there's one thing I know about Utopia, we thought Sisu's Captain Falcon was good. Utopia on the Ganondorf. Absolutely nutty. Absolutely nutty. They're just going to do a quick little button check before they get into the proceedings, as is custom here in this league. Just so they can make sure everything on the controller is working over this long-distance connection. As my dog is nipping at my heel. Can I put my dog on camera? Is that allowed? She did not want to stay on her bed anymore. Chat, do you want to see the dog on cam? Well, let me know. I see 2 votes for Doggo. Let me try and get her up here. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Oh, she's a biggin. Try hi. She's right. She's right. Oh, she thinks she's people. Alright, so we're gonna try and cast this with my dog licking my ear. Patterson, don't recommend. We are getting into this next game here. We do have the man himself, Utopia, on the Ganondorf. And we got Big Arc rocking proceedings on the Inkling. Let's see how well they can get this done. Okay, no Utopia to be a really I mean, he's Ganon, you're gonna play aggro, that's how that works. See how well his game plan is gonna work out. Arc not able to get anything and will automatically will early lose his first stock. Flat Roller not gonna do much. Went for the King Swing. Grenade. Into the launch. Splat, splat. Jab. Get him covered. Monster cover a bit of paint themselves. That tank running on empty. Charging it. Oh! Wow. That was so close to being a lot more terrible than it actually wound up being. But once again, Arc will fall. Utopia exerting all the might of the Triforce of Power wielder. Oh, there's a stomp. That should be it. Yeah, just like that. Utopia getting a quick old 3-star. As we can jump into that replay real quick. I mean, Arc had an idea of what he wanted to do. But unfortunately, the mites that is Utopia. See, that's the thing with UConn. Y'all got me messed up. Y'all keep doing Sisu and Utopia back to back in some combination. And every single time, they just absolutely be dominating. And it's really, really scary. Shout out to UConn for having such a solid team lineup every week, week in, week out, making it look so, so well. Unfortunately for Arc, not even able to get going before it was over. Oh, lordy lord. Got a full charge on that. It's funny, he missed the full charge against a back air. To swing it like, full charge, doesn't break shield. Yeah, it can do something. Goes for the dash grab, jump, back air. Sayonara squid. And that was just so unfortunate for Arc. Literally unable to get anything going here in game number 1. We are waiting for the pick for game number 2. And it looks to be small battlefield. And that's a little bit scary. if your name is Arc on this little splatty. And we're gonna go just straight into it. The character switch coming out from Arc. Okay, I like this a lot more. Iron Mithra coming in up against Ganondorf should fare a lot better. Just able to get some more agency. Neutral Air coming in back here as well. If Utopia can rise to the challenge, or is Arc actually going to get some offense in this time? Already doing a lot better than he was before. And there's the combo. There's start. Oh my goodness. Fall away, my friend. Fly away. Gets hit with the down air. No shoulder charge. Side B either. Off stage. This is the raid. Okay. Go for the switch into Bira. The closer coming through. Flame Wheel. Not going to get it done. Ooh, wow. Avoiding the up tilt and back fist in the air. So once again, seal the deal. Okay, holding it in. Good dash away to avoid the side beam. Utopia still has not fallen just yet. Managing to stay alive. To make it work, 130 to 146. Just run up forward here. Should do the trick. Not gonna work. Blazing the end. Not gonna spell the end of this first stock. Trying to make it work the best he can. Side B is gonna land from Utopia, setting it up. Setting it up, gets the third. Ooh, forward air. Forward smash, my God. I'm tired, I am so sorry, guys. Hits the down air though, we'll bounce house her all the way through the stage. For it. Very good parry, and he just boosts her! Are you... What? Hold on! Now, I've seen a lot of disrespectful kills in this game's lifetime, but I think that puts it up there with the top 5, because you mean to tell me this man parries, repositions, and just boots. Oh my God, Utopia. I think he and Sisu are tied for like the most disrespectful players in this league because they stay doing this. They stay doing this. Crazy. This man still be doing this. Once again, double 3 stock, going the way of University of Connecticut, putting up at a very hardy point score. So that does leave us with the last series of the day. Mr. L. Mr. L versus Pace, I believe. We're here. Oh my God. I look at that point score and I'm just like, yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, that looks about correct. So we do see University of Connecticut with a nice 22 points, making it look so easy here. Now we're just gonna play it out, play all 5. Might as well get it done. Thing about dogs, they demand to be pet whenever. Now she like literally won't leave my side, but she doesn't want to be picked up again. So she let me know that very handedly during the cast. Alright, let's see if Pace can get anything back on the board for Seton Hall here before we close this one out. Between Seton Hall and University of Connecticut. We are just going through the stage bans and picks. rocking out to the music. Okay. But I'm pretty sure it's, pretty simple to say by this point. Unfortunately, Seton Hall eliminated for getting points to even win the series. Because, that's how math works. But they still can get points for their school overall if they win the set, So every point matters at the end of season, etc., etc. I'm sure someone else other than me has said it before. We are going to get into it here. I do want to say a big thank you to everyone that has stayed on for these, these super long stream, these super long broadcast days. It really does mean a lot to us, the staff here at EGF, that y'all show interest in it. Y'all stay and watch your teams play, your members play, even if you're just watching as a fan, even if you're just watching as, a supporter of the Scholastics esports scene. It really does mean a lot. And we have so much Smash happening. I know we have it on this channel as well as the EGF's SSBU channel, as well as EGF2 with Mid-South Conference going on. Tuesdays are for Smash Bros. Ultimate, and don't you ever forget it, because we got it here for you every single step of the way. But yeah, like I said, just trying to get these stage selects and bans out of the way before we get started. And it's Mr. L versus Pace 919. Oh shit. Woo. Just a sneeze. All right, we have our stages decided. Our players are in, and they're just going to do a quick little button check before we get into this. The final game of this series, not necessarily the final game of the day, because we still have Hawaii versus UT Arlington after this. So there's still a considerable amount of Smash Brothers to be played. Just waiting for the ready up from both of the players in the chat so we can know to go. We have confirmation they have started the button check. I promise, guys, I promise we're gonna get there, okay? It's like when you're in that car ride with your parents when you're younger and you're like, are we there yet? Are we there yet? I promise you, you'll know when we're there. I might stop and get one large black coffee and nothing for you unruly kids in the back because you'll be kicking seats and screaming the entire time. Not speaking for personal experience or anything, not at all. That was not a personal anecdote. Alright, we are finally getting into it. Pace versus Mr. L. You know how it goes. We got Mr. L on Luigi. We got Pace on the dreaded Steve. Pace for University of Connecticut. I mean, Mr. L for University of Connecticut. Pace for Seton Hall. Off to the races they are. Both sitting pretty easy, pretty even. Mr. L does considerable work on his Luigi pick. Landing with the plungers, start racking them up that damage. Interestingly enough, keeping pace on his toes. I see that gold block on that dig site, on that inventory. Ooh. Ah, there's a gold nugget and a diamond? My goodness, hits him through the brick. Doesn't even matter. Minecart is there, stops the momentum, gets him trapped, back throw. For more. A B, ooh, just barely missing. Fortunately, Fallacy is there. Now will be Pace taking the first stock. Oh no, Mr. L trying to go for it again and not going to work, and now it's going to stack that. Air up tilt, making it work. Minecart, avoided. Pace still on his first stop. Mr. L trying to close this one out. Goes for an air kill, not gonna work, and a forward smash for his troubles. Great punish by Pace. Oof. Barely missing. Mr. L's the minecarts will seal the deal. Done. Has a diamond and gold. Ooh, that's scary. Looking to get some work done. Just one up chop. Yep, okay, there's the momentum Mr. L was looking for. That's exactly what he needed to do. Once again, gets met with a minecart in the air. Ooh, parries the anvil. Very good job on that. Gotta stop him from gathering materials. I saw two diamonds in that bunch. Jump straight over the forward smash. Very good job by Mr. L. Has to play catch up here. Pushing Steve to the side. Fireball in the minecart. Looking for something. That's a diamond sword. You gotta watch out for that. Oh no, the platform! He was relying on it! Oh no! He's looking to the end! Yeah, jumping forward air. And that will be Pace getting some more points in the pocket of Seton Hall. That is my doggy licking my feet because she needs some foods. I'll feed you later, I promise, Boo Boo. Speaking of feeding, though, Pace getting fed kill after kill after kill as Mr. L was not able to get in here, not able to get any momentum going for real. You did see him get like that one cheeky little stock that he managed to get, but it just was nothing else after that. I'm getting tangled up here. Okay. But yeah, just very textbook Steve play. Unfortunately, not much Mr. L could do to get going. As we are going to get into this last button check for potentially the last game of this series. Looking like that angle. We are getting into it here. There is a character switch. Let's see if Mr. L can recoup on this, or is Pace going to continue all the way forward on this Cloud now rather than on the Steve, making it work to the best of his ability. Oh my goodness, maximum damage off the start. Looking for the headbutt. Ah! Trying to meet him there. Up B, not going to work. Gets scored off the side of the stage and angle bounce down. Mr. L managed to take that stock, but will get returned on. Ooh, that Buster Sword does a lot of damage, doesn't it? Tries to fully charge this first. Nothing. Good shielding coming through. Dash attack not going to work by Mr. L. Up B missing by Pace. Trying something not going to work. That grab though, potentially, yeah. Setting up for that ledge trap. Mr. L doing his best, doing something, trying to make something work, fishing for an answer. 143 now. Pace unable to close on his first stock. Oh, Mr. L, cheeky monsieur, will get returned on though, but Pace sitting on his final stock. Mr. L has two. You saw how hard it was for Pace to actually get a stock off on Mr. L at the beginning of this game. Okay, that's good damage. It's a good start. It's a good start, my boy. Trying to make something out of very little. Good drop kick in by Mr. L. Pace has to play everything perfectly and not get tagged. Okay. Good answers through. Good shield. Good shield. Pace sitting at 50. He's waiting for it. He knew exactly what he was going for. Called the bluff, called the bait. Tries to go for offstage again. This didn't work out for you too well last time, Pace. Learned his lesson this time. Goes for the up air. Not gonna happen. Tries to continue for a short hop down air to get a bounce Combos start going. What's up, shield? No grab. Okay, okay. We'll tag him back. It is 1-to-1 final stock apiece. Pace sitting at 151 and can easily get converted. Yeah, 78 now. He's in a dangerous position. Luigi has many ways to skin a cat. The wave will land. A dash attack. He's very far off stage. He could go for it. He could go for it. Good charge, good weight, good patience by Pace. Lot of room to cover. Mr. L could do something cheeky. Pairing the up B. Good decision. Back air, okay. Dismiss the dash attack. The tornado beats the down air. Dash the charge, and yeah, that should do it. Rear that head and fist back and goes in, and we're going to game number 3. Mr. L finding his footing. Imagine you get some kills and get another point on the board for his brethren, and this game felt so different. I guess it's just the matchup type in this, but I do feel like Pace was unable to get the momentum he had as Steve rolling as he did on this cloud. Yeah, that first stock kind of told you the tale of this series. Pace unable to actually have the right answers for whatever Mr. L was throwing out. You saw it took him 140, like 150, I want to say, 160 in that range before he even lost that first stock, just because like he was just getting reads left, right, and center. And we are now getting into this important game number 3. And they meant to go to PS2, I believe. So we're just going to get that out of the way. Get the proper stage, the right stage, you know, the correct stage. But yeah, like Mr. L coming alive there in game number 2. Unfortunately, Pace not able to actually get any footing going. Maybe this will be different going back to going to PS2 rather. Maybe he goes back to the Steve, or does he stick with the Cloud? We will have to find out. So we're gonna get into it here. This has been pretty dope to see. But like once again, Connecticut just playing for points. Seton just also playing for points. University of Connecticut very handily took the series off of the amazing back-to-back 2-0 by Sisu and Utopia. We're getting into it. Okay, it does look like that Pace is going to stick with the Cloud here on PS2. Mr. L, of course, is going to be Luigi. Let's see what he can do. Okay, off to a good start is Mr. L. Managed to get some good damage onto Pace. Yeah, he has that read. Back throw. Okay. Powered up B will get back to stage. Good recovery to what that is. Back. Tag a little bit. Get a little bit of damage peppered in there, left, right, and center. Good job. Getting the jab combos short, sweet, and backing off. Not hard committing. Getting what he can. Dash attack. Nah, jumping forward air. Very nice. Get that short hop forward air in. There's the dash attack coming out. Just barely missing the dash attack from Pace. Easy tornado. Watch your damage. Dash attack is shielded. Good spot dodge to go for it. Off stage. Foot school not there. Oh, Misty powered. Omni slash. Gets hit with the up B. Very nice. Pace sitting at 130. Mr. L 93. Still first stock. Goes for the off stage and we'll get the spike. Pace making it work. Okay. What? That's just a wall back here. Okay. Like killing Pace, but he will get up on stage and get launched straight into the stratosphere. Now it is 2-2. To make this work is Mr. L bringing this back. There's the Luigi combo. Number 5 getting done. Managed to make this work. Okay, gets behind. Good shield by Mr. L, unfortunately, just missing off of that. Yeah, buddy. full might of the Buster Sword. Gonna take Mr. L down to his final stock here. Let's see how quickly he can shore up this difference without taking any damage. Pace still sitting on 2, but that's a very high 2. Goes off stage again. The chop is there. Oh, perfect up B, but unfortunately it bounced him off the stage. Okay. Will back lift him. 1-1 now. Pace. I see if it closes out. Oh, Mr. L get his redemption here. Alright, up B connects both halves. Down. Oh, no way! Woo, good tuck and roll. Stop, drop, and roll by Mr. L to get back onto the stage. Good DI there, managing to come in. But one more of those hits. Yeah, best believe Pace is going to get it. Just now suffering his first bit of damage on this final stock. Goes for the offstage. Looking for the dash attack. Not gonna find it. Waiting for him to get back on stage. Good recovery in the shield. More options, a little slower, but it works. Back throw. Looks for offstage. Pace. Trying to close it out. Oh, good roll behind. Will get caught though. Very nice job, but one up grab does the trick. Forward throw. Fully charged. Luigi Tornado. Makes something work. Good dodge. Dash attack will be shielded. Up B. Launching him real far. Recovery is there. Whew. Chop. That distance. Keep that distance. Once again, up B. Creates a lot of pressure. Pace just looking for that end. Oh, the up B immediately got to the ledge and managed to get that timing through. Mr. L's at 192. Almost full charge on the limit. Dash attack does not land. Nah, that's going to be a punish. He's going to go flying, and Mr. L will be crying. Pace taking the victory here. Very hard fought. It is a 2-1. Making it work out in the end. And yeah, this one was a lot more hard fought. This one was definitely the back and forth all the way towards the end, but unfortunately for Mr. L, Pace was just a little bit too much for him to handle. But yeah, just really good play by Pace. The character switch working out in the end was a little bit scary there at first, but still managing to clutch it out. And it's just very good use of Cloud's large sword, large spacing abilities, coupled with these strong aerials to make it work in the end off stage. It's so good. So good. Covers such a long cleave. It hit from so many angles. Kudos to Mr. L for surviving for as long as he did. But unfortunately was not enough in the end. And yeah, just you see it right there, the final nail in the coffin. Missing the dash attack is very punishable on a Luigi. This makes that victory so much sweeter. With that being said though, we do have a winner's interview for this series, so I'm actually going to throw it to winner's interview with Sisu, so I'm going to throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, we will have the interview set up for you guys to watch. So, see you in a moment. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody. We have with us Victorious Squad here. We got an interview with the man, the myth, the legend. It's Sisu. First off, congratulations on the team victory. How are you feeling after such a dominating performance?
Thanks. Feeling great. You know, the team and I are really, really happy. Seton's a good team, and you know, we just had to come here and take care of business, though.
Taking care of business. I love it. I love it. So here we are. It's week 10. Like we're super far into this thing, and honestly, like this is where either fatigue starts to set in, or like the team just feels like they're absolutely unstoppable before, you know, it goes all the way through the playoffs. Where do you feel like you and the squad are currently in the standings, and where do you think your peak will be by the end of season?
Yeah, I mean, the team feels great. We got some stuff we're still working on, but I feel like we got some momentum on our side. Yeah, I'm feeling really good. I don't see anyone beating me, so you know, I'm just doing my thing and having a good time.
Very nice indeed. Well, I love that the morale is high, the confidence is high. Looking forward to seeing you guys do more as the season goes on. Shout outs, call outs, talk the trash, talk the smack, give congratulations, whatever you want to say. The floor is yours, my man.
Yeah. First of all, shout outs to eMoneyBalla, and then shout outs to Utopia, who's been you know, carrying with that Ganon. People trying to disrespect, but you know, that dude's built different. And honestly, shout outs to me, because like they were trying to do a, you know, a little Falcon Ditto, and you know, that was their first mistake, so I had to put them in their place.
Yeah, didn't see that work out for them too well. Yeah, honestly, watching both you and Utopia in this league are like so dope, because y'all will usually go back to back all the time in your matches, and I'm just like, oh, y'all gotta watch this. Y'all gotta stay tuned for this. It's gonna be crazy, and often than not, it's pretty banger matches. So once again, congratulations on the victory, and looking forward to see you guys in the future for more dominance and more amazing gameplay.
Thank you. Can't wait.
With that being said, we do have one more series on this channel. One more series to get through tonight. So do stay tuned. It will be University of Hawaii versus UT Arlington. Should be pretty intense. So if you're rocking with us all the way through the night, I'm going to throw it to the break. When we get back, I might not be here. You always got to stay tuned and find out for more EGFC. So see you after the break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the EGFC. Surprise, we're back. It's me and Cap getting ready to cap off your night. One last match here. University of Hawaii, the Rainbow Warriors, going up against the University of Texas Arlington Mavericks. It should be a fun 1-2 battle, or two teams that are battling for the top of the standings. UTA undefeated so far this year, and Hawaii only one loss in the regular season.
And I bet I can guess who that was too. As we go into this, we do already have confirmed first picks for both of these teams. Like we have, I got corrected on this last time, and I'm already gonna forget it. View or Vu? Is it just Vu?
I believe it's just Vu.
I think it is two, but I'm not super confident. On the link, for Hawaii versus for Arlington, we've got Davey on the Dark Pit. Now, Pit, a character that's been making a little bit of a splash recently, because as I actually learned at the top of this night, I didn't realize that Zachary had played Pit at Kagaribi, the most recent Japanese regional. So, I mean, there's certainly a lot of hype around the character right now, but we're going to have to see what Davey has to offer on this Dark Pit.
Yeah, and going up against Vu's Link, so we'll have to see. Vu has played very well so far this split. Again, Hawaii, a roster that, a lot of depth on this roster and a lot of turnover as of late. You know, this roster, over the 3 seasons they've been in the EGFC, we've seen a lot of players in and out, get a lot of playtime. Vu kind of a new addition to this squad, but so far 4-0 is what I have them at this season, and they're looking to try and take down one of the MVPs and captains of this stacked UTA roster, and they're going to find an early lead off the back of it. Only 17% here taken by Vu, and Davey's Dark Pit at a little bit of a deficit.
Yeah, a little bit is putting it very lightly. Only 37% on Vu right now as we head into the bowels of this second stock. Davey working to catch up here. Pit, not necessarily a character known for catching up, making these big comebacks, but absolutely a solid neutral game on this character, right? With those swords, pretty safe. A lot of jumps, not super fast, but fast enough in a lot of circumstances that I feel like there's definitely ways for Davey to get back into this, and we're definitely seeing a good start to it as Vu off the right side of the stage at 105%, getting sniped out by the air with the bomb recovery, but missing the tech, unfortunately, is going to cost Vu the stock. Only 34% on Davey, make that 44 as we go into Vu's second stock.
Going into Vu's second stock, and so far, good up B out of shield there from Vu. We'll see if Vu, patient play there. And he's going to get the bomb again. Vu, back-to-back bombs land, and he's able to get back to a full stock lead here. And yeah, Vu's Link is just clicking right now. Davey's shown some stuff, but still all the agency in the world. And that's one of the things about the Links, right? With all those projectiles and all those setups that you got to worry about, it just feels like they are almost always in control of the pace of a matchup, and it really puts the emphasis on Davey to adapt and overcome here, and so far, not able to do that very quickly here in game number 1.
Yeah, and also with Link in particular, right, you have two very different playstyles. You have kind of what you expect out of Link is the typical throwing projectiles, keeping the spacing, throwing out those nice strong hitboxes to basically dare you to enter his space, but then you also have the really technical, really precise bomb combos and the Z drops and the this and the that and the tech and the here and the there. And honestly, you got to look out for both of them. I think Vu, I would absolutely believe is technical enough to be able to pull off some of these lesser known and lesser used combos, but not going to need him quite yet, as Davey sitting at 128 to Vu's 94%. We're going to eat a forward air for the jump and is going to secure this game. Strong start from Vu. I mean, you always want, the more stocks, the better. We always talk about it in this series, right? The more points you get, it can matter at the end of the day. And starting off with a 2-stock is, that's pretty nice if you're Hawaii.
Feeling pretty good about it so far. Davey getting shut down in the first game of this series, and a player that, Davey, I mean, time and time again we talk about how strong this UTA roster is, and Davey being a captain, but Davey has had, some of these games where it gets a little bit closer than he'd like, and he might drop game 1 or so, but he usually comes back and adapts in game number 2. Look at this forward tilt catching behind, the spacing of Vu on point, and that move just being so darn good, covering so much space. But, Davey is also no stranger to making these plays in terms of coming up with counter picks and whatnot. As you see the attempted bomb recovery there, just couldn't quite tech it. And even if he did, looked like Davey was lining up to try and get the spike off the back of it. But to the point I was going to make, this is character number, hold on, let me count real quick. He's gone through PT, Luigi, Pyramithra, Steve. Dark Pit makes 5 now in his time here at the EGFC. And you got to remember, this is only UTA's 3rd full split here. They've got a partial season way back in season 3 to play in, and then this is really their first full year. And so through only a handful of games to play 5 different characters and have this strong of a record shows how strong of a player he is, and to be struggling to Vu early is a good sign for the Rainbow Warriors.
Absolutely, and I mean, honestly, looking pretty good on this Dark Pit as well. Nothing crazy that I've seen so far, but pretty solid fundamentals coming out from this character. Definitely knows their way around Pit at least a little bit. But Vu, not exactly frightened by it, as we saw them take the 2 stock in the game 1 and already putting out a pretty decent performance in game 2, but we're already seeing Davey adapt a little bit. A slight lead here that I'm not sure is going to be kept as Vu gets the edge trap scenario set up. Bomb goes over the corner. Slick tech coming out from Davey, but what's the choice here? Goes for the get-up read with the bomb, but not quite going to find it, as the roll directly in front of Vu is going to go unpunished. As Vu just looking for ways to close up the stock at this point, starting to throw out pretty strong kill moves, especially on that forward air. Looking for the boomerang conversion, but not quite going to find it. Looking for another one, and that one is going to land, but not quite going to kill. A little bit of bomb shenanigans coming out, and the forward air is finally going to seal away that first stock in Vu's favor.
Really strong start here by Vu, and this is one of those things where when you look at these characters, I do kind of tend to favor the Lynx, not only because of the agency that they have, but also when it comes to these higher percents and landing stronger hits, Lynx Sword just hits a little harder typically. So Davey has to work a little bit harder to find ways to take those stocks. As Vu, fantastic tech there, as Davey didn't quite get the spike hitbox and he was ready to tech the stage. Arrow's gonna land, but the bomb recovery, another solid tech by Vu to survive. Unfortunately, he'll die to the dash attack, but message sent and received here. Vu's technical prowess is on display.
Absolutely, very slick kill there as we're looking at an even game right now, essentially, right? 40%, definitely nothing crazy as we see Davey start to rack up percent on Vu here. This is actually getting a little scary, honestly. Not necessarily because of the percent. Obviously, Vu's still very low, but just that idea that Davey is able to keep Vu in this corner is something that I feel like we haven't seen super strongly yet in this series that is starting to get put on display here. I feel like Davey's been holding center stage for a really long time now. That's a little scary for a character like Link, who wants to really be in a position, an advantageous position.
It's also kind of an odd point, though, because Vu, I feel like, while he does want to be in an advantageous position, Link with all those projectiles, he's not afraid to be on the outskirts of the stage, so we'll have to see if Davey can kind of make anything of that stage positioning, or if Vu will just say, okay, kind of found my new home on the outside of the stage. But still, relatively even. Good reflect there off of that side B, kind of pushing that bomb away for the moment. Up air gonna land, but not going to be strong enough to kill quite yet. Grab landing. Vu racking up that percent now. Looking for a potential boomerang follow-up or bomb kill here. Side B's not going to land. Dash attack being used and not going to be true to the mark there either. But both playing very carefully here. Nothing too committal.
Absolutely. We're seeing a lot of nairs come out from Davey and Vu, being very smart, not picking these, panic out of shield options that would not cover the distance that nair is giving Davey in these scenarios, right? We're seeing these calm, grabs out of shield, just getting ready for the option and just preparing to punish it, whatever it might be. Big parry on the fair there, and that up B out of that, honestly, is going to secure the stock for Vu. Again, a small but not insignificant lead for Vu.
That up B at a shield is absurdly fast. It doesn't seem like a fast move, but yeah, it's one of Link's better out of shield options, and it's able to take kills, especially at those high percents, so good stuff to Vu. And look at this combo that he's racked up. All of a sudden, Davies at 72, seemingly out of nowhere, and Vu is still at 146. He's been at, above, I'd say, 120 for seemingly a while now. Davey struggling to find something here, but he will sneak in a dash attack once more. Last stock apiece between these two in game number 2. Vu trying to close this series out if he can.
Absolutely, and definitely in the position to do it as Davey, sitting at almost 100% on their final stock, really has to make magic work here to get this game to turn in their favor. Pitt, again, I did mention, not a character necessarily known for their big momentum shifts, just more of a solid neutral character, so we're going to have to see a lot of solid neutral play coming out from Davey. This is a decent start, holding that center stage, but again, like you mentioned, Vu very happy to sit at the ledges, especially, in this lead, this position of a lead that they have. Just sit there and throw boomerangs all day, and you're none the wiser. If you're Davey, as long as you're not winning these trades, Vu can just do that all day, and you're just kind of out of luck.
Maybe an opening here. Vu gets a nair off of that jump. 128, and Davey's got to play so carefully here, because now, really, truly, any strong hit from Vu will do the trick. Forward airs, even maybe a strong hit from nair at a good position. Any smash attack. That bomb combo was well done, well executed by Vu. That forward tilt has also got to be a kind of lingering threat here, but the boomerang gets reflected, and Davey escapes the side of the stage for now, but he's still stuck on the platform. Boomerang will land. Boomerangs won't kill, but they are still in that potential threat range for a setup, as the arrows are being shielded, and I feel like Davey is in a cycle right now, but maybe an up throw will do the trick. Yes, it will. A little bit of a mix-up there, but one that works out, and Vu will take the opening series against UTA.
Big up throw. I'll say I didn't know that was a kill throw, and I'm not necessarily sure that Davey did either. Seeing a lot of shielding coming out in those situations. A lot of the times you're doing that because, yeah, I don't care what the other guy does, because if he grabs me, he's not going to get a lot out of it, right? You see this a lot against Foxes, for example. At very high percents, you'll see a lot of people opt for shielding over other options because they'd rather get grabbed than anything else, because it's much harder for them to lead to a kill. But at those high percents, Link does have that option, could absolutely take that off the top there, and that's exactly what we're going to see them do.
Yeah, and I was saying how Davey kind of got stuck in a cycle because, I mean, he's got to shield all of those projectiles, but then he also, can't really move afterwards. He felt like, all right, he's going to throw out his arrow to contest the next projectile, and then he's got to shield the next one, and Vu used that opening to kind of get in and make plays happen. And this was really a turning point when they were both so close in the percentage at a high percent here on stock number 2. The fact that the up smash missed off the parry, Davey's got to be a little bit upset about that one, but it's one that Vu will gladly take as that up B came out afterward.
Absolutely, and I mean, I got to imagine that it's just like the landing hitbox of forward air, right? Just kind of lowering Link to the ground, plus the combination that, honestly, that up smash does not cover as much as it maybe should. So just really unfortunate they're not working out for Davey. Don't think that's really their fault there. I think it's just a weird hitbox collision that unfortunately did cost them the stock.
Turnaround up B2, I believe, by Vu to take that stock as well. I'm not sure it matters, but still, it was able to take that stock either way. Dash attack also a sneaky kill option Davey found throughout this set to give himself a chance, but at last here, this last final stock taken at 164 is when Vu finds that up throw to take the first set of this battle. So University of Hawaii, they got one against UTA, and that's one that a lot of schools have struggled with here, because UTA, I mean, they are the defending league champions from Season 3, and so many veterans on this roster, such talent, so many different play styles that they can adapt to. To get one is always strong, but Hawaii, they're obviously looking for more. They want to be able to prove that they are one of the top programs here in the EGFC. In fact, they had to play through UTA in that league championship It was top 13 teams made the playoff bracket, and Hawaii and UTA ended up in the same pool. So they're no strangers to each other, and Hawaii, certainly a team that does their homework.
Absolutely. Speaking of Hawaii, we do have their confirmed next player. It is going to be Thermalax coming out for Hawaii versus... I'm not sure who we have coming out for UT Arlington. I don't see it, but we'll find out in a second here. Looks like they're also trying to figure out who, the bands, the stage situations. All right, there we go. Beastly is going to be coming out for UT Arlington. So I am not sure what the characters are there, but I know I know it's in a spreadsheet somewhere. I know you got that information.
I do. So let's go through the rosters here. Let me find Thermalax. Last time I saw Thermalax, he was rocking the King DDD. And as so far that I see from him this year, yeah, I believe it has been the King DDD. We've seen him 5 times so far, I believe, this year. 5-0 is his record. He also had a fantastic playoff record. Kind of a newer player to this UTA roster, or not UTA, to this Hawaii roster overall. Made his first real appearance in the Western Conference playoffs. Only had 1 regular season start, was 1-0 last year, but then played in just about every single playoff game, and I'm not sure that he lost a set in those postseason matchups. Actually only lost once, but it did not cost them. So Thermalax has been playing great on the King DDD. On the flip side of that, Beastly, I mean, he's a veteran of the Smash scene. He's a scary player. He's gone through a bunch of different characters this year as well. The Ness has been the tried and true pick for him. We have seen in the past Rob, PT, Diddy Kong as well. We also saw a week where just about everybody on UTA went Steve once, so if they opt to go DLC again, maybe we'll see that. But last week, we got to see his first appearance of Wolf, and the Wolf did fantastic as Beastly so far 9-0 in the regular season, just like UTA.
And living up to the name, of course. We're a lot of options going into this DDD. A lot of them are good options. I'll be honest with you. I think if Ness is the tried and true for this current season, then hey, let it rip. I think Ness has a decent enough matchup in a DDD. You could definitely, pick some other characters here. I think there are better options from that pool. Specifically on up that Wolf that you mentioned. For one, if this is like a fresh debut, then I imagine maybe we will see it again tonight, because maybe this is a character that's been practiced in the background and is finally bracket ready. But also just into DDD, right? A lot of those aerials, especially the forward air, has that sword-like, property about it where it's very disjointed, very easy to just swap those Gorgos away. Plus, I mean, Wolf, a character that, while not necessarily known for their huge combo game, does have a pretty extensive combo game, and especially against a heavyweight like DDD, can very much just ledge trap you until you get you 0 to 70 and then ledge trap you for the stock. Like, that is just a tried and true formula that does work against heavier characters for Wolf. So we're gonna have to see what the pick is coming out from Beastly here.
Again, there also could be, another character in the works that, he's opted to play for. We'll have to see. But yeah, Thermalax on the flip side, again, exclusively King DDD to our knowledge. We haven't really seen Thermalax change things up. And, there's something to be said, though, about, these two schools and the seasons that they've had so far, because, again, these are two of the teams at the top of our standings. UTA, not only defending league champs, but 9-0 so far this season. But Hawaii has always been a team that is kind of bubble-esque. Always very either on the cusp of making the playoffs or just barely snuck in to the playoffs, and hasn't really had that kind of big breakthrough into the upper echelons of the EGF. But this year is starting to kind of look like that year. They've gotten a couple of big wins. Their only loss, I looked it up way back in week 5 to a University of Marquette roster that has kind of taken a step up this year as well. But you look at previous seasons for the side of Hawaii. I mean, just last year, only 10-6. They're only 2 wins away from getting right back to that 10-win marker. And again, you look at some of their wins. They've taken out Colorado, who was a league finalist. They've taken down, I believe it was St. John's, who's been another kind of regular season king. They're a team that is starting to now not only, get big wins against some of the teams that are struggling or teams that are below 500, but they're starting to now get wins against those teams that used to be dominant or that had big wins in the past. And now we're going to see another Dark Pit here entering the fray for Beastly. And I'm starting to see a trend for UTA.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of the pits here tonight. You did mention that before they had a night where we had an exclusive Steve night. Maybe we're just feeling the pits today. I mean, we'll see how it works out for them, as it didn't work out too great the first game. We'll see if Beastly can do anything different on this pit, as we see already 119 on Thermalax here. This is another, Pit's another character that's going to be looking for these ledge traps against this DDD, who really only has so many paths to get back onto the stage, especially with that up B being so vertical as it is. So we're gonna have to see basically who wins neutral better, I think, is what it's gonna come down to.
Yeah, and that's gonna be really difficult, I think, for Thermalax to do in a matchup like this. Interestingly enough, we saw the Mario versus King DDD earlier, and Mario is able to deal with Gordo very effectively just by using Fireball very frequently. Pit doesn't have as easy of a way, I guess, to deal. They do have the reflector, but the arrow is not as fast as the fireball, and it's not necessarily the best of angles, although it does cover a lot. So we'll have to see how Beastly deals with it, but it doesn't matter so far because they've got the lead off of that up smash moments ago. Now Thermalax is going to be forced to make a play here to try and come back. They're going to find the rapid jab, and this is going to certainly stack on that percentage. 119 here for Beastly, and they'll continue to chip away at this stock and see if they can get any extra credit, but the Gordo's bouncing, and the up tilt is going to catch Beastly, and down goes the first stock of this pit.
And Pit never learned how to read, it turns out. 15% already on Beastly here. Thermalax making to look a dent in this fresh stock already. I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Realistically, the best way for Pit to deal with these Gordos is these aerials, just throwing them out to just deflect. But when you're doing that, you can put yourself into a lot of end lag that can be punished if if the Gordo isn't hitting the mark. Then you just kind of are leaving yourself open to get hit. But unfortunately for Thermalax, that the hard part of this interaction is winning this neutral game and getting off these ledges against this character. As we see Beastly just racking up so much percent on this right side of the stage. We see the Nair connect again, covering the roll, catching the Gordo with the reflect, and 97% on Thermalax. Not quite at kill percent yet, but starting to get up there.
62 to 101. These back airs by Thermalax are well spaced, but they have not found their mark onto Beastly quite yet. There's one connecting, but again, low percentage here, so Beastly not too afraid. Oh, but that was a tricky predicament to be in. There, the arrow. Interesting angle hitting the Gordo there. Thermalax recovers low, but he dipped a little too low, and it gave Beastly the time to get over and get that down smash, catching Thermalax once more. So Beastly once again in the lead, but not for long. What a great play there by Thermalax to run out, get that forward air, and tie things back up at one stock apiece. Wants the forward air train, but Thermalax won't get it. They'll just continue to chip away at this stock. But now, once again, off stage is this King DDD. How does he make it back and give himself a second chance at life? Neutral get up into down tilt is how he does so.
That will absolutely do the trick, as Beastly 84%. Not necessarily in disadvantage right now, but definitely on the edge right now. As one more ledge interaction could absolutely be their stock, but turning the tables with that down throw, the nair into the down air, going to make quick work of Thermalax's positioning on this left side of the stage, force them to the ledge, where Beastly unfortunately is forced to let them get back up, but they don't have to let them into center at all, as Beastly just waiting for the options here, covering the Gordo, covering the roll, covering the jump. We're seeing all these options get covered with that fade, short hop fading back neutral aerial. It's absolutely fantastic coverage for a character as big as DDD, who realistically you don't have to do that much to cover every option on, so you just throw out a relatively big move and you're kind of set.
Good grab though. Won't find the up air, but he does dip low again, and Beastly's got those. We learned that from stock number 2. Down smash is clutch, and Beastly takes game number 1.
Yeah, Thermalex, I think, actually not snapping the ledge there, leading to his death. We're going to see the replay here in just a second as we see Thermalex air dodge off the side. And then, yep, if you look closely, you will indeed see a Thermalex upbeat past the ledge. Not sure if, honestly, like if DDD just snaps from higher, because some characters do just do that. They'll go a little above and then snap. DDD might be one of them, like at that specific angle, it just might have been a bad snap, but either way, Beastly definitely on top of that, not letting it slide this time.
Not letting it slide, and they're going to have to see if they can do something about that in the second game. Thermalex had some good plays to kind of keep this one close, though. Even though it felt like Beastly had the lead through most of this game, Thermalex was always able to quickly mitigate the damage. As that up tilt deceptively good. We didn't really see that later on in the set, but there was also not really an opportunity for him to use it afterwards. So both players playing very smart here as you get a look at the first time around that down smash was able to connect, and very, very similar here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that one, I think, was actually just the expression on DDD's face. He did not think he was going to get hit by that. I mean, yeah, I think that one was more of a raw 2-frame, right? It did look like DDD was snapping the ledge there as you see the animation change, but unfortunately just not in time. I'm touching! I'm touching! Where's my invincibility?
It's got like the Donkey Kong eyes,
Not able to grab there, and Beastly able to just take full advantage of that. But again, like you said, Thermalex, I feel like kept this incredibly competitive. Every time they lost the stock, it was not that long before we saw the favor returned, and then 23%, 30%, that's nothing for a DDD.
Yeah, and Thermalex, I mean, this is more or less kind of one of the staples of this Hawaii roster, is that it's not too often that they get these big swings. They're starting to get them more frequently, but it's these types of games that Thermalex in particular, I think a lot of his games have been a little bit closer, not necessarily huge point swings, but as long as Thermalex can keep it close, it feels like he's found ways back into the game. But still, I mean, I feel like DDD also very much a kind of a momentum character. You get this, you let this character get the ball rolling, and they can be very hard to stop. Beastly doing a good job of shutting it down best he can, and he's able to take game number 1 off the back of it. But here we are in game number 2 on Kalos, getting a kill very early. Was that Reflected Gordo taking that first stock? My goodness.
That was indeed a Reflected Gordo. Hey, your own worst enemy sometimes, those Gordos. As DDDs, you gotta be careful. You're not throwing them into, awaiting reflectors or awaiting hitboxes. You really do gotta be careful in matchups like these, especially with the pits, right? There's so many ways this character has to reflect those Gordos. They're not necessarily the best. I think they're pretty suboptimal, all things considered, but the fact that there's so many of them, I think, does make up for that fact. Because we see this rapid jab not quite kill off the right side of Kalos. This is a big hitbox for this, and in another way to reflect those, by the way, that side B is indeed a reflector. So it's just another thing to even think about. But 67% on Thermalex here. Back throw, not quite going to do it. 179 on Beastly here. This is the unfortunate problem with DDD. This character can struggle to kill if you're not finding, these tilts at ledge. So we're going to have to see if Thermalex can close this stock out before Beastly takes another one.
A dangerous spot here, because DDD, despite being a big body, also not necessarily as heavy as some of the others. 86 and a lot of rage on this pit, and somehow Gordo lands and does not kill in that situation, but second time's a charm this time around. Down goes Beastly's first stock. 91% onto Thermalex here. Looking to try and keep this close still. Looking for a way to get that percentage back. Beastly safely landing with all those jumps, but Nair into up tilt will help chip into that percentage. And this is that, you kind of mentioned it, that forward air almost acting, like a sword, being that disjoint of sorts, and just kind of using it to space out, saying you can't just walk in willy-nilly. I'm going to have these hitboxes out and ready. You're going to have to think a little bit harder, but look at that, the drag down onto the platform to get that forward smash. And Beastly has the early lead once more, and that up air sent out and away, still not able to take the stock. Love the idea of the dash attack there along that ledge, but the invincibility lasts long enough, and now look at the opening Beastly has.
Absolutely massive opening, but going to quickly get stomped out by the up smash out of shield from Thermalex. Only 40%, again, keeping this competitive, but keeping the percentages pretty low before we get to the next stock, but I mean, we're going to have to see what Beastly can do from here. Definitely has their work cut out for them. Already 50% on this DDD. But we're seeing Thermalex return the favor, putting 50% onto Beastly, putting them in a little bit of a scary situation. Standard down throw, down air, nair train we've seen all match long, but we're going to have to see what more Beastly can bring to the table to close this match out.
93 to 78. Dash attack comes through. That should start to kill relatively soon. There's the arrow to interrupt the approach from Thermalex, but still a dangerous spot to be in. Back air, soft hitbox, able to get around the up air, and the falling back air from Thermalex lands. But what a snipe by the Gordo! Thermalex, what a cheeky play that was, and he's gonna steal away game number 2 of this series.
Absolutely fantastic foresight there to realize that Beastly was going to drift into that Gordo range and to even really just go for it. Because I think Beastly had been, in those situations going pretty low, so just kind of recognizing the pattern there and able to throw out the Gordo, get into the right spot, and just a beautiful snipe coming out.
A beautiful play that was from Thermalex, and you could see the setup kind of incoming. This is where it felt like Thermalex, the game might have been getting away from him at first off this first stock, using that Gordo and having the reflector. Look at the damage. I think he was only at 60. He took like what, 40-ish percent from that reflected Gordo, and he dies off the top here too for getting overly aggressive. He's able to answer back, but it took a long minute here, right? Beastly's nearly at 200%. He crosses that 200% marker. He gets hit by the Gordo and finally dies here along the ledge, but he's already dealt 91 to Thermalex, so Thermalex really had to work to get this back to even.
Yeah, absolutely. I think once this second stock kind of wound up, we did see Thermalex kind of return to form and bring that, that low percent, kind of evening the game out, bringing it back into play. I'm sorry, guys. It's been a long day. But again, we saw Thermalex able to pull it out in the very end with that Gordo snipe. Is such a big, little momentum shift. I feel like you kind of get into the habit of, okay, they take one, we take one, but Thermalex not quite ready to give up this match just yet.
Not quite yet. So these players going through their picks and bans at the moment. As look at this frame by frame. Beastly, where are you going? Sniped by the Gordo. And down goes the sorry, I did call this dark pit at the beginning, but that is indeed just regular pit, not dark pit. Still, either way, point on the board for the side of Hawaii. And again, it's interesting to kind of note how these two teams play. I mean, UTA feels like they've kind of gone on a run. Their players are playing hot. They continue to get these big, 20-plus point wins here at EGFC. But here's Hawaii, who's, came up time and time again. They're starting to get more and more of these wins. A lot of their wins have been a little bit closer, a little bit more nail-biter-esque, but 8-1 for a reason, and their players are starting to find their groove, find some momentum. And in a format like this, we always talk about how every single stock matters, every single point matters. To sneak one in here against Beastly, who, again, undefeated on the season, it's a pretty good sign for the Rainbow Warriors.
Absolutely. I mean, especially considering the fact that they're already at a lead right now, right? As you mentioned, UT Arlington feeling like they stormed through a lot of teams, so getting that early lead is so much more important against a team like Arlington. You really want to keep as many of those points as you can, but even though Arlington's stealing one back, it's not the end of the set. If Thermalex can close this out and give Hawaii even more of a lead, that puts Arlington in a tough spot to really make sure they're putting some heavy hitters on the board.
I'm not 100% sure about this. I couldn't find the spreadsheet, but somewhere, in that pool play match, it would be the last time that these two teams met is in the league championship pool play round. I believe that scoreline was somewhere around 20-5-ish. So Hawaii, I think, already doing better than the last time they met. And Beasley, a little upset about it, as he is switching to the Rob, and Thermalax trying to catch him being over-aggressive there. Wanted the down air spike to try and reverse the situation. But the Rob switch, I mean, gonna be interesting to see. We saw this in the Mid-South. The Rob can do wonders against the heavies.
Absolutely. I mean, this character has moves for everybody, has ways to deal with the heavies with these big combos and these strings and also these hitbox they can throw out. It can deal with the lightweights with the kill power that this character has, can deal with the zoners with the projectiles, can deal with the boxers with, these moves like the down tilt and the up smash out of shield. So many options for this character. Right now, being used to try to stuff this DDD off the stage, unfortunately not doing as well maybe as they had hoped, as this down throw will lead into the up smash, giving Beasley an early lead, but still took 100% that set and going to take another 20 there and put themselves into an edge situation versus the DDD, which unfortunately will not work out for Thermalax, but able to reset the situation. Let's see if it goes any differently this time.
He's holding the hammer. He's going to take a little bit of damage for this, and Thermalax is just going to say, or at least Beasley, I should say, is going to say, nope, don't want any part of that. I'm going away. I'm flying away. And Thermalax going to eat a little bit of percent now. It's Beasley finding an opening. Wow, gyro combo, wanted the up smash afterward. Beasley with a lot of rage. This is going to get real dangerous. That laser connects, and that's going to be the stock. This Rob is putting in work all of a sudden. Thermalax, last stock here. They're able to find the back air, get one off the board of Beasley, but my goodness, it feels like, that taking down that pit in game number 2, it was like poking a sleeping bear.
Yeah, maybe you should have just taken the dive and not had to deal with this Rob that's going to JV3 Thermalax here, putting plenty of points on the board for Arlington. I don't think quite tying it up yet, but getting much closer than they were before this set started.
Pretty close. I think they'll be down 1 with this 2-stock victory. But, wow, what a play to close this out. Up throw of the gyro into the side B. The Spinorama getting the job done. And Thermalax, you look at these percents right off the bat here, 100 to 130. And it doesn't seem like it's that bad. They do get grabbed here and up thrown. But you'd think, okay, Thermalax surely finds one shortly after, right? You've got all these heavy hitboxes, but all of a sudden, the laser snipe comes through. We jumped into it in the last second. If he didn't jump into it, he would have actually, I think, fallen underneath and not gotten hit. He's able to find a back air almost immediately afterward to take one off the board of Beasley, but still, at that point, you're at such a massive deficit, and dropping 1 stock, not the worst thing in the world here for UTA.
Absolutely. I mean, you didn't tie it up. You're now 1 behind instead. Like, it's especially this early into the series. Every point does matter at the end of the day, but if you're taking a win and you're taking one with a 2-stock versus a 3-stock, especially on a squad as talented as this Arlington squad is, I don't think you're stressing about that 1 stock too much right now.
Not at all. And again, that scoreline as we get ready for set number 3, 5-6. As we get ready for that, let's see if the players have been locked in. Looks like UTA will be sending in Smoke as their 3rd player. Smoke, always an interesting one, I think, for this UTA lineup. Smoke, certainly a player that hasn't always seen the spotlight for this team, has occasionally subbed in and out. Last year, for example, only played in 3 games. And you got to remember, they played it was a shorter season for them, only 8 games as they joined in last year's spring split. And Smoke went 2-1 on the Pikachu, but then came the playoff run for UTA, and Smoke turned on the Jets. His playoff run was fantastic, mostly going Inkling instead, and his Inkling was putting in work, getting big wins against a lot of players. I think the only loss, in fact, that he took in that postseason might have been in the grand finals to Colorado's Carlish, a Terry player. So Smoke is always a player that I think you got to keep your eye on, because he's a player that doesn't see a lot of time, but has a lot of that kind of X factor and pop-off potential.
Absolutely, and looks like we've seen him. Just judging from what I've got on the spreadsheet, looks like we've seen him on Steve actually this entire season so far. So imagine we're gonna see the Steve again. Looks like we've got Darth Wampa coming in for Hawaii here though, and I'm definitely not looking up the name in the spreadsheet to see what they tend to play. I'm seeing Link. I'm seeing Ganondorf. I'm seeing Link. I'm seeing Link. I think Link is what we're going to end up seeing tonight. So if that is the case, Link Steve, I don't think this is a great matchup for Link, but the only other character I guess Wampa has played this this season of the EGFC is Ganon, who has an even worse time in the Steve. So don't think we're gonna see that come out tonight.
Yeah, we'd see the Link today. Darth Wampa. Interestingly enough, I feel like Darth Wampa has kind of been the player for Hawaii that it was a bit of trial by fire for them. Darth Wampa, when he first entered the league, was often being placed in terms of the lineup. A lot of teams will hold their anchors, or if you're power ranking your team, their number ones for those later matches, specifically slot number 5. It's like that's kind of where the captains go, and whatnot from there. It's just kind of been how a lot of these teams like to play it. They try and see how far they can stretch their lineup. And Darth Wampa, more often than not, got slot into that 5th place role pretty frequently. So even though his record last year was a little closer to even, 8-6 last year, 4-2 this year, he's been going up against some of the best for a lot of these teams. So this Link, even though the record may show it's not as clear-cut, it is certainly very experienced, and it's going to be an interesting fight here going up against Smoke's Steve, presumably.
Yeah, always important to look at, who's playing who when you're talking about these matchup, the data's behind these matchup, because, these numbers aren't telling the whole story, right? Like, as you mentioned, when you're fighting anchors, if there's a lot of times you're going to be having a negative record, despite the fact that maybe you're a very talented player. In Wampa's case, only slightly positive, 66% win rate at a 4-2. Realistically, you're going against some heavy hitters. Now, you're not going to see as much people back-ending their better players as you would in maybe say like a crew battle, where those anchors matter a lot more, considering these are individual sets. But still, it's definitely something to consider, right, of saving your hitters towards the back of the roster. But we're going to see how Wampa deals with this right now, as we have a Link versus a Pikachu.
It has been a minute since we've seen Smoke on the Pikachu, so I'm interested to see how this Pikachu does. And Darth Wampa, I believe we have seen him play against the Pikachu before. It would have been last year. I think he got to play against either Mr. L from St. John's or someone from Iona. I'll have to do the history on that later. Either way, an interesting matchup to say the least. I feel like it's my brain says, okay, Pikachu's very light. They're gonna dive this sword very early, but Pikachu also, can run away with certain matchups if they get that combo string going. If they're able to find the kill move, and if they're able to get combos like this, they can quickly mitigate a lot of the damage that Link can output.
Absolutely, and I mean, Pikachu just in general, not a character that people are super used to seeing anymore, kind of fallen to the wayside in favor of some of these Fighter Pass 2 characters for a lot of people. Even Esam, the Pikachu guy, sees a lot of Brawler nowadays, which I am here for, but not everybody is. But his bomb on the left side is going to move Pikachu a run for their money, as that forward tilt is finally going to seal out that stock, and Darth Wampa off to an early lead here.
And then in a pivotal third set between these two, kind of helps dictate the pace of the match for the remainder of this series. Darth Wampa trying to pull off something here. 108 on their own percentage. How much extra credit can they build up here on this Pikachu, but dragged down an air into a down smash. Won't kill quite yet. Bomb tech, he's got those. He'll be able to make it back to the ledge as well. Can he make it back to stage though? He finds a forward air there, and Smoke, feel like he was playing a little bit more patient than was probably asked for in that moment. Could have been a stock off of that dash attack, but not enough. Quick attack's not going to land either, and Smoke goes back to the neutral, using those neutral Bs, but the forward air of Link going to interrupt once again. And this has kind of been the struggle here for Smoke now, is that it feels like you've got all this percent, you've got all these combos, but how does Pikachu kill? Finally, he's able to get one stock there, but it took Darth Wampa to 175 to die.
Yeah, that's definitely not a good sign for the rest of this game going forward, considering Smoke is already at 91% on this second stock, right? Smoke's definitely got to find some gaps in the armor of Darth Wampa if they want to make this comeback happen, right? Pikachu can low profile a lot of these things. It has a lot of approach options, but that forward tilt at the ledge is going to catch the normal get-up. I think we need to see Smoke be a little more creative on these ledges here. I've seen a lot of normal get-ups. I'm seeing a lot of, standard options. I think Pikachu has a lot of ways to get back onto the stage, between the up B, thundering below the ledge, even just throwing out the neutral B, just below the ledge, hitting the wall, making it crawl up so it covers your get-up. I think we just need to see Smoke get a little bit more creative, at least try to cover themselves. And unfortunately, that down tilt actually going to push Darth Wampa off the stage and is going to die. So we're going to think about that a little bit on the respawn platform as we get into this final stock here for both of these players.
What a huge stock for Darth Wampa to fall on. That's a heartbreaker for the Rainbow Warriors. He had pretty solid control there, despite being at a little bit higher of a percent, I believe. He saw the right idea, but now Smoke at 91, and even if Darth Wampa takes it, it's only a one-stock victory instead. Felt like he might have had a chance at a two-stock, and that could have been massive later on in this series. But Smoke, not done yet. They find the opening maybe, but no. Ran out of time to pull out the next aerial, and it's the Link forward air that's going to be able to take game number 1 of this series.
Yeah, honestly, I mentioned it during the game, and I'm going to bring it up again. I would like to see Smoke play a little bit smarter at these ledges. I think Pikachu, something I do always say to people is, hey, you're not better than the ledge. I think Pikachu is the only character in the game who, in fact, is better than the ledge, right? This character has so many options out of that corner, especially if you're refreshing jumps and resources at the ledge itself. I think there's a lot you can do, but unfortunately, just getting into the habit of that normal get-up, even just rolls also as well. I feel like we didn't see that many jumps off of the platform, and Darth Wampa is just going to eat those normal get-ups alive. If you're not going to force Wampa to adapt, they're not going to. They don't need to in these situations, and Smoke is going to have to be the one that changes their style of play to keep up with Wampa.
Up air from Pikachu killed, and we don't often see that. Took till, 169, though, on the platform to land, and we're not even sure if he was DI'd correctly for it in that moment. Probably was looking to jump away or something, knowing that Pikachu's below him, throwing out an option. And the forward tilt at ledge, able to take 2 of the 3 stocks in this opener between Smoke and Darth Wampa. But this stock here, look at this, 43%. He gets hit once more, I believe, down tilt off stage, and he dies at 50. He was at basically even percent here with Smoke. 5% can be quickly made up. Just one move, just a jab does 5% really. And the fact that he drops that stock, isn't jumping, or the air dodge comes out there, didn't make it back to the ledge, means that it's only a 1-stock victory. So put an extra point on the board for the side of the Rainbow Warriors. But Darth Wampa's got to feel like it could have been more. It could have been a bigger victory.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to imagine looking for the roll behind after that jab, right? That's the only explanation for how you get that air dodge buffered off the side of the stage there. But Wampa can still feel pretty good about that. And also, I think, a little bit of a confidence booster. Hey, you don't need all 3 of those stocks. That's what we learned, I think, in that game. So you got to feel good going into game 2 when you're winning by such a margin that it doesn't even matter. And we're already seeing the swap to the Inkling. Like you mentioned, another character that we've seen Smoke on before. No Steve, though, which is I'm a little bit surprised by, but hey, whatever works, works. If Smoke thinks that this Inkling is the solution. Who am I to say otherwise?
Yeah, I think it's also interesting. Yeah, we haven't seen the Inkling in a minute. Like you said, it's been the Steve all year long. We last saw the Inkling in the league championship. I believe it fell to Carlish, but other than that, played pretty well overall. And right now, it's cooking. 81% on Darth Wampa already. Smoke untouched on this stage so far. Finally, Darth Wampa's able to get back and land a boomerang, but still 90% by the time that had happened. Darth Wampa now trying to regain control of the pace of this matchup, but that's kind of what Inkling does, right? Inkling gets one opening, they get a ton of percent, and then if they can keep you off stage, they will. They've got the tools to do so, especially when it comes to the ledge game.
Yeah, right now you couldn't tell me this character isn't a high tier the way Smoke is playing them. Absolutely fantastic coverage, but we are seeing the same problem that the Pikachu had, really struggling to find these kill moves. Finally going to find that up air pop off the top. Only 30% on Smoke here, but the fact that first stock took so long could be a sign of future struggles for Smoke, right? Inkling, a character that has largely been dropped from the metagame because of that problem. Really struggles to find those kills unless you're at those very specific percent for those very specific up air combos. It can be really hard to secure stocks, and Smoke kind of proving that in this game so far, but we'll see if maybe they can find these stocks a little bit earlier moving forward and not give Wampa a chance to come back into this.
It does feel like the movement from Smoke is a lot cleaner. You're not getting hit by nearly as many aerials, and when they find that opening, it's not just, kind of one and done like it was with the Pikachu. It's a little bit more, strings and grabs, kind of tucked together, and now 104 on Smoke. You gotta feel like maybe this is where, Darth Wampa was getting a little eager, and he goes for the up smash, gets it down there as well, but it's not gonna be able to take the stock quite yet. Gets around the bomb as well. Smoke surviving at 133 here. Darth Wampa looking for something. Arrow's not gonna land quite yet. The bomb was placed, but still could not land. 73% here on Darth Wampa. You're seeing both players back to that kind of state of playing a little bit more tentative, a little more passive, no one going for anything too committal.
Not too committal is the name of the game here, especially if you're Darth Wampa, right? You don't want to give up another stock before at least taking one in return. But 150 is finally going to be where Smoke falls, as I don't even know what trader just came out so fast. Looked like up tilt maybe trading? Putting a little bit of percent on Wampa, but taking Smoke's stock away. But already 93% on this link now. If this goes the same as it does the first stock, we could see Wampa live for another 60%, and that's a lot of time and a lot of space to have. But the side B up air is not going to try to let Wampa get to that percent if Smoke has anything to say about it. Not quite going to find the kill off of it, but looking for the up air. Going to miss, but follow up with the down smash on the platform. Really smart from Smoke, realizing that Wampa had really no options left there.
Really well done by Smoke. You called it out. That was very smart by Smoke in that moment. Up smash, not going to take the stock nearly yet, but 100% now you're starting to worry about those smash attacks. Up B used very early here, and this could be a low percent combo. Just 20, not too much off the back of it, all things considered. But Darth Wampa, you're starting to get the sense of a little bit of, not necessarily panic or urgency, but they're starting to feel the pressure now that, they were so clean in game number 1. They had that SD that brought it back to being close, but here in game number 2, Smoke has adapted and has the lead once more, but it's not for all that long, though. They're able to find the forward tilt, and only 33% now separate these two.
Yeah, we saw Smoke have such a strong start to this game, but again, I really do think the fact that those percents are getting so high for Wampa before Smoke is able to find these kills is such a detriment, right? Link, a character who with that rage will just use it to do that much more to you in percent with projectiles. Some characters will try to kill you with all that extra rage, but Link very content to just sit across the stage and throw boomerangs because those are going to already rack up without the rage. Just imagine what they do when they just have, just a little bit extra percent on top of that.
Tricky spot here. Darth Wampa just underneath 80% now, and Smoke is at 44. Forward air's gonna land. Good bomb catch, but he drops it now off of that first hit of the back air. Bomb's still on the ground underneath the left side of the platform, and he'll pick it up, throw it back towards center stage, and it won't be able to find the mark quite yet. He'll jump around the roller once more. We've seen Smoke go for that roller a couple of times, but it's never buried. I don't think it's actually hit yet. The only thing it's hit is Darth Wampa's shield. Boomerang lands. Nair lands. Going for the drag down, I think, a forward air, but he did not find it. Smoke was able to roll out. But now you're getting into those odd percents of the heavy hits will really start to rack up and do damage and do a little bit more knockback. That being said, Smoke's been able to take the first stocks here every single time. Gets in there. Maybe the bomb's gonna land. Dead even. Now a chance. Low recovery. Can't get the tech on the bomb explosion, and Darth Wampa is gonna take game 2 of this series and shut down Smoke.
Yeah, I think maybe expecting to get blasted outwards away from the stage instead of inwards, but Smoke honestly getting a little too close there with the roller, covering a lot of distance there. Even saw them start to fade back there. We'll see in the slow motion replay, you see the roller, the jump, and the fade back starts, but can't quite make it back far enough in time before the bomb explodes and sends Smoke under the stage for a situation that is incredibly difficult to tech at the very least. So, I mean, I don't really blame Smoke there for dropping that last stock there, but unfortunately, Wampa did in fact need all 3 of those stocks, and luckily proved that even with the character swaps into something more comfortable, still has the sauce.
Despite being at an early deficit, he's able to bring it back, and I agree with your point. It felt like Smoke struggled a little bit more to find those killing blows, to find those strong hitboxes, which is kind of the name of the game when you play these lighter combo characters. You have to find ways you can get all of that percent on the board, but at some point you got to land something that's going to kill, and Smoke did a decent job of that, right? Finding things like this down smash was so clean, so well done, kind of making it a trap on that air dodge on the up air. But after that, Darth Wampa, the defense of this Link is always a threat, and here just catches Smoke dashing in with the forward tilt.
Looks like we've got some players for our next match, our 4th match of the night from Hawaii v. Arlington. Looks like we do have SSBU coming out for Hawaii versus Phenom coming out for Arlington. So we're going to have to see how this ends up going.
Okay, so an interesting matchup here. SSBU on the Corrin the last time we saw him. Corrin, not a character that we really see here at EGFC. I think SSBU is the only Corrin at least the only Corrin I can think of off the top of my head. Oh wait, no, we did see one with Niagara last season. My apologies, but still good to see the character back and making an appearance here for the side of University of Hawaii. 2-3 so far this year, so looking to try and break back to positive. But for UTA on the flip side, SSBU is going to have their hands full as Phenom often opts to play these faster rushdown characters. Greninja, Fox, Falco last week. We even saw Kirby, but more recently, actually, if you go back to the end of last split, the Kazuya also made the appearance. The Greninja and Fox are the tried and true. The rest of them have been kind of recent additions.
I mean, fair enough. Both characters that are very fast, going to try to rush you down. Also, both characters, unfortunately, that don't get too much off of grabs outside of that positional advantage. We're going to have to see what the pick is tonight. I believe, actually, Phenom is going Fox. We do have that locked in. And we do have the Corrin, of course, locked in for SSBU. Weren't expecting any surprises there. Not going to get any. This can be a rough matchup for both of these characters, honestly. I think this is a fairly even matchup, but for different reasons, right? In the normal game, I feel like Corrin can keep out Fox pretty decently with those big old swords, but once you get into those pressure situations, Corrin can definitely crumble under a lot of shield pressure. Not the best out of shield game, and also not the best corner, like escaping the corner game this character has. Like, that pin can be very committal against a character like Fox, who can jump shine, jump nair, jump back air, right? So many options to cover these options that might seem quick when you're fighting other characters, but versus Fox, nothing's ever quite as fast as a short hop nair.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the dynamics that these two characters kind of bring to the table, because I think you hit the nail on the head there, right? It feels like Fox can struggle against sorties. We've seen it happen many a time. But on the flip side, like you said, Fox's shield pressure is always a threat. And, the ways that Fox can go about getting kills, the setup is often easier against the floatier sword characters. So that kind of on-stage fight will be interesting. I'm also interested to see the off-stage fight, because we don't typically see Phenom go for a lot of off-stage play, in particular with Fox. But on the flip side, Sheswa is looking to try and find somewhere where he can really take full advantage. Fox's recovery, it's not necessarily predictable, but everyone knows what Fox can do in that offstage gameplay in terms of their recovery. So Sheswa, if you can get to a point where you can get this Fox off stage, it might be a little bit easier to read than just say, just down tilting at ledge and pray.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got a little more wiggle room there against the Fox, like you mentioned. Also, that side B, very easy to snipe out for characters like Corrin with these big old meaty aerial hitboxes. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some back airs come out and snipe out the side Bs or the up Bs as they're approaching the ledge, but Sheswa finding the pin here, center stage, 101 on Phenom, using the shine to stall out, and then using the side B below the ledge, and finally the up B. Pretty much using every tool Phenom has, honestly, to get back to stage there. And I wonder if that's going to be a precedent we see moving forward, because if Sheswa can pick up on those patterns and those timings, they can certainly, start to find the snipes on those.
And also interesting from Sheswa, you're seeing when when Phenom is recovering low, they're using the pin to try and catch them and two-frame them before they can grab the ledge. You also saw that shine come through, so Sheswa's not going to be, able to throw out that neutral beat just kind of willy-nilly. That reflector is going to be worth noting as this matchup continues on, because Corrin loves to use that neutral B, but they're also caught jumping a little bit too much. Phenom sneaks underneath and gets the classic up smash.
Big up air on the platform, going to cover the entire thing, leading to Phenom's stock loss. But 156, not a percent we're used to both seeing on Fox or against Corrin, a character who has very strong kill options that you have to start to look out for, around 80%, honestly. So, would like to see Sheswa maybe, having the same problem as we saw Smoke have the last time, really trying to find these kill moves. Gonna be a little bit of trouble against a character like Fox, who, you give him an inch and he'll take a mile.
It's also worth noting that the way this set has kind of paced out with these kind of low point earning sets, 4 points, 5 points apiece, if University of Hawaii takes this set, that makes it practically unwinnable to a degree for the side of UTA. So a lot of pressure here on Phenom to perform well and get UTA back into this game. They're going to go for the forward smash there. It's not going to land, but they're going to get punished by a forward smash. Now play along the ledge once more, going for the edge guards. No one's going to find anything quite yet. Both at about the same percent here. Just a little bit of an edge to Phenom here, but holding that forward smash, they're going to find one hit there. Maybe a side B back to ledge here from Phenom. They're able to get back just in case. The speed of Fox always ever present. They're going to catch the jump off of that side B as well. Won't be able to take the stock quite yet. Good back air to push themselves out of harm's way of that potential up smash from Phenom. You can tell they're hunting. They're throwing out these back airs too. That shield pressure ever present. But the pin is going to land, and that's going to be Phenom down to their last stock.
We did see a big nair up smash, going to even it right back out. This is last stock. This is a scary situation for both of these players, but like I mentioned before, pin is a move that really doesn't seem that punishable against a lot of characters, but Phenom able to read the jump out and get the upper there is a big call out that might come in play later down, later down the line in this set, right? Being able to read the pin option and punish for it can make Corins feel a lot less safe than maybe they're used to being, and that puts a lot of mental stress on a player. But Cheswa certainly not feeling the stress right now. Only 2% versus Phenom's 60, looking to make this Fox take an early exit off the stage.
But look at the aerials that Phenom is starting to land, and now a jab. Percent lead shifting now in Phenom's favor. Cheswa makes it back to stage. That kill power do kind of favor Corin a little bit just because of the disjoint of that sword. They're going to get the nair here, but they are, and now kill percent, 93. And they've gotten Phenom up to 90 off of that side B. Both battling for stage control. Wow, the jab's actually just barely pulling them back away from that up smash. Phenom wants to stock, but he may not get the chance to pull the trigger on it, but he went for it all on the up B and came up just short. It's an easy punish for Phenom, and he takes game number 1.
A lot of these games in these last hit scenarios are who breaks first, right? Whose concentration breaks. I think Cheswa right there was the one. I think that up B was absolutely not the play in any universe, right? You're really banking on that landing, but especially with the double jump, not even just pulling the trigger immediately, double jumping and trying to follow it down. Phenom's gotta, sniff out that something is up, and really just able to drift out of the wave and not even really needing to do much else besides that, and able to get the free up smash on Cheswa's landing. We could see this go the other way if Cheswa holds out a little longer next game, but I mean, who knows? That's got to be a pretty big mental hit to lose that game in such a close fashion.
And yeah, I mean, again, like you said, those key moments where the percent is so high, you got to be able to, kind of hone yourself in and just say, or rein yourself in and say, okay, I just got to hone in on what they're doing, and maybe then I can catch them. I shouldn't worry about the big play. And there, Bet It All came up short. But again, very close between these two. And it's interesting to say the least because, the way that these two are kind of moving around each other, it's like they both know exactly what their character wants to do and what they want. And so the spacing becomes a mind game of, all right, I know that you want soft hit nair into up smash, but you see Cheswa was thrown out. I think that was up B actually, right there, right before. Let's take another look at this play. He throws at the forward air. There's the nair that sets it up, and you can see that little bit of a splash underneath. I think that's the start of up B coming out right here. Forward air just gets done, and he turns around to run away from Fox. Is this the start of up B? Dash away and... Oh, no, it's side B. I think that's side B, right? That's got to be the side B start.
It does look like the pin is coming out of the arm there. I think it is the side B, you're right. But swapping over to the Falco here, feeling like... Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe just a little bit of a mental game here, just trying to catch Cheswa off guard. You did win the last game, but it was very close, so maybe not feeling super confident in the Fox in a Game 2 situation. But we are, that's a good production making a good point, we are on Battlefield, and that is a stage that Falco loves to be on, so maybe a contributing factor to this character choice.
Also, maybe Phenom just kind of gambling on himself, saying, okay, I wasn't able to really get a whole ton of combos as Fox, and maybe I can find them here if I'm able to find kill moves a little earlier, like I was with Fox in that first game, finding up smash or finding soft hit nair into up smash. Maybe I can find them earlier with Falco as well, and maybe kind of speed up the game with getting the Falco combos up to early, or getting up to those high percents early, and then finding the kill moves like they were in game number 1. That being said, Cheswa, after an early deficit here, has kind of brought it back here on this opening stock. 94 here on Phenom, but still a lot of work to be done. They're dangerous around this shield. That up tilt, always a threat, but they're able to break out for the moment. Neutrally sneaks underneath the reflector, but Cheswa has not had a chance to really challenge Phenom off stage. And Phenom, very aware of that fact, just kind of patiently waiting and not too much in terms of that mind game for the offstage gameplay.
SSBU surprisingly able to take that first stock considering how the beginning of it went, but max rage on Corrin not going to last for long as that down tilt is going to return the favor immediately in kind. Only 28% on Phenom here. Definitely still an even game, especially after finding that first stock so quickly, but I mean, this is a scary situation for SSBU. This is the percents you don't want to be at versus Falco. This is perfect juggle percents. Up tilt, up air. Looking for the back air, but not quite going to find it. Versus SSBU going for their own little string. Down air, not going to quite find much, but then, you know, that shield grab is going to be enough to put SSBU into an uncomfortable position, while Phenom just able to turn around again. This is just going very back and forth.
And you got to be very careful, SSBU, with that down air because, like you saw from Phenom, if it gets shielded, it's just an easy follow-up into a grab. Up tilt beat out the kick there of that side B, and it's set up perfectly for a back air to clear up that stock. So Phenom now with a pretty significant lead here in game number 2. Only 73%, and they're looking for more combos. They get a grab into an up air, get the drag down, but SSBU gets out for the moment. 40% on their last stock here. Huge stock here for both players. A 2-stock swing could put this right back to dead even. And if SSBU can mitigate this and get this back to a 1-stock game, it would mean Hawaii would be in the lead headed into that final set if Phenom were to close it out here. SSBU, though, has to get to that point in the first place. Gets around the Falco downer. Wall jump there. They're able to get back to the stage. Gets around the up tilt, but there's the side B, catching the landing of Phenom and pushing us to the last stock.
And what a last stock it's going to have to be for SSBU to really make up this deficit, but not a bad start. Finding a couple hits there, 33% on this Falco. That up smash not going to quite find the mark. Going to hit the sour spot and send backwards. Looking for the ledge jump there, I think, but not quite going to find it. And throwing out the up smash on the platform, Phenom maybe getting a little bit shaky. We're going to see how this game ends up playing out. We know last time that SSBU was the one who blinked when looking into the void. We're going to see if that happens to be the case again, or if Phenom will end up dropping this. Only 33% though. I'm liking their odds. Finding the up tilt, but not finding much else for their troubles. That quick spot dodge, is going to get around a lot of this movement from SSBU, but that pin will not quite do it. That sour spot is not going to do too much to Falco, and this percent is starting to rack up a little bit on the side of Phenom. Starting to get a little bit scary. That pin's going to hit again. Again, not going to do too much, but gives some positional advantage, forces Phenom back on stage, and I feel like Phenom's struggling to cover these pins like they did with Fox on this much slower character, and this could definitely go either way at this point.
That up smash getting dangerous. You're seeing Phenom throw out these up smashes a couple of times, but it's in very smart positions, knowing that he's either not going to get punished for it, or he's in the spot where he thinks SSBU is going to be. Speaking of, he finds the strong hit of the back air, and he's able to clean up series number 4. Takes him down 1 stock apiece in each. SSBU did a good job of battling back, but it was just too little too late here. Just used that double jump and could not get back to stage here. Yep, double jump used, didn't land on the platform, and Phenom reads the movement, takes down SSBU, and now we're down to a 1-point game between these two.
Yeah, I mean, and we're going into the, I believe this is, the final, the double check, because it's been a long day. Double checking, we are going into the final game of the night, and this one going to be very, very important. Either team winning the game, unlike the last set that Soy and I at the least casted for EGFC, this isn't going to be some shenanigans where you need to have the 2 stock. Doesn't really matter. As long as your team wins, you're taking this home because of that 2-point bonus for winning the set. Means that no matter what the stock count is, I believe, unless it's like, no, I don't think there is a combination of stocks where the loser stays tied, right? It would.
You could. The only one I can think of is a 3 stock for Hawaii, followed by 2 1 stocks for UTA. Which
is such a weird, like, is it? I don't think that's gonna happen.
the likelihood of that happening is slim to none. That's probably the same odds as winning the lottery for something like that to happen.
Yeah, I'd imagine. I imagine whoever we see take this set, again, probably not going to see any shenanigans like that, and especially... Actually, yeah, no, I guess it doesn't matter particularly who wins Game 1 just because of how close it is. But I imagine that there's going to be a little bit of a momentum for whoever does happen to take Game 1 of this last set.
Last set between these two schools. We'll get those players momentarily for these two teams. But, yep, 9-10 scoreline, basically anyone's game. And, I mean, I think it's just easily put, whoever wins this set really, truly does win it this week, barring that kind of miracle scenario of a 3-stock followed by 2-1 stocks for UTA and Hawaii, or Hawaii and UTA respectively. That being said, this is the pressure-packed scenario that Hawaii's kind of been in numerous times this season. They've had a couple of their games come down to the wire like this, and they've had a couple of players come up clutch more times than not in the fifth and final set. They don't have necessarily the best point differential because of how close a lot of these games have been, but a lot of their players have found wins in these scenarios, and this is what Hawaii wants, right? They've gone through, the progression of, a team that couldn't quite make the playoffs to, okay, we've made it to the playoffs, and now they're starting to get their big shots at some of these, titans of the EGFC. They've got them on the ropes here in theory, but there are still many players for UTA that have shown up in big ways, especially on this stage.
And speaking of players, we do have some for our final game of the night, where it's going to be Malona coming out for Hawaii versus Army Ollie coming out for Arlington. Now, Malona, mostly seen on the Robin versus Army Ollie. Surprisingly, Alomar is not the only character they play. I saw Snake in there. I think there's a couple different options. We're going to see what the pick is right now, and it is going to be the Alomar. Sometimes you got to go back to the namesake,
Yeah, Army Ollie has played a handful of different characters. The Alomar is kind of the tried and true. We saw Snake a couple times this year. We've also seen Sephiroth and Kirby in the past. Kirby was just last week, but it is 9 times out of 10 the Alomar, and that 10th time is usually the Snake. That being said, on the flip side, we've only seen Malona on the Robin this year, new as of this year as well, but had a fantastic split so far, 6-0 through the regular season, through the fall split. I believe we didn't get to see them last week, so this is their first game since the fall, and what a time to be put into the fire here, as they're already in early deficit in terms of this percent, but Levensword back online, 33% on Army Ollie, and the purple Pikmin is here to play here for Army Ollie. This is where things can get really difficult. Got to find a way to land. Barely surviving after that forward smash. 170. They're able to make it back to stage. Can't do much about the Army Ollie recovery there, but they can work away at a few of these Pikmin. In fact, the purple Pikmin is gone. Now Army Ollie's going to need another strong hit somewhere else to find a way to take the stock.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier that the purple Pikmin was out to play, and I think Army Ollie is also out to play, really trying to make sure that Arlington, steals away this last game, secures that victory. And Malona doing their best to hold on to this first stock. 200% here is finally Malona's going to fall off of the right side of Pokemon Stadium 2, despite the fact that went for so long. Only 60% on this Alomar. Feels like Malona, given so much chance to put on percent, was not able to return the favor, and that maybe is going to be a factor that we see play out for the rest of this set. We're going to see if maybe Malona can close out this stock earlier than Ollie can, which would give them an advantage moving forward for more comeback potentials.
78 here on Malona to the 77 of Army Ollie, but that full stock difference is ever present. So many Pikmin just being thrown at Malona's shield, and they're gonna find a sneaky kill there off the back air. Was surprised that Malona was caught out there, and the electric Pikmin that you don't often see take stocks gets one here on stock number 2. Malona now trying to find a way back on the stage, trying to find a way to keep this game relatively even. Falling up air will do the trick. They get one off the board, but now Army Ollie is on their second stock and already chipping away at stock, or the last stock of Malona. The white Pikmin in particular doing so much damage, connecting so frequently. And that purple Pikmin is just going to catch Malona drifting away, and it's a quick 2-stock by Army Ollie in game number 1.
I think Army Ollie might have heard me when I said the first stock took a little too long, because that second one, that back air killing sub 120, completely different from the first stock. 118 after hit, below 100 before hit, I just noticed too. I mean, yeah, that's a very big turnaround from how we saw the first set go, maybe starting to catch on to these habits of Malona a little bit more as the game progressed. But I would really think it's important to mention this second stock from Ollie, right? After I feel like struggling to really find this kill, only eventually finding it after, just firing off that F smash mid stage, really kind of cleaned it up. This second stock, I think they looked a lot cleaner than they did in the first stock. Just a lot stronger of the zoning. That even killing even earlier. I didn't realize that had killed even earlier off of the left side. Maybe a little bit of bad DI there. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it should kill. Oh, it was a back air. Okay, it was a turnaround. All right, so I'm not surprised that killed. But still, I mean, fantastic play from Army Ollie, just adapting to this matchup.
Army Ollie, one of the smartest players, I think, here in the EGFC, because, it's also one part here for Malona. There's a little bit of probably matchup inexperience. I mean, how often are you running into an Olimar, right? There's very few of them. And in fact, Army Ollie, I think the only Olimar here in the EGFC, and certainly one of the higher caliber Olimars in this scene in particular. So, when you look at this team for Malona, I think a couple times he just kind of gets caught out by, a little bit of inexperience of not realizing how fast Olimar can actually be and how quickly that percent can actually rack itself up, especially between the white Pikmin and I think it was the yellow Pikmin, just continually finding ways to sneak under the shield, just, between the, shielding 1 or 2 Pikmin. That percent that he was at by the time he would, be able to break through neutral, he takes 40-ish by the time he breaks through. That seems normal, but for Army Ollie, that's a lot, because he's landing those Pikmin pretty frequently, and once they grapple on, they're there for a while. And you gotta remember, too, Robin loves his aerials with that Levin Sword, and that yellow Pikmin is doing a lot of work because it's gonna survive through the, Levin Sword. It's an electric property, so it's gonna fight through that. You can't use that sword to fight off the yellow Pikmin. So now what do you do once the yellow Pikmin's on you? There's nothing really you can throw out anymore that's going to knock him away.
It's a very good point. And I mean, just any of the Pikmin, like you mentioned, being on top of Robin means that they're spending precious time trying to get rid of it instead of throwing out those projectiles like Robin would like to be. And I imagine that that's how we got to 200% in the first stock, right? I couldn't tell you, I don't have a photographic memory, right? I can't tell you exactly every time that, Army attached a Pikmin to Malona, but I'd imagine that it was a lot of getting up to 200% without finding those kill moves, especially considering the last two stocks, were ended sub 100% pre-hit.
Also, a type of focus, I think, for Malona was making sure that the purple Pikmin did not, do much work in